Chapter 233. What a joke. Lu Ming was simply a lunatic. He even dared to kill Yang Ziqian, let alone them. If they were killed because of this, it would not be worth it. Someone took off his storage ring and threw it to Lu Ming. Lu Ming waved his hand and put it away with his true energy. Since someone took the lead, the others could only take off their storage rings and hand them to Lu Ming. However, there were also some who were reluctant to do so. They gritted their teeth and almost cried. This storage ring could be said to contain all the wealth he had accumulated. Who would be willing to hand it over like this? However, when Lu Ming looked at them, they were shocked. They gritted their teeth and took off their storage rings and handed them to Lu Ming with trembling hands. 185, 186. Lu Ming kept counting as he took the rings. He was so happy that he could barely open his eyes. The disciples of the Decimo Sword sect were crying and gritting their teeth so hard that their teeth were about to break. The people of the Star General Hall were dumbfounded by this scene. Soon, when the last disciple of the Decimo Sword sect handed the storage ring to Lu Ming put it away with satisfaction. All right, you can get lost now. This blood ant nest is mine. I'll kill anyone who doesn't get lost, Lu Ming said coldly. The disciples of the Decimo Sword sect turned and ran as if they had been pardoned. In the blink of an eye, there was no one left. In the distance, countless disciples of the Decimo Sword sect shouted, "Quick, let's find a place to heal and then kill the blood ants. Otherwise, we'll lose everything. Damn it, my storage ring. Tianyun, damn Tianyun. I'll kill him when we get out of the blood ant's secret realm." Many disciples of the Decimo Sword sect ran off into the distance, filled with resentment. They made use of the time to treat their injuries and hunt down the blood ants. At this moment, Lu Ming looked at the people of the Star General Hall. "Brother Miangcheng, why don't you explore the blood ant nest with me?" Lu Ming said with a smile. "I couldn't ask for more." Miangcheng was delighted. "As for the rest of you, scram immediately." Subsequently, Lu Ming looked at the other Star General Hall students. These people were not good people. Just now, they just wanted to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. "Tianyun, we're both from the Star General Hall. You can't be so overbearing, right? One person monopolizes the entire blood ant nest," a Star General Hall student said with an ugly expression. "Nonsense, so what if I'm that overbearing? If you're not convinced, let's exchange 2 moves. Lu Ming berated. The young man was stunned. What a joke. Exchanging a few moves with Lu Ming. Wasn't that courting death? Let's go. The others had no choice but to turn around and leave. Soon, only Lu Ming and Miangcheng were left in this place. "Brother Ming, let's go." Lu Ming turned around and strode forward. When they arrived at the edge of the blood ant's nest, they realized that there were hundreds of blood ants crawling around. Obviously, the battle earlier was too shocking and had completely alarmed the blood ants. When Lu Ming and Miangcheng walked over, the blood ants let out strange cries and pounced on the 2 of them. However, the highest level of these blood ants was only class 3 LV6. How could they be a match for Lu Ming? Soon, the ground was littered with blood ant corpses. Then, the 2 of them charged into the blood ant nest. In the blood ant nest, the tunnels were intertwined and extended in all directions. The 2 of them did not need to identify the direction and charged forward casually. They killed as long as they saw blood ants. An hour later, Lu Ming had killed more than 200 blood ants and harvested more than 1,000 blood ant eggs. On the other hand, Ming Cheng's harvest was not small either. He had about 200 of them. The 2 of them went around in circles and did not know how far they had gone. Suddenly, their eyes widened and a huge underground cave appeared in front of them. Once they arrived at the cave, the 2 of them were stunned. Blood ant eggs. A large number of blood ant eggs were piled up in the cave. Each of them was red and translucent, like garbage piled up in the cave. These were all shed by the blood ants. The blood ant eggs were not the eggs of the blood ants. They were energy crystals that contained powerful blood essence. How many blood ant eggs are there? Miangcheng was dumbfounded. What? There are at least tens of thousands of them? Lu Ming was also in a daze. Their eyes flashed with a blazing light. Squeak, squeak, squeak. At this moment, a sharp cry was heard. The two of them then realized that there was a huge creature in the middle of the cave. It was a gigantic blood ant. It was at least 10 meters tall as it lay there. Its abdomen was huge, and there were strings of blood and eggs hanging from it. At a glance, there were at least a few hundred of them. Mother ant. This was the mother ant of the blood ant. The two of them were attracted by the countless blood ant eggs and almost forgot about the mother ant's existence. The mother ant's huge eyes stared at the two of them and let out a sharp cry. Swoosh! At the side of the cave, there was a violent sound of something breaking through the air. A strong and sharp force attacked Lu Ming. It was a blood ant, but it was as huge as a water buffalo. Its body was fiery red and translucent like red jade. Without any hesitation, Lu Ming raised his spear and swept it across. Boom! With a loud bang, the blood ant was repelled. However, Lu Ming felt his body go numb, and he took a few steps back. What a powerful ability. This is a Class 9 LV3 blood ant. Lu Ming was slightly surprised. Whoosh! At this moment, another blood ant rushed out from another cave on the other side of the cave. This blood ant was not smaller than the previous one, and it emitted a powerful aura. Brother Ming, you should leave first, Lu Ming said. Okay. Xianxia nodded without hesitation, then turned around and ran toward the passage behind him. Facing a Class 9 LV3 blood ant, he knew that he had no power to fight back. If he stayed, he would only be a burden to Lu Ming. Now let's have a good fight. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. The demon-banishing spear trembled and let out a buzzing sound. He rushed out and attacked the blood ant. Boom! The demon-banishing spear blasted out with the power of wind and fire. Bam! The long spear and the blood ant's claws collided. There was a violent explosion and a loud rumbling sound in the cave. After the first blood ant was repelled, the next one rushed forward. Two Class 9 LV3 blood ants joined forces and attacked Lu Ming crazily. Lu Ming raised his cultivation to the maximum and used the power of wind and fire to fight against the two blood ants. Squeak, 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 the mother ant shrieked. Dragging its huge body, it dashed toward Lu Ming. Its long and sharp claws were like knives, slashing toward Lu Ming. Its power was shocking. It was not inferior to that of the two blood ants. Obviously, the mother ant also had the combat strength of a Class 9 LV3. Three Class 9 LV3 blood ants attacked Lu Ming at the same time, which made Lu Ming feel great pressure. Ancient Shield. With a thought, three ancient shields appeared around Lu Ming's body. After cultivating for 2 months in the Divine Wind Valley, the ancient shield technique had broken through to the 3rd level and could condense 3 ancient shields. Clang. Chapter 234. The 3 ancient shields could be controlled at will, blocking Lu Ming's entire body. With the ancient shields protecting his body, Lu Ming was in an invincible position. Kill! Lu Ming shouted. He stared at one of the blood ants and launched a torrential attack on it. Xianxia, who was running in the blood ant nest, smiled bitterly when he heard the deafening roar behind him. Brother Tianyin is really monstrous. I have to get out quickly. Otherwise, this blood ant nest will collapse. Xianxia ran with all his might. In the blood ant nest, Lu Ming became more and more courageous as he fought. He did not have to worry about himself at all. He attacked with all his might and suppressed a blood ant. Poochie! The demon-suppressing spear pierced the blood ant's hard shell and blasted a big hole. What a hard shell! Lu Ming sighed inwardly. If he did not attack with the power of wind and fire, he would not be able to break through the blood ant's defense. Martial artists below the 9th realm of the Martial Grandmaster realm would not be able to break through the blood ant's defense. It was no wonder that so many blood ant eggs had been piled up in the blood ant nest for so many years without being taken away. Those who entered were all martial artists below the 7th realm of the Martial Grandmaster realm. Who could be a match for these blood ants? Even a genius like Xianxia, who had broken through to the 7th realm of the Martial Grandmaster realm, would not be a match for these blood ants. At most, he would be able to plunder some and then escape. Whoosh! Lu Ming stabbed his spear again. It pierced through the blood ant's wound and went all the way to the hilt. The blood ant screamed and struggled frantically. Die! Lu Ming's spear shook and powerful true energy burst out. It rushed into the blood ant's body and smashed its organs into pieces. Finally, he killed a blood ant. Without any delay, Lu Ming killed another one. A few minutes later, bang! As the last mother ant fell to the ground, the 3 powerful blood ants were all killed by Lu Ming. Collect. Subsequently, Lu Ming began to plunder without restraint. Rays of light enveloped the blood ant eggs in the cave as he collected them into his storage ring. Lu Ming didn't count them, so he didn't know how many he had collected. 2 minutes later, all the blood ant eggs in the cave had been collected. Haha, we're rich. Lu Ming couldn't help but grin. Then, he controlled his bloodline and devoured the blood essence of the 3 blood ants. With a thought, Lu Ming appeared in the Temple of Paragon and started to refine the essence blood. This refinement took more than a day. The essence blood of the 3 blood ants was completely refined. Lu Ming's cultivation skyrocketed from the 5th level of the Martial Master Realm to the early 6th level of the Martial Master Realm. The amount of energy required to cultivate now is indeed much more terrifying. Lu Ming shook his head and smiled. This was the essence blood of 3 Class 9 blood ants, which was 4 levels higher than Lu Ming's. Moreover, the essence blood and blood chi of the blood ants were twice as rich as that of ordinary demonic beasts. 3 Class 9 blood ants were only enough to raise Lu Ming's cultivation by 1 level. This showed that the amount of energy required by Lu Ming was terrifying. Now that I'm in the 6th level of the Martial Master Realm, I'll need at least 20 Class 9 blood ants to level up. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. Moreover, his bloodline had yet to level up. He didn't know how much essence blood he would need to level up to the 7th level. I can't let go of the corpses of the 3 blood ants. Their shells are rare materials for refining weapons. Lu Ming waved his hand and kept the corpses of the 3 blood ants into a storage ring. The secret territory is about to close. Xianxia must be waiting anxiously outside. Let's go. Lu Ming's figure flashed as he ran outside. Soon, Lu Ming came out of the blood ant's nest. As soon as he came out, he saw Xianxia anxiously pacing back and forth. Brother Ming, Lu Ming called out. Tianyun, you're finally out. I thought you were beaten by a few ants. Xianxia let out a long breath and grinned when he saw Lu Ming. How could a few ants do anything to me? Lu Ming smiled and moved his hand. A storage ring appeared. Brother Ming, there are some blood ant eggs inside. I got them from a blood ant's nest. Take them, Lu Ming said. No, you got them with your own strength. How can I take them? Moreover, I've already gained a lot from following you into the blood ant's nest. Xianxia waved his hand and firmly refused. Lu Ming offered more, but Xianxia refused to take them. Seeing this, Lu Ming did not insist. He put away the storage ring and went to the exit of the secret territory with Xianxia. The exit of the secret territory was on the easternmost mountain in the blood ant secret territory. Once the 10 days were up, the elders of the imperial family and the Hall of General would work together to open an exit for them. A light gate appeared outside the blood ant secret territory. Many figures appeared around a light gate, and they were all looking at it. There were people from the imperial family and also from the Shifang sword faction. However, there were more people than 10 days ago. Moreover, some of them were floating in the air. They were all martial grandmasters. On the imperial family's side, Huaqi was among them. At the front was the red-haired old man and Akira no Ji. Akira no Ji glanced at the imperial family and sneered. Old Monster Hong, why did you send so many people here? Are you going to settle the score with us when you see all the people from the Hall of General get killed? Do you want to fight with us? I'm just taking precautions. I'm afraid that your Shifang sword faction disciples will be at a disadvantage in the secret territory and die in there. If that happens, you'll be angry and harm the disciples of the Hall of General. The red-haired old man replied with a sneer. Ha ha ha. Akira no Ji laughed and said, My Shifang sword faction disciples will be at a disadvantage? Die in there? With your Hall of General? That's impossible. That will never happen. Life is unpredictable, the red-haired old man said. That's impossible. Let me tell you clearly that killing is not prohibited in the Blood Ant secret territory. If my Fang Sword faction disciples really die in there, it's because they're not strong enough. They can't blame anyone. Are you afraid that we'll attack? What a joke. Akira no Ji said calmly. That's what you said. Remember it. The red-haired old man snorted. Old red monster, you're so confident. Don't tell me you think that Tianyin can pose a threat to my Fang Sword faction disciples. Let me tell you, that's impossible. At this moment, that Tianyin has already died in the hands of my Fang Sword faction elites. Akira no Ji sneered. Died in the hands of your Fang Sword faction disciples? I don't think so, the red-haired old man said. Don't think so? Well then, how about we make a bet? I have a piece of Heavenly Star Mithril here. I heard that you have a Yunluo fruit. I'll use the Heavenly Star Mithril to bet with you on the Yunluo fruit. How about that? Akira no Ji said. Many people were shocked when they heard that. What? Heavenly Star Mithril Yunluo fruit? Such a big bet? A martial arts grandmaster expert exclaimed. Heavenly Star Mithril was an extremely precious refining material. It was a top level 4 material and could be used to refine level 4 spiritual weapons. The Yunluo fruit was a level 4 spiritual medicine and could be used to refine level 4 elixirs. Level 4 materials in spiritual medicine belong to the martial arts grandmaster level and were extremely precious. The Heavenly Star Mithril and the Yunluo fruit were top level 4 items. Chapter 235. The red-haired old man muttered to himself. 100,000 spiritual crystals was an astronomical figure for martial grandmasters or warriors with lower cultivation levels. However, it was much better for Wuzong's. Martial grandmasters were also known as grandmasters. In the Scorching Sun Empire, they were definitely top-notch experts and belonged to the upper echelons. Compared to them, martial grandmasters were too far apart. Naturally, their value was not ordinary. However, 100,000 spiritual crystals was not a small amount. Even a Wuzong would have to think twice. Old Monster Hong, what's wrong? You don't dare to bet? Just say it. Don't be stubborn. Akira no Ji sneered. Who says I don't dare to bet? Let's bet. There are so many witnesses here. I hope you won't go back on your word. The red-haired old man said. Ha ha. I'm afraid you'll be the one going back on your word. Old Monster Hong, your Yunluo fruit is mine. Akira no Ji laughed heartily. He was 100% confident that he could win because Yang Ziyin was in the Fang Sword faction. He knew Yang Ziyin's strength very well. Yang Ziyin had threatened to kill Tianyin. As long as Tianyin encountered Yang Ziyin, he would be dead for sure. Everyone waited quietly. After a while, someone's coming out. Someone shouted. Sure enough, the light gate flickered and people came out one after another. Soon, dozens of young men came out. They were all disciples of the Fang Sword faction. The elders of the Fang Sword faction, including Akira no Ji, looked calm. All of this was within their expectations. However, they did not notice that the disciples of the Fang Sword faction looked a little gloomy. They continued to pay attention to the light gate. After that, the light gate kept flickering and people kept coming out. Soon, more than 200 people came out. All of them were disciples of the Fang Sword faction. None of them were from the General Hall. The red-haired old man, Huaqi, and the other elders of the imperial family looked more and more gloomy. How is this possible? Why hasn't anyone come out yet? Huaqi clenched his fists, his eyes filled with worry. Ha ha, old Monster Hong. I think your Star General Hall is most likely going to be completely annihilated. You've lost for sure. Quickly hand over the Yunluo fruit. Akira no Ji laughed heartily. You. The red-haired old man's face turned ugly. He gritted his teeth and said, Akira no Ji, don't be too proud. It's not time yet. No one knows the result until the very last moment. Haha, old Monster Hong, you really know how to deceive yourself. All right, let's wait and see. Akira no Ji sneered. Elder Chiu. At this time, A disciple of the Shifang Sword faction wanted to say something, but he was interrupted by Akira no Ji. Akira no Ji waved his hand and said domineeringly, "All right, you guys did well this time. Thank you for your hard work, but not everyone is here yet. We'll talk about the blood and eggs later." The young man still wanted to say something, but Akira no Ji's face darkened. He swallowed his words when he glared at him. At this time, the light gate shone again, and more than 20 young men appeared. These 20 young men were all from the Star General Hall. The red-haired old man and the others were overjoyed. You're just lucky. I don't know where you hid, but who knows how many blood and eggs you've obtained. Don't even think that one blood refining pill is enough to refine them. Akira no Ji sneered. The red-haired old man and the others were silent. They did not have much hope in their hearts. As time passed, more and more people came out. They were all disciples of the Shifang Sword faction. In the end, about 280 people came out from the Shifang Sword faction. This made the faces of Akira no Ji and the others from the Shifang Sword faction turn ugly. The time was almost up, and the light gate was about to close. Once the light gate closed, they could not open it again. They could only wait for 3 years before they could open it again. But at this time, there were still so many people from the Shifang Sword faction who had not come out. More importantly, 2 of the 6 geniuses who had comprehended force did not come out. One of them was Xianxia. He must have been delayed by the blood ant nest. Akira no Ji comforted himself. Lu Ming. Hua Qi's eyes widened as he stared at the light gate. Lu Ming had not come out yet, and he was afraid that something might have happened. Time passed slowly, and the time for the light gate to close was getting closer and closer. However, no one came out. What's going on? What's going on? Akira no Ji was a little anxious. The others were fine, but Xianxia had not come out yet. How could it be? Buzz. At this time, the light gate flashed slightly, and 2 figures appeared. Akira no Ji, the red-haired old man, and the other elders of the 2 factions stared intently. The 2 figures' silhouettes slowly became clearer. Tianyan? How is that possible? Akira no Ji roared in disbelief. Tianyan, it's Tianyan. The red-haired old man's eyes widened. Then, he was overjoyed and laughed loudly. The 2 people who came out later were naturally Lu Ming and Yangcheng. Damn it, Tianyan must have found a place to hide. He didn't encounter Xianxia and the other disciples. Damn it. Akira no Ji roared in his heart. Haha, Akira no Ji, Tianyan is still alive. You lost. Hand over the heavenly star, mystic silver. Don't go back on your word. The red-haired old man said. Akira no Ji's expression was ugly. He was reluctant to do so, but he couldn't go back on his word in front of everyone. It's all Tianyan's fault. Why didn't he die? He roared in his heart and blamed everything on Lu Ming. However, he had no choice. He gritted his teeth and took out a fist-sized piece of metal that was shining with silver light and gave it to the red-haired old man. This was the heavenly star, mystic silver. The other martial ancestor realm experts looked at the red-haired old man with envy. I won't stand on ceremony then. The red-haired old man laughed and kept it. Then he looked at Lu Ming. The more he looked at Lu Ming, the more he liked him. Why hasn't Xianxia come out yet? Akira no Ji stared at the light door with a gloomy face. Bam! Suddenly, the light door shook violently. Then, it exploded with a bang and turned into specks of light that dissipated. How could this be? Where's Xianxia? Why hasn't he come out? Akira no Ji roared. What happened? Why hasn't Xianxia come out? And why are there so many disciples? What happened? The other elders of the Shifang Sword sect also roared in anger. Senior brother Xianxia is dead. Suddenly, a disciple of the Shifang Sword sect shouted. Everyone fell silent. Akira no Ji stared at the disciple with an ugly face and shouted, What did you say? Xianxia is dead? How could he be dead? Who in the blood ant secret realm can kill him? Even when facing the mother ant, he could escape unscathed. How could he be dead? Akira no Ji roared in anger. An extremely powerful aura erupted from his body as he stared at the disciple. He's really dead. Most of his senior and junior brothers here saw it. The disciple shouted, "Yes, Elder. Yang Zietian is really dead." The other disciples nodded in agreement. Akira No-Ji's face was ashen. He stared at the disciple and shouted, "Why didn't you say so earlier?" "Elder Chio, I wanted to say it just now, but you didn't let me." The disciple felt wronged. "You." Chapter 236. Just now, this disciple did want to say something, but was stopped by him, causing the other disciples to keep quiet. But just now, he was in high spirits and wanted to give the red-haired old man a good beating. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that Yang Zietian would die in the blood and secret realm. Now that he thought about it, he felt utterly humiliated. "Speak, how did Yang Zietian die?" Akira No-Ji gritted his teeth and asked. "It's him, Tianyun. Senior brother Yang Zietian was killed by Tianyun." The disciple pointed at Lu Ming and shouted, "What?" Everyone was shocked, except for those who had entered the blood ant secret realm. Everyone looked at Lu Ming. Yang Zietian was killed by Tianyun? How is this possible? Was Tianyun that powerful? Even the red-haired old man, Huaqi, and the others were shocked. Damn it! A cold, murderous intent burst out from Akira No-Ji's body. He suddenly turned around and looked at Lu Ming coldly, roaring, "Tianyun, speak! What despicable means did you use? Did you secretly kill Yang Zietian?" "Secretly kill?" Lu Ming's lips curled up. "Do I need to secretly kill Yang Zietian?" "Nonsense, you didn't secretly kill him? You can kill Yang Zietian? Even 10 of you won't be enough." Akira No-Ji shouted angrily, not believing Lu Ming's words at all. Lu Ming sneered and didn't explain. "Elder Chio, I have something to say." The 10 Direction Sword Sect disciple spoke again. "Shut up." Akira No-Ji shouted angrily. That disciple immediately shut up, but his face was flushed red. "What do you want to say? Say it now." Xiao Wuxia shouted angrily as he recalled what had happened before. He was so angry that he took a deep breath. "Elder Chio, senior brother Yang Zietian was really killed by Tianyun. Senior brother Yang Zietian was no match for Tianyun and was killed by Tianyun." The young man said, "How is that possible? Did you look carefully?" Xiao Wuxia asked loudly. "It's not just me. Most of his senior and junior brothers are here." The young man said. Although the other disciples of the 10 Direction Sword Sect had ugly expressions, they all nodded in agreement. How could this be? Xiao Wuxia and the others were still in disbelief. A motley crew from the Star General Hall was able to kill a peerless genius of the 10 Direction Sword Sect. This had never happened before. "Elder Chio, you have to seek justice for us. This Tianyun is simply a madman, a beast. Not only did he kill senior brother Yang Zietian, but he also snatched our storage rings. All of our storage rings were taken away by him. All of our wealth and the blood ant eggs that we obtained from hunting blood ants were also taken away by him." A disciple of the 10 Directions Sword Sect screamed. What? What?" Xiao Wuxia and all the elders of the 10 Directions Sword Sect were stunned. Their mouths were wide open as they stood there in a daze. The red-haired old man, Huaqi, and the other members of the imperial family were not much different. Their eyes were wide open as they looked at Lu Ming in a daze. "Damn it, you little bastard, I'll kill you." After a long while, Xiao Wuxia finally reacted. His hair stood on end, and his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. With a furious roar, a violent wave of true qi blasted towards Lu Ming. Not good. Lu Ming was already prepared. He pulled Miangcheng and instantly moved dozens of meters away, rushing towards the red-haired old man and the others. "Xiao Wuxia, what are you doing?" The red-haired old man roared and rushed out, throwing out a punch. Boom! Heaven and earth shook. The red-haired old man and Xiao Wuxia exchanged blows, and the earth almost cracked open. "Get lost. Today, I must kill that little bastard Tianyun." Xiao Wuxia glared fiercely at Lu Ming and bellowed furiously. "Ha ha!" At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly laughed. "Little bastard, what are you laughing at?" Xiao Wuxia scolded. "Old man, do you really think that the Decimo Sword Sect is the ruler of the Blazing Sun Empire? I'm a member of the royal family. You want to kill me for no reason? Are you looking down on the four major sects and the royal family? Lu Ming shouted, using the four major sects and the royal family to suppress him. For no reason? You killed the disciples of my Decimo Sword sect and even snatched their storage rings. Don't you deserve to die? Xiao Wuji roared. Ah, what a joke. Let me ask you, is killing and plundering not prohibited in the Blood Ant secret realm? Lu Ming questioned loudly. Xiao Wuji froze, and his face turned gloomy. He couldn't answer this question. Since killing and plundering are not prohibited, then it's normal for me to kill your disciples and snatch their storage rings. What right do you have to kill me? Moreover, before entering the Blood Ant secret realm, all the disciples of your Decimo Sword sect said that they wanted to kill me. I resisted and killed them back. Isn't that right? Lu Ming's eyes were bright as he faced Xiao Wuji without fear and questioned loudly. Xiao Wuji's face turned ugly, and the other disciples of the Decimo Sword sect didn't say anything. Lu Ming was right. Nothing was prohibited in the Blood Ant secret realm. Killing and plundering were the main themes of the Blood Ant secret realm. What a sharp-tongued little thing. So what? Let me tell you, even if the disciples of my Decimo Sword sect want to kill you, you have to let them kill you. You can't resist, or you'll die. Xiao Wuji said coldly. He was overbearing and unreasonable. Lu Ming sneered and didn't bother to say anything. This old man was simply shameless to the extreme. Xiao Wuji, you're really shameless. Only 20 or so people in my Star General Hall came out. The rest were killed by your Decimo Sword sect. In the past, according to what you said, you're allowed to kill my disciples, and I'll kill you instead. What kind of bullshit logic is that? Fine, then from now on, your Decimo Sword sect can go back to the Decimo Mountain. The Blood Ant secret realm will be mined by my Decimo Sword sect alone. The red-haired old man roared. You're dreaming if you want to mine alone. It's better if it's the other way around. An old man of the Decimo Sword sect sneered. Old red monster, get out of my way. I must kill Tianyin today. Otherwise, I'll kill all of you as well. At that time, my Decimo Sword sect's army and the imperial family will be destroyed. Xiao Wuji said coldly and overbearingly. How dare you? Huaqi shouted. Xiao Wuji actually said that he wanted to destroy the imperial family. Xiao Wuji, your Decimo Sword sect is ambitious and should be punished by the world. The red-haired old man roared. Xiao Wuji's face was extremely ugly. He couldn't help but regret saying those words out of desperation. Even if the Decimo Sword sect had such ambitions, they couldn't say it out loud. Or rather, it wasn't the time to say such words. Xiao Wuji, come, let's fight. Today, we'll fight to the death. The red-haired old man strode forward like a lion. His hair and beard were fluttering. He was obviously furious. Today, this prince will protect Tianyin. Whoever wants to kill him will have to kill me first. Chapter 237. Huaqi stepped forward in a domineering manner. A few martial ancestor realm elders from the imperial family followed closely behind Huaqi, their bodies emitting powerful auras. Damn it, you're courting death. Akira no Ji roared in his heart, but he did not make a move in the end. Right now, the Shifang Sword sect hadn't reached the point of falling out with the imperial family. Huaqi was a real prince, the 8th son of the current emperor. If they killed Huaqi as well, it would be tantamount to starting a war with the imperial family. At that time, the 4 major sects would join forces to attack the Shifang Sword sect. The Shifang Sword sect wouldn't be able to withstand it. Moreover, there were many experts from the imperial family this time. Even if he wanted to make a move, he was not confident. Good, very good. 8th Prince, you're determined to go against the Decimo Sword faction. I hope you won't regret it. Also, do you think you can protect Tianyin by doing this? Naive, let's wait and see. Akira no Ji roared. He waved his hand and left with the disciples of the Decimo Sword faction. The disciples of the Decimo Sword faction had a gloomy expression on their faces. They had suffered a complete defeat in this trip to the Blood Ant secret realm. Although they had killed a large number of disciples from the Star General Hall, they were just a mob in their eyes. On the other hand, the Decimo Sword faction had lost 60 to 70 disciples, especially Yang Zietian who had been killed. Moreover, most of the storage rings of the disciples of the Decimo sword faction had been taken by Lu Ming. Most of the blood ant eggs had fallen into Lu Ming's hands. They had lost almost all their face. Ha ha! The red-haired elder laughed heartily. Tianyun, thank you, Elder Hong. Thank you, 8th Prince. Lu Ming stepped forward and thanked the red-haired elder and Hua Qi with cupped fists. Tianyun, there's no need to be so courteous. Hua Qi helped Lu Ming up. Tianyun, I should be thanking you. Not only did you help me win a piece of Heavenly Star Mithril, but you also suppressed the arrogance of the Decimo sword faction. It's really satisfying. The red-haired elder laughed. They wanted to kill me. I was only retaliating. Lu Ming smiled. Let's go back to the Star General Hall. The red-haired old man laughed and waved his hand. Immediately, the group returned to the Star General Hall. Count your gains first. Come here tomorrow morning to count the number of blood ant eggs. In a large hall of the General Hall, the red-haired old man instructed. Everyone nodded their heads and dispersed. When Lu Ming returned to his dorm, he hurriedly entered the Supreme Divine Palace. He couldn't wait to see what he had gained. In front of him was a pile of storage rings. There were close to 300 of them, all of which belonged to the disciples of the Decimo sword sect. Lu Ming began to take inventory. He placed 1 blood ant egg and 1 spiritual crystal. The other things were also sorted and put away. There were simply too many items. It took Lu Ming a total of 6 hours to do an inventory check. Looking at the things in front of him, Lu Ming was dumbfounded. Then he was overjoyed. The harvest was simply too great. The blood ant eggs were obtained by the disciples of the Decimo sword sect. Including the ones he obtained from the blood ant nest, there were more than 23,000 of them. Among them, there were more than 13,000 in the blood ant nest. The 300 disciples of the Decimo sword sect contributed about 10,000 of them. 23,000 eggs was a huge number. In history, no one had ever obtained so many blood ant eggs. 6 blood ant eggs could be exchanged for 1 blood refinement pill. 23,000 blood ant eggs could be exchanged for 3,800 blood refinement pills. More than 3,800 blood refinement pills. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The more he accumulated before the second bloodline awakening, the better. Lu Ming put away all the blood ant eggs in a storage ring. Then, he looked at the pile of spiritual crystals. There were a total of 620,000 spiritual crystals. Lu Ming almost drooled. Including the spiritual crystals he had before, he had more than 700,000 spiritual crystals. Robbing is still the best, Lu Ming exclaimed. Of course, this was just a thought. He would not rob for no reason. In addition to the blood ant eggs and spiritual crystals, there were other things such as various spiritual herbs, spiritual weapons, and all kinds of refining materials. However, most of them were not of high grades. A few were of level 3, while most were of level 2 and level 1. But there were so many of them, their value was shocking. Not to mention the other things, the hundreds of storage rings were worth a lot. Lu Ming planned to find a chance to clean up these miscellaneous things. After putting everything away, Lu Ming began to cultivate with satisfaction. The next day, Lu Ming went to the main hall. He found that the red-haired elder and Hua Qi were there. Tianyun, Hua Qi greeted Lu Ming with a smile. Lu Ming also smiled. In addition to them, there were a few elders from the imperial family. Soon, more than 20 students who participated in the blood ant secret realm arrived. Okay, now take out the blood ant eggs that you obtained from the blood ant secret realm and give them to the elders of the imperial family to refine blood refinement pills. Under normal circumstances, 3 blood ant eggs can be used to refine 1 blood refinement pill. According to the rules, you can exchange 6 blood ant eggs for 1 blood refinement pill. The red-haired elder explained the rules again. Everyone nodded. Then, a young man stepped forward and took out a storage ring. The storage ring lit up, and immediately, numerous red and translucent blood ant eggs appeared on the table. An elder began to count. There are 62 blood ant eggs in total. 60 of them can be exchanged for 10 blood refinement pills. The imperial family will buy the remaining 2 blood ant eggs at 300 spiritual crystals per egg. Are you willing? The imperial family elder asked. I am willing, the young man said. If one did not know how to refine blood refinement pills, it was useless to keep the blood ant eggs. It was better to sell them. 300 spiritual crystals per egg? On the side, Lu Ming gasped and his eyes were burning. He wanted to sell all the blood ant eggs. How many spiritual crystals could he get? Of course, it was just a thought. No amount of spiritual crystals was more important than blood refinement pills. Even if one had spiritual crystals, they would not be able to buy blood refinement pills in the market. Then, they counted them one by one. Most of the Star General Hall students did not obtain many blood ant eggs. They only obtained about 100 blood ant eggs. The most they obtained was slightly more than 200. However, Xianxia surprised everyone. He obtained more than 360 blood ant eggs and was temporarily ranked first. Xianxia grinned. He was able to obtain so many thanks to Lu Ming. He followed Lu Ming to hunt blood ants in the blood ant nest and obtained more than 200 blood ant eggs. Including his own, he had more than 360 blood ant eggs. Now, Tianyan, the red-haired elder said. Whoosh, whoosh. Everyone's gazes were focused on Lu Ming, looking forward to it. Lu Ming had robbed most of the Decimo Sword faction disciple storage rings. How many blood ant eggs could he obtain? Everyone was very curious. Isn't this table too small? I don't think it can fit all of them. Lu Ming looked at the table and smiled bitterly. Chapter 238. The table was not big enough? This was the first time they had heard of such a reason. Bring the table over. The red-haired old man roared with excitement written all over his face. The others immediately brought over a few tables and placed them together, occupying more than half of the hall. Lu Ming nodded slightly and took out a storage ring. Everyone stared intently at it. The storage ring glowed, and a small mountain appeared on the table. It was a small mountain of blood ant eggs. Everyone's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. So many? How many can there be? A student from the Star General Hall stuttered, almost biting his own tongue. Oh my God, isn't this too much? Could it be that Tianyan emptied the entire blood ant nest? Another young man shouted. Start counting. The elders of the imperial family came to their senses and started counting excitedly. Not long after, the number was announced. 23,153. One of the elders reported the number with a trembling voice. Hiss, gasps could be heard in the hall. Although they had expected it, they were still shocked by the number. Everyone stared at Lu Ming, dumbfounded. How many blood refining pills could he exchange for with so many blood ant eggs? 23,153 eggs can be exchanged for 3,858 eggs. There are also 5 extra blood ant eggs in exchange for spirit crystals, the elder announced, but before he could finish, he was interrupted by Hua Qi. Wait a minute. Tianyan obtained such a large number of blood ant eggs. There's no need to count so seriously. I will make the decision. Tianyan's blood ant eggs can be exchanged for 4,000 blood refining pills. Make it a round number. Hua Qi announced. Yes, 8 prince. The elder noted it down. Thank you, 8th prince. Lu Ming cupped his fists. Lu Ming would not reject the offer of more than 100 blood refining pills. Then, the royal family elder put away all of the blood ant eggs. Of course, he didn't have any blood refining pills right now. He had to wait until all the blood ant eggs were refined into blood refining pills before he could give them to Lu Ming and the others. Lu Ming wasn't afraid that the royal family would swallow his blood ant egg. Not to mention his relationship with Hua Qi. Even without this layer of relationship, the royal family wouldn't do so. Given the current situation of the royal family, they urgently needed the assistance of talents. If the royal family were to swallow the eggs of these blood ants, they would be short-sighted and digging their own grave. Therefore, Lu Ming was very relieved. Lu Ming, this time, you have completely offended the Shifang Sword sect and caused them to lose face. They will not let you off. After some time, the Shifang Sword sect will definitely send more powerful geniuses to look for you. You must be careful. Before leaving, Huaqi reminded Lu Ming in a low voice. Don't worry. Do you think I'm scared? Lu Ming said with a smile. Huaqi was stunned and then smiled. Ever since he met Lu Ming, he had never seen Lu Ming afraid of anyone. Okay, I'll wait for the good news of you killing everyone, Huaqi said with a smile and then left. After Huaqi and the others left, Lu Ming left and returned to the dormitory. I'll go to the Earth Essence Cave to consolidate my cultivation, then buy resources to break through. After returning, Lu Ming pondered for a moment and then walked towards the Earth Essence Cave. This time, he flashed Huaqi's token, and the expert guarding the entrance gave him a pile of inscription stones, allowing him to cultivate for as long as he wanted. Lu Ming was secretly delighted. He took the inscription stones and entered the Earth Essence Cave. He didn't stop and went all the way down. On the 3rd and 4th floor, there were still people sitting cross-legged, trying to snatch other people's cultivation rooms. When Lu Ming passed by, their expressions changed when they saw Lu Ming. Although it was only a day's time, the incident of Lu Ming in the Blood Ant secret realm had already spread throughout the Star General Hall. Many people knew of Tianyan's name. Lu Ming's methods shocked everyone. Lu Ming had another nickname, Ruthless. They looked at Lu Ming with eyes full of awe. Lu Ming only glanced at them casually and continued to go down. When he reached the 5th floor, Lu Ming still didn't stop and continued to go down to the 6th floor. The fire attribute spiritual qi on the 6th floor was several times denser than the 5th floor. Lu Ming opened a secret room, walked in, and began to cultivate. Lu Ming's cultivation had skyrocketed after devouring the blood essence of the blood ant. His foundation was a little unstable, so he could use the fire attribute spiritual qi to stabilize his foundation. 10 days later, Lu Ming's foundation was incomparably stable. It was impregnable and flawless. At this moment, Lu Ming walked out of the Earth Essence Cave. Anyway, he could cultivate at any time. Lu Ming didn't care how long he cultivated. After walking out of the Earth Essence Cave, Lu Ming walked out of the Star General Hall and walked towards the largest market in the Imperial capital. The market in the Imperial capital was incomparably huge and occupied a vast area. Here, there were many shops and merchant associations. There were even many merchant associations that were not native to the Blazing Sun Empire. They came from other empires and brought some of their specialties. There were 36 empires near the Cloud Emperor mountain range. The Blazing Sun Empire was just an inferior empire. Therefore, the market in the imperial capital was filled with people at all times. Lu Ming walked on the streets of the market. There were too many things for his eyes to take in as he looked left and right. Soon, Lu Ming came to a 5-story building that occupied a large area. 100 Treasures Pavilion. The 3 words inlaid in gold were extraordinary. Lu Ming pondered for a moment and walked in. Young master, is there anything I can help you with? As soon as Lu Ming walked into the 100 Treasures Pavilion, a sweet-looking girl came up to him. Now, Lu Ming had an extraordinary aura. Although he was wearing ordinary clothes, just by standing there casually, he exuded an extraordinary aura that no one dared to ignore. Naturally, the girl was very attentive. I'm here to buy some demonic beast blood essence. Lu Ming smiled. Buy demonic beast blood essence. The sweet-looking girl was delighted. Demonic beast blood essence was usually used to refine weapons or elixirs. It was very valuable. Those who could buy it were usually big customers. Young master, what grade of demonic beast blood essence are you looking for? The girl suppressed the excitement in her heart and asked. Class 9 LV3 demonic beast blood essence. Lu Ming said. Now, he was looking for Class 9 LV3 demonic beast blood essence. Those below Class 9 LV3 would not be of much help to him. Class 9 LV3? The girl suddenly let out a cry of surprise. Immediately, it attracted the attention of others. The surrounding people all looked over. Lu Ming frowned slightly. Wasn't this girl's reaction a little too big? Why? You don't have it? Lu Ming asked. The girl covered her mouth and looked around. When she heard Lu Ming's words, she hurriedly nodded and said, Yes, yes, young master. Class 9 LV3 demonic beast blood essence is very precious. Young master, please follow me to the guest room. I'll ask the shopkeeper to come over. All right. Lu Ming nodded. It was fine as long as she had it. He followed the girl to a guest room at the back. Naturally, someone had already brewed the best tea. After a while, a chubby shopkeeper came in with a face full of smiles. He cupped his fists and said, "Young master, I heard that you're looking for Class 9 LV3 Demonic Beast Blood Essence." Chapter 239. Young master, the Class 9 LV3 Demonic Beast Essence Blood is expensive. The shopkeeper smiled. "Oh, how many spiritual crystals for one?" Lu Ming asked. "A Class 9 LV3 Demonic Beast's Essence Blood costs 25,000 spiritual crystals." The shopkeeper replied. Hiss. Even though Lu Ming was mentally prepared, he still took a deep breath. A Class 9 LV3 Demonic Beast's Essence Blood costs 25,000 spiritual crystals. That was too terrifying. Young master, the higher the level of the Demonic Beast's Essence Blood, the harder it is to collect it. Moreover, the cost of storing it is very high. This price is not high, the shopkeeper explained. Lu Ming nodded. He certainly understood this. How many essence blood do you need? The shopkeeper asked. 20 essence blood for now. Lu Ming thought for a while and said, "What? 20? 20 essence blood?" The shopkeeper exclaimed as the fat on his face trembled. "What? You don't have that many?" Lu Ming frowned and asked. Yes, absolutely." The shopkeeper shouted excitedly. He knew that he had a big customer today. Normally, inscriptionists would only buy a few essence blood to refine pills or refine equipment. How could they buy so many? Moreover, only inscriptionists above the martial ancestor realm would buy the essence blood of a Class 9 LV3 demonic beast. It was very rare to buy 20 essence blood of a Class 9 LV3 demonic beast in one go. The shopkeeper's heart trembled with excitement. "I'll send someone to get it right away," the shopkeeper shouted and then sent someone to get it. "Shopkeeper, how much is a Class 9 LV3 monster core?" Lu Ming asked. "You still want to buy monster cores?" The shopkeeper was even more delighted and quickly replied. "A Class 9 LV3 monster core is much cheaper than a demonic beast essence blood because it is convenient to store and contains more impurities than a demonic beast essence blood. Generally, it is 1/5 of the price of a demonic beast essence blood of the same level. A Class 9 LV3 monster core costs about 5,000 spiritual crystals." "All right, give me 30 monster cores," Lu Ming said without hesitation. "All right, please wait for a moment. I'll send someone to deliver it right away." After saying that, the shopkeeper hurriedly got up and walked out. After a while, the shopkeeper walked in with a few young girls carrying a few J-boxes. "Young master, here's the blood essence and Yao core you want," the shopkeeper said with a smile. Lu Ming took a look and saw 20 portions of Class 9 LV3 demonic beast blood essence and 30 Class 9 LV3 demonic beast cores. Lu Ming nodded with satisfaction. Then, he took out a storage ring and handed it to the shopkeeper. "Shopkeeper, here are 650,000 spirit crystals. Please count them." The shopkeeper took the ring and scanned it with his consciousness. His smile became even brighter as he said, "Young master, since you bought so many items at once, we have a discount. This time, we only charge you 600,000 spiritual crystals. Also, this is our store's VIP card. As long as young master comes again, all of your items will be 20% off." The shopkeeper took out a golden VIP card and 50,000 spirit crystals and handed them to Lu Ming. "Thank you." Lu Ming was overjoyed and accepted it without hesitation. Lu Ming would not hesitate to accept it since he could save 50,000 spirit crystals. Also, he would get a 20% discount when he came again. Lu Ming was very tempted. With a wave of his hand, he kept the blood essence and Yao core. At the side, a few beautiful young girls looked at Lu Ming with sparkles in their eyes. He had spent 600,000 spirit crystals in one go. In their hearts, Lu Ming was a high and mighty figure. It would be great if we could get the attention of such a figure, the young girls thought to themselves. However, they knew that it was impossible. How could someone like Lu Ming be interested in them? Shopkeeper, I'll take my leave. Lu Ming cupped his fists and left. Lu Ming did not feel the pinch of spending 600,000 spirit crystals in one go. After all, he had gotten them from the Decimo Sword Faction disciples. After returning to the dormitory, Lu Ming entered the Temple of Paragon and could not wait to start cultivating. First, Lu Ming controlled his bloodline and swallowed a Class 9 LV, 3 demonic beasts' blood essence. He then started refining it. This time, Lu Ming did not use it to increase his cultivation. Instead, he used all the energy in the blood essence to increase his bloodline grade. The Yao core was enough for him to increase his cultivation. 2 hours later, the blood essence was completely refined. There were 6 blood-red chakras in his bloodline. They were extremely dazzling, but the 7th chakra was not born. In addition to the blood essence of the 3 blood ants, Su Mo had swallowed 4 Class 9 LV, 3 demonic beast blood essence. However, his bloodline grade had not increased. This showed how difficult it was to increase his bloodline grade. Then, Lu Ming took out another Class 9 LV, 3 demonic beasts blood essence, and started swallowing it. After swallowing it, he took out another one. Just like that, Su Mo swallowed 15 demonic beast blood essences and used them all to increase his bloodline grade. Suddenly, his bloodline trembled and the 7th blood-red chakra was born. When the 7th blood-red chakra was born, the spirit-devouring bloodline that was like a long snake roared to the sky. Its body shone brightly and expanded rapidly. It became thicker and longer. In the end, it turned into a giant python that was about 10 meters long. It floated above Lu Ming's head. It evolved. The spirit-devouring bloodline evolved again. Lu Ming was overjoyed. The spirit-devouring bloodline had evolved once when it was promoted to level 4. At that time, it had evolved from finger-sized worm to a small snake. Now, it had evolved from small snake to a giant python. What would it become after the next evolution? Lu Ming was looking forward to it. The giant python roared and opened its mouth. A powerful devouring power burst out. The devouring power was several times stronger than before. Continue to devour. Lu Ming took out another demonic beast's blood essence. But this time, it only took him half an hour to completely refine it. The 7th chakra became brighter. Then, Lu Ming refined the remaining 4 demonic beasts' blood essences in one breath. I wonder how much demonic beast blood essence I need to increase my bloodline grade to level 8. Lu Ming sighed inwardly. Then, Lu Ming took out a monster core and began to devour and refine it. Monster cores were much more troublesome to refine than blood essence. But now, the devouring power of the spirit-devouring bloodline had greatly increased. It did not take much time to refine it. In 3 hours, he had refined one. Lu Ming's cultivation had improved, but not by much. He continued to refine it. After refining 5, Lu Ming's cultivation had entered the middle stage of level 6 Martial Master from the early stage of level 6 Martial Master. The energy needed to improve was much greater than Lu Ming had imagined. Continue. In the next 3 days, Lu Ming had refined a total of 20 monster cores. Lu Ming's cultivation had reached the peak of level 6 Martial Master. He was only one step away from breaking through to level 7 Martial Master. But at this point, Lu Ming had refined several monster cores, but it was to no avail. It was difficult for him to break through to level 7 Martial Master. Lu Ming knew that he had encountered a bottleneck. During this period of time, he had improved too quickly and his cultivation could not keep up. Chapter 240. Lu Ming walked out of the Temple of Paragon and the dormitory. Big Brother Tianyun. The moment he walked out of the dormitory, he bumped into Ming Peak. Ming Peak. Lu Ming smiled. Big Brother Tianyun, my elder brother asked me to go to the D-Tian battle arena with him. Do you want to come along? Ming Peak asked. D-Tian fighting arena. Lu Ming's eyes flashed, revealing a hint of interest. The D-Tian battle arena was very famous. It could be said that everyone knew about it. This was because it wasn't built by any force in the Blazing Sun Empire. The Dtion Battle Arena was built by the Dtion Divine Palace. The Dtion Divine Palace was an unimaginably powerful force. Not to mention the Blazing Sun Empire. Even the 36 empires of Emperor Yun were trash in front of the Dtion Divine Palace. The Dtion Divine Palace was an extremely powerful force in the entire Divine Wilderness continent. The Dtion battle arenas built by the Dtion Divine Palace were scattered all over the Divine Wilderness continent. There were countless of them. Among the 36 empires of Emperor Yun, there was only one imperial capital that had a Dtion battle arena. In the Dtion battle arena, one could fight and kill at will. Furthermore, one could earn a lot of spiritual crystals. This was a martial artist's heaven and hell. In this place, one's life was worthless. However, as long as one had the strength, one could win glory and wealth. Lu Ming wanted to train himself. Perhaps the Dtion battle arena was a good place to go. Let's go and find your elder brother. Lu Ming smiled. Let's go. Ming Peak was overjoyed. He went to find Miangcheng with Lu Ming. When Miangcheng saw Lu Ming, he was naturally overjoyed. The three of them headed towards the Dtion battle arena. The Dtion battle arena was located in the south of the imperial capital. From the outside, the Dtion battle arena was an oval-shaped building that was over 100 meters tall. There were guards at the entrance of the Dtion battle arena. In order to enter the Dtion martial arena, everyone had to pay 10 spirit crystals. This was the arena set up by the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. No one dared to disobey. Even the people from the 10 Direction Sword Sect had to behave themselves in the Emperor Heaven arena. The omnidirectional Sword Sect seemed powerful, but that was only in the Burning Sun Empire. Against a power like the Emperor Heaven Deity Palace, the difference between them and the Emperor Heaven Deity Palace was unimaginable. Perhaps any random servant from the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace would be able to destroy the 10 Directions Sword Sect with a flick of his finger. After each of them handed over 10 spirit crystals, the three of them walked into the Dtion martial arena. When they walked in, they realized that the Dtion battle arena was much larger than they had imagined. The surroundings of the Dtion martial arena were densely packed with spectator stands. There were at least tens of levels, and it wouldn't be a problem to accommodate hundreds of thousands of spectators. In the center of the arena, there was a battle platform that was 200 meters long and wide. At this moment, there were two figures fighting fiercely in the fighting ring. Shouts and cheers were heard all around. Lu Ming glanced over and saw that the crowd on the spectator stands wasn't very dense. However, Lu Ming estimated that there were at least tens of thousands of people. Lu Ming sighed inwardly. The Dtion martial arena was really profitable. Even if there were only tens of thousands of spectators each day, the daily income would be hundreds of thousands of spirit crystals. Kill. On the battle platform, two middle-aged men were filled with killing intent. They roared and charged toward each other. Boom! Boom! Both of them were first-stage martial grandmasters. After exchanging tens of blows, the yellow-robed man won and chopped off his opponent's head. Haha, I've finally achieved 6 consecutive victories. The yellow-robed man laughed. 6 consecutive victories? There should be a reward of 100 spirit crystals. Lu Ming thought to himself. According to the rules of the Dtion martial arena, anyone could go up to the stage and challenge someone as long as they paid 50 spirit crystals. At the beginning, it was a battle between people of the same level. For the first 5 battles, it was very casual. You could challenge anyone and there wouldn't be any rewards. From the 6th battle onwards, the Dtion martial arena would arrange for stronger opponents. If you won, there would be a reward of 100 spirit crystals. For 6 consecutive victories, there would be 100 spirit crystals. For 7 consecutive victories, there would be 200 spirit crystals. For 8 consecutive victories, there would be 500 spirit crystals. After 10 consecutive victories, there would be a reward of 2,000 spirit crystals. After 10 consecutive victories, if you wanted to continue, you wouldn't be able to challenge people of the same level. Instead, you would have to challenge people of a higher level. Furthermore, the Dtion martial arena wouldn't allow you to challenge people of a higher level. They would arrange for stronger opponents. For 1 consecutive victory, there would be a reward of 5,000 spirit crystals. For 2 consecutive victories, there would be a reward of 10,000 spirit crystals. For 3 consecutive victories, there would be a reward of 20,000 spirit crystals. For each consecutive victory, there would be an additional 10,000 spirit crystals. For 10 consecutive victories, there would be a reward of 90,000 spirit crystals. If you wanted to continue, you would have to challenge people of 2 levels higher. Of course, the rewards would be even better. For 1 consecutive victory, there would be a reward of 100,000 spirit crystals. For each consecutive victory, there would be an additional 100,000 spirit crystals. If you could win 10 consecutive victories, there would be a reward of 1,000,000 spirit crystals. It was extremely terrifying. The more levels one could surpass, the more terrifying the reward. This would naturally attract countless geniuses to come and challenge them. Do you want to continue? In the battle arena, the judge of the Detion martial arena asked. Yes, of course. The yellow-robed man was filled with confidence. All right, I'll arrange it, the judge said. After a while, a white-haired elder walked onto the battle arena. He was also a first-stage martial master. Boom! Without saying anything else, the 2 of them started fighting. However, this time, the elder was clearly superior. After about 100 moves, he sent the yellow-robed man flying with a punch, causing him to vomit blood. I admit defeat, the yellow-robed man hurriedly shouted. In the Detion martial arena, one could kill as they wished. If one didn't admit defeat, only death awaited them. The yellow-robed man admitted defeat, and the white-haired elder also stopped. After that, the yellow-robed man received his reward of 100 spirit crystals and left the battle arena. The white-haired elder also left the battle arena. Is there anyone else who wants to challenge me? The judge roared as he scanned the arena. I'll do it. A young man in his 20s jumped onto the battle arena. He registered and paid 50 spirit crystals. My cultivation is a second-stage martial master. Is there anyone who wants to spar with me? The young man scanned the arena and shouted, I'll spar with you. A muscular man jumped onto the battle arena and started fighting with the young man. However, he was defeated after a dozen moves. After that, more and more people went up to challenge him, but they were all defeated by the young man. Obviously, this young man was a genius with incredible strength. 5 people have been defeated by him in a row. 5 consecutive victories. The young man easily obtained 5 consecutive victories. Is there anyone else who wants to challenge me? The young man was in high spirits. However, no one went up for a while. After a while, an old woman finally jumped onto the battle arena. We want to test your strength, the judge said. The old woman nodded and followed the judge into a stone door at the side. After 5 consecutive victories, the Detion martial arena wouldn't allow anyone to challenge anyone. They would test each opponent's strength. Those who weren't strong enough weren't qualified to challenge anyone. Otherwise, as long as someone colluded with a group of people, they could easily win the battle and obtain the reward. If that was the case, the Detion martial arena would suffer a huge loss. Furthermore, if that was the case, there wouldn't be anything worth watching. Chapter 241. Therefore, only those who passed the test and were strong enough could go up to challenge. Or those who had historical records in the Detion martial arena, such as those who had won 6 consecutive battles, could go up to challenge those who were about to win 6 consecutive battles. There was no need to take the test. Not long after, the old woman passed the test and appeared on the stage. Kill! Kill! The spectators in the spectators' stands roared and looked at the stage with anticipation. They needed to see a bloody battle. Only then would it be exciting. Kill! On the stage, the young man and the old woman were stirred up by the surrounding atmosphere. They roared and charged at each other. The young man used a sword, while the old woman used a slender saber. The 2 of them engaged in an intense battle. The old woman's saber technique was extremely sharp and experienced. Her attacks were ruthless. In just 20 moves, the young man was no match for her. Just as the young man was about to admit defeat, the old woman's saber light suddenly sped up. Poochie! Before the young man could say anything, his head was chopped off by the old woman's saber light. Good. Exciting. The spectator stands were in an uproar. They were extremely excited. You killed this person and replaced him to win 6 consecutive battles. Now, do you still want to continue? On the stage, the judge asked the old woman. Continue, the old woman said. This old woman was very powerful. It was obvious that she had cultivated for many years. Her mastery of martial arts was very high. She won 3 consecutive battles and then 3 consecutive battles. She had won 9 consecutive battles. At this moment, the old woman shook her head, indicating that she didn't want to continue. The more she challenged, the stronger the people below would be. She wasn't confident anymore. The spectators were disappointed. They naturally wanted to continue watching because the further down the stage, the more exciting the battle would be. The old woman received 1,000 spirit crystals and left the stage. Who wants to challenge next? The judge's voice echoed throughout the arena. I'll go and have some fun. At this moment, Lu Ming stood up and smiled. Big brother Tianyan, are you going to make a move? Ming Peek's eyes were filled with excitement. Miangqing was also looking forward to it. They weren't worried about Lu Ming at all. They didn't believe that Lu Ming would lose in a battle of the same level. Lu Ming smiled. He strode forward and went up to the fighting ring. When the judge saw that someone had stepped onto the stage, he smiled and said, "Little brother, please register your cultivation and pay the fee." Lu Ming nodded and took out 50 spirit crystals to register. I am a 6th level martial master. Who want to fight me? Lu Ming scanned the surroundings. His voice was not loud, but it spread throughout the entire area. What? 6th level martial master. So young? Most of the spectators in the stands were shocked. The spectators in the stands came from all over the imperial capital. Most of them did not know Lu Ming. Could it be a top genius from the 5 great sects? Someone muttered. For a moment, no one went up. The younger they were, the higher their cultivation. Generally, they were geniuses and their combat strength was difficult to measure. They didn't want to die in vain. I know him. His name is Tianyun, a peerless genius from the Star General Hall. He is extremely powerful. Half a month ago, in the Blood Ant's secret realm, he killed Xianxia, a peerless genius from the Shifang Sword sect. He snatched the storage rings of most of the disciples of the Shifang Sword sect alone. Someone shouted, "It's him? So he is Tianyun." There were exclamations in the stands. In the past half a month, Tianyun's name had spread throughout the imperial capital. The incident in the Blood Ant's secret realm had also spread throughout the imperial capital. How can such a genius fight in a battle of the same level? Yes. Someone sighed. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. He didn't expect that being too famous was not a good thing. Now, no one even wanted to fight. Who wants to fight me? Lu Ming shouted again. But still, no one went up. After a while, a burly man stood up and said, "Young Master Tianyun, I will fight with you, but we will only spar. How about it?" Okay. Lu Ming was overjoyed and quickly agreed. He wasn't a bloodthirsty person. He didn't have to fight to the death. As long as someone went up, he would be satisfied. The burly man moved and went up to the fighting ring, standing opposite Lu Ming. This is going to be interesting. The spectators in the stands were looking forward to it. Although Tianyun's name had spread throughout the imperial capital recently, there were still very few who had seen Lu Ming fight with their own eyes. Naturally, everyone was looking forward to it. A large saber appeared in the middle-aged man's hand as he looked at Lu Ming cautiously. Lu Ming stood calmly with a long spear in his hand. Bang! The middle-aged, burly man didn't hesitate and launched an attack. As soon as he attacked, he slashed out 18 times in a row, each faster than the last. The saber light whistled and blocked Lu Ming's path. Lu Ming wasn't in a hurry to attack. He used the high air steps, and his figure flashed, leaving the range of the burly man's attack. Again, the burly man roared and attacked like a tide. Layers of snow-white saber light attacked Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming's face was calm and indifferent. His body was like moving clouds and flowing water. He swayed slightly, causing the burly man's saber light to miss. Whoosh! Suddenly, The long spear in Lu Ming's hand stabbed at the burly man's saber light. With such a casual stab, the burly man's saber light disappeared, and his body was like a thug. How could this be? The burly man shouted. Lu Ming didn't use much strength. He just casually stabbed with his spear, and his saber art was broken. He found it hard to accept. Your saber art is a lower profound level saber art. It should be a combination of hardness and softness. However, you blindly pursued speed and power, which made it inferior. Therefore, your saber art has been stuck at the 4th level. It's difficult to break through the 5th level. Lu Ming enunciated each word slowly. However, when the middle-aged man heard this, it was like a bolt from the blue. He was stunned. His eyes kept flickering as if he was thinking about something. After a while, the middle-aged man was overjoyed. He suddenly slashed out with the saber in his hand. In an instant, 27 saber lights appeared. They were extremely dazzling and stronger than before. My saber art has broken through. The middle-aged man laughed and then looked at Lu Ming. He suddenly cupped his fist and bowed deeply. Thank you, young Master Tianyin, for your guidance. Otherwise, I don't know when my saber art would have broken through. Young Master Tianyin is a genius. I admire you so much. You're welcome. It's your own comprehension that allowed you to break through. I was just throwing a brick to attract more jade. Lu Ming smiled slightly. Now, Lu Ming had even succeeded in cultivating an earth-level martial art. Naturally, his vision was different. The middle-aged man only cultivated a lower profound level martial art. Although Lu Ming didn't cultivate saber art, his vision was there for all to see. When a middle-aged man attacked continuously, Lu Ming saw the weaknesses and shortcomings of his saber art. He casually gave a few pointers. He didn't expect the middle-aged man's saber art to break through in one fell swoop. No matter what, I'm very grateful for young Master Tianyin's kindness. The middle-aged man bowed again and then turned to leave the fighting ring. It was obvious that he had admitted defeat. The audience in the stands was dumbfounded. How could this be? Chapter 242. The old man looked at Lu Ming expectantly. Lu Ming was young, but his understanding of martial arts was shockingly high. Just now, he had given the burly man a few pointers and helped him break through. This made the old man's heart burn with excitement. Nestle, Xiangmu is too cunning. He actually beat me to it. Damn it, don't fight with me. It's my turn next. Your turn? Why? Young Master Tianyin uses a long spear, and so do I. It's my turn for the next match. It's my turn. On the spectator's stand, several 6-layer martial master experts began to fight. The others were dumbfounded. These people were fighting to challenge Lu Ming, not because Lu Ming was too weak, but because he was too strong. Such a thing was unheard of. Lu Ming himself was in a daze. However, he was not worried that no one would accept his challenge. Please. Lu Ming cupped his fists and said to the old man, Please enlighten me. The old man cupped his fists and a long sword appeared. Swoosh! The sword light pierced through the air and charged toward Lu Ming. Just like before, Lu Ming did not rush to fight back. He dodged the attack with his movement skill while observing the old man's swordsmanship. After more than 30 moves, Lu Ming's casual spear attack broke the old man's swordsmanship and forced him to retreat. However, the old man was not depressed. Instead, he looked at Lu Ming with excitement and hope. Lu Ming pondered for a while and explained the flaws of the old man's swordsmanship according to what he had observed and his own understanding. After listening, the elder savored it carefully. He was ecstatic and his face was full of excitement. He bowed respectfully to Lu Ming and said, Thank you for your guidance, young Master Tianyin. Senior, you're welcome, Lu Ming said with a smile. Then, the old man walked down the fighting ring with satisfaction. Mr. Tianyin, I'm here to learn from you. As soon as the old man walked down the fighting ring, a burly man rushed up. It's my turn. On the other side, someone also rushed up the fighting ring. It's my turn. Get out of here. You're the one who should get out. The two of them roared with killing intent and were about to start a fight. The surrounding crowd was dumbstruck, and so was Lu Ming. Stop. If you want to challenge him, come one by one. Otherwise, you're disqualified. The judge shouted with a speechless expression. He had been in charge of the Dition battle arena for many years, but this was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Judge, I'm the one who challenged. The burly man shouted. Nonsense, it's me. The other person didn't back down either. All right, you go first. You're the last one. The referee's face darkened as he pointed at the middle-aged man. The burly man was burly man. The other person stood at the side, unwilling. The burly man jumped onto the fighting ring and cupped his fists at Lu Ming. He said respectfully, Mr. Tianyin, I also use a spear. Please give me some pointers. A long spear appeared in the burly man's hand. Please. Lu Ming smiled. Instantly, the middle-aged, burly man collected his thoughts and shook his long spear. More than 10 spear flowers appeared in the air. Beams of spear gleams shot toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming did the same and dodged dozens of attacks. He allowed the burly man to use his strongest martial skill and defeated him easily. He pointed out his weakness. The burly man was overjoyed and left with gratitude. Then, the other person went up and Lu Ming did the same. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming won 5 consecutive battles. However, Lu Ming's 5-match winning streak was completely different from others. Every time his opponents lost, they would leave after thanking him profusely. Anything can happen to this Tianyin. Yang Cheng sighed. Ming Peak nodded in agreement. After 5 consecutive victories, it was time for the 6th battle. A famous expert went up for the 6th battle. This expert had won 6 consecutive battles in the Dition battle arena. With such a record, he didn't need to be tested and could directly fight. However, this person was still very polite to Lu Ming. He knew that he wasn't a match for Lu Ming. He came up with the intention of asking Lu Ming for pointers. Mr. Tianyin, please give me some pointers. This person was also very polite. Lu Ming nodded. In the end, there was naturally no suspense. Lu Ming defeated his opponent easily and gave him some pointers. 6 consecutive victories, 7 consecutive victories, 8 consecutive victories. Soon, Lu Ming won 10 consecutive battles. His 10 consecutive victories were easily won, and he didn't even injure a single person. Tianyin, you have won 10 consecutive battles. If you continue, you'll have to challenge an expert of the 7th stage of the Martial Master Realm. Do you still want to continue? The judge looked at Lu Ming and asked. Continue. Lu Ming nodded without hesitation. The audience was filled with anticipation. How much could Lu Ming achieve by challenging someone of a higher stage? How many consecutive victories could he achieve? The Dition battle arena wouldn't allow an ordinary 7th stage martial master to challenge someone of a higher stage. Those who went up would definitely be experts of the 7th stage. All right, the judge nodded and looked around. Is there a 7th stage martial master realm expert who wants to challenge Tianyin? Let me. Just as the judge finished speaking, a young man in his 30s stood up and went up the stage. Yang Tai, you could directly fight. When the judge saw this young man, he didn't let him test his strength. It was obvious that this person was quite famous in the Dition battle arena and was recognized by the judge. Tianyin, go ahead. I'm not someone those 6th-stage martial master realm experts can compare to. Yang Tai was very confident as he looked at Lu Ming. Please. Lu Ming smiled. Boom. Yang Tai exploded with all his strength. The long spear in his hand emitted a bright light as it pierced towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming's long spear shook and the body of the spear vibrated. There was a terrifying fluctuation in the air and a terrifying shock wave charged toward Yang Tai. Bang! Yang Tai was hit by the shock wave and his body was like a cannonball. He was sent flying and heavily fell off the stage. CSI, the entire arena was filled with gasps. One move, just one move. He didn't even use any martial skills. He just shook his spear and sent Yang Tai flying off the stage. Strength, powerful strength. In the previous 10 matches, Lu Ming was very polite. He defeated his opponent after a few dozen moves and didn't show any powerful strength. This made some people forget about Lu Ming's strength. Now, they finally remembered that Lu Ming's strength was extremely terrifying. Yang Tai struggled to get up and looked at Lu Ming in shock before he staggered away. Then, the challenges continued. Consecutive wins, an unstoppable winning streak. In less than an hour, Lu Ming had already obtained 7 consecutive wins. The entire arena was filled with excited discussions. 7 wins in a row. Do you guys think Tianyin can achieve 10 wins in a row? It's hard to say. At this stage, the DTon Battle Arena won't be able to sit still and will send out a true expert. Until now, the DTon Battle Arena hasn't sent out a death fighter. Chapter 243. There were 2 main types of challenges. One was to pick an opponent on the spot. If there were no challengers, the DTon Fighting Arena would send out experts. The DTon Fighting Arena's strength was unfathomable. Naturally, they had raised a group of experts. The experts sent out by the DTon Fighting Arena were known as Death Fighters. Just from a name, one would know that Death Fighters were powerful people who didn't fear death. When they attacked, there would definitely be blood. Tianyin, wait a moment, the judge said to Lu Ming. Lu Ming nodded. At the highest point of the DTon Fighting Arena, there was a luxurious room. There was a window in the room that allowed one to see the entire DTon Fighting Arena. At this moment, there were a few old men watching. This Tianyin is very powerful. It's time to send out a death fighter. One of the old men in black said. That's right. However, normal death fighters are definitely not Tianyin's match. I suggest that we let number 18 go first. If number 18 can't win, number 17 will go. Another old man said. I agree. I agree too. The other old men nodded. Then they passed down the order. Not long after, a tall and muscular man with scars all over his body rushed onto the fighting arena. The man's body was filled with killing intent. His eyes were like that of a wild beast as he stared at Lu Ming. There were 2 words carved on the man's face. Number 18. Number 18. It's the DTon Fighting Arena's death fighter. Number 18. When the audience saw this man, they all exclaimed. Rumor has it that within the death fighters of the DTon Battle Arena, only those with extremely strong battle strength have the qualifications to carve words on their faces. Rumor has it that within the DTon Battle Arena, there are 5 strongest people within the 7th layer of the Martial Master Realm. They are respectively from 16 to 20. It seems like the DTon Fighting Arena values Tianyin a lot. Nonsense. If Tianyin were to win 10 times in a row, he would have to pay 90,000 spirit crystals. How could the DTon Fighting Arena let Tianyin win so easily? That's true. Amazing. The 10 spiritual crystals I spent today were worth it. I bet those who didn't come will regret it to death. Lu Ming's gaze shifted slightly as he looked at 18. Lu Ming felt a strong, murderous aura from the other party. DTon's gladiator? Things are finally getting interesting. The corners of Lu Ming's mouth curled up into a smile, and a hint of battle intent appeared in his eyes. Tianyin, you have to be careful. 18 won't show any mercy. For a genius like Lu Ming, the referee was quite kind and gave him a reminder. Thank you, Lu Ming said with a smile. All right, let's begin, the referee announced. Roar. Following the referee's announcement, 18 let out a beast-like roar. With a wave of her hand, a meteor hammer appeared in her hand. The meteor hammer emitted a terrifying whistling sound as it bombarded Lu Ming. The meteor hammer was a strange weapon. It was very difficult to master, but once it was mastered, its power was also very strong. The meteor hammer was really like a meteor as it bombarded Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming didn't dodge. Instead, he stabbed out with his spear. Ding! The tip of the spear accurately pierced the meteor hammer, producing a deafening sound. The spear didn't move at all, but the meteor hammer flew back at an even faster speed than before. 18's ferocious expression changed drastically. He leaped into the air and dodged the meteor hammer. The meteor hammer smashed into the battle stage, causing a loud explosion. If it wasn't for the fact that the battle stage was protected by the DTon battle stage's experts, the battle stage would have exploded. 18's combat strength is probably comparable to an ordinary LV8 martial grandmaster. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. However, an ordinary LV8 Martial Grandmaster was nothing in front of Lu Ming. Whoosh! After that, Lu Ming took a step forward. Like a ghost, he appeared in front of 18 and swept his spear at her. Boom! 18 used the iron chain to block, but it was useless. Lu Ming's spear directly hit her body. She flew hundreds of meters away with the meteor hammer before stopping. Victory! Tianyin won. It was a clean victory. The audience looked at Lu Ming in shock. They weren't surprised that Lu Ming won. However, they were shocked that Lu Ming won so easily. At the highest point of Tian's gladiator arena, a few elders were watching with sparkling eyes. This Tianyin is definitely a peerless genius. He's a demon-level peerless genius. Only other peerless geniuses who are one level higher than him can fight with him. It's hard for others to stop him. An elder sighed. That's right. This Tianyin, I feel that he hasn't used most of his strength. Even if 16 goes up, she won't be his match. Then let him win 10 times in a row? Of course, this is a good thing. When the time comes, we'll be the ones to earn the most. That's right. Let's let 17 and 16 go up. Not only were the elders not unhappy, but their faces were filled with joy. Next, a man with the number 17 carved on his face went up. He was still no match for Lu Ming. 9 wins in a row. After 9 wins, a lady in her 20s went up. This lady had the number 16 carved on her face. This lady was much stronger than 17 and 18. She had actually comprehended the force. Unfortunately, compared to Yang Zietian, she was still a lot weaker. She wasn't Lu Ming's match at all. Lu Ming unleashed his fire force and defeated his opponent easily. 10 wins in a row. Lu Ming won 10 times in a row. According to the rules, he would be rewarded with 90,000 spiritual crystals. Tianyin, do you want to continue? The judge looked at Lu Ming and asked. At this moment, everyone's eyes were on Lu Ming. Their eyes were filled with anticipation. If he continued, he would have to fight someone 2 levels above him. Although it was rare to win 10 times in a row, there would still be one every once in a while. However, it was rare to be able to win against someone 2 levels above him. If he could win 10 times in a row, he would be rewarded with 100,000 spiritual crystals. For every additional win, he would be rewarded with another 100,000 spiritual crystals. How tempting was that? However, there were only a few people who could get it. The current 6 heroes of the Burning Sun Empire were all geniuses who had won 2 times in a row. Among the 6 heroes, 5 of them had won 4 times in a row. Only Qiu Changkong, the leader of the 6 heroes, the peerless genius of the 10 Direction Sword faction, had managed to achieve a record of 7 consecutive victories. This was the highest record in the Burning Sun Empire in the past 100 years. Would Tianyin accept it? I choose to continue. Lu Ming said without hesitation. 10 wins in a row for only 90,000 spiritual crystals was too little. Lu Ming's goal was to win 2 levels above him. Those rewards were what tempted Lu Ming. He wouldn't miss it. Whoosh! The scene was in an uproar. Everyone was excited. Tianyin had agreed to continue the challenge. There would be a good show to watch. Challenging someone 2 levels higher was not something that could be seen often. It was extremely rare. Seeing that Lu Ming had agreed, a happy smile appeared on the referee's face. He said, Tianyin, we need to arrange for people to challenge someone 2 levels above us. We can't do it immediately. We have to do it in 3 days. Are you willing? Chapter 244. All right, let's continue the challenge 3 days later. The judge revealed a happy smile and clasped his fist to the crowd. Everyone, the day after tomorrow will be the Dtian Auction House's half-yearly auction. I hope that everyone will be able to attend. Today's challenge shall end here. Auction House. Lu Ming was startled and showed a hint of interest. Then, he walked down the fighting stage. Brother Tianyin, I admire you more and more. Do your best 3 days later and break the record of the 6 heroes of the Scorching Sun Empire. Your name will spread throughout the Scorching Sun Empire. Ming Feng couldn't wait to run over and said excitedly as soon as he got off the fighting ring. Lu Ming smiled. Among the 6 heroes, the other 5 had achieved 4 consecutive victories with a gap of 2 levels. Xiao Changkong had achieved 7 consecutive victories with a gap of 2 levels. Could he break through? To be honest, Lu Ming didn't have the confidence. Sometimes it depended on luck. If he was 2 levels higher and encountered a genius like the 6 heroes of the Scorching Sun Empire, it would be difficult for him to win. Lu Ming shook his head and didn't think too much about it. The 3 of them left the arena and walked towards the Star General Hall. "Brother Tianyan, are you going to the D-Tian auction the day after tomorrow?" Ming Peak asked. "Of course." Lu Ming smiled. "Then let's go together. Call my sister," Ming Peak said. Lu Ming nodded and said, "Miangcheng, Ming Peak, you guys go back first. I still have something to do." "All right." Miangcheng and Ming Peak nodded and returned to the Star General Hall. Lu Ming, on the other hand, walked toward the market. The D-Tian auction was considered a side business of the D-Tian fighting arena. It would not be held frequently. Usually, it would be held once every half a year. However, every time it was held, there would be many precious treasures. Lu Ming was quite tempted, but now he had less than 200,000 spirit crystals. It was too little. If he encountered a treasure that he liked and didn't have enough spirit crystals to buy it, wouldn't he vomit blood? Therefore, Lu Ming planned to sell all the miscellaneous items that he had with him. Lu Ming had all sorts of refining materials, spirit grasses, pills, spirit weapons, and quite a few cultivation methods and martial techniques piled up into a mountain. Lu Ming didn't have much use for them. He planned to sell them all. After arriving at the market square, Lu Ming walked into the shops one by one, selling a portion of each shop. 3 hours later, Lu Ming sold all the items. More than 300,000 spiritual crystals. Those things were sold for 300,000 spiritual crystals in total. Together with the spiritual crystals he had before, he had almost 500,000 spiritual crystals. 500,000 yuan was more or less enough. After that, Lu Ming returned to the dormitory. The next day, a piece of news spread throughout the imperial capital, and it was spreading like wildfire. The Star General Hall's peerless prodigy, Tianyun, was going to challenge someone 2 ranks above him in the D-Tian martial arena. He had hopes of breaking the record of the 6 heroes of the Scorching Sun Empire. The news caused an uproar as soon as it was spread. Challenging the record of the 6 heroes of the Burning Sun tribe? No one had been able to do it in the past few years. Countless people were discussing and guessing. Lu Ming naturally heard the news as well. Lu Ming immediately thought of the D-Tian martial arena. This piece of news must have been released by the D-Tian martial arena. There was no other reason other than the fact that they wanted more people to spectate the battle 3 days later. That way, how many spiritual crystals could the D-Tian martial arena earn? Lu Ming smiled bitterly. This D-Tian martial arena was too good at seizing the opportunity to earn money. However, Lu Ming didn't mind. A day passed quickly. The next day, Lu Ming, Ming Chun, Ming Peak, and Pearl walked towards the D-Tian auction house together. The D-Tian auction house wasn't far from the D-Tian martial arena. "Young Master Tianyan, you are a VIP. Please follow me to the VIP room." When Lu Ming and the others arrived at the D-Tian auction house, a beautiful young lady welcomed Lu Ming. "VIP room?" Lu Ming and the others were stunned. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He guessed that this was the D-Tian martial arena's arrangement. Of course, he wouldn't reject it. The 4 of them followed the young lady and arrived at a VIP room. The D-Tian auction house was split into 2 parts. One was the main hall, where ordinary bidders sat. On the second level above the main hall, there were many VIP rooms that surrounded the main hall. The VIP rooms were elegant and had tea, fruits, and snacks. It was comfortable and peaceful. Those who could enter the VIP rooms represented their status. Lu Ming and the others walked into VIP room number 7. They sat in the VIP room and looked outside through the glass. The main hall was bustling with voices. There were at least 50,000 people. Furthermore, the number of people was still increasing. There are so many people. Ming Peak looked outside excitedly. The treasures later are the most important. Even if we can't afford them, it's still good to broaden our horizons. Pearl smiled. She looked at Lu Ming with a complicated expression. She understood that if it wasn't for Lu Ming, how could the 3 of them have the qualifications to enter the VIP room. Half a year ago, she had also been here, but she was only in the main hall. After a while, an old man in a white robe walked up to the high platform in front of the main hall. The main hall quietened down. "I am Du Ji, the host of this auction. Thank you for coming. Now the auction officially begins. First, let's welcome the first auction item." The white-robed old man said loudly, following which, a beautiful lady with graceful curves carried a jade plate. On the jade plate, there was a piece of red metal. Everyone, I'm sure you've already seen that this is a piece of red rock spiritual iron. It's an excellent material for refining level 4 spiritual weapons. Now, the starting price is 10,000 spiritual crystals. Every bid must be at least 1,000 spiritual crystals. Du Ji announced. 10,000 spirit crystals? So expensive. Ming Peak was speechless. This is a material that can be used to refine level 4 spiritual weapons. Of course it's expensive, Pearl said. As soon as Du Ji finished speaking, someone immediately made a bid. "I'll pay 11,000 spirit crystals. I'll pay 12,000 spirit crystals." Slowly, the price increased. In the end, it was bought by an old man at 22,000 spirit crystals. Next, there is a bottle of elixir. It is very useful for warriors in the great martial mentor realm. The starting price is 800 spirit crystals. Each bid must be at least 100 spirit crystals. Then, it was time for the second auction item. It was impossible for every item to be as expensive as the first one. It would easily cost tens of thousands of spiritual crystals. Warriors below the martial arts grandmaster realm would not be able to afford it. "I'll pay 1,000 spirit crystals. I'll pay 1,100 spirit crystals." Soon, some warriors in the great martial mentor realm began to bid. Lu Ming watched while drinking tea. Lu Ming was not interested in elixirs that could increase the cultivation of great martial mentor realm. This kind of elixir was useful for ordinary warriors, but for him, it was not very useful. It was far less effective than buying monster cores to refine. However, the others were different. They didn't have a heaven-defying bloodline like the spirit-devouring bloodline. Thus, pills that could increase one's cultivation were extremely rare for them. Soon, the price of this bottle of elixir was pushed to 2,000 spirit crystals. 2,100 spirit crystals. Pearl also began to bid. His eyes were full of desire. 2,200 spirit crystals. However, someone immediately added on. 2,300 spirit crystals. 2,500 spirit crystals. The price continued to rise. Chapter 245. 3,000 crystals. Suddenly, a clear voice rang out and spread throughout the hall. Pearl was stunned because the voice belonged to Lu Ming. Lu Ming wants this bottle of pills. Since Lu Ming had made a bid, all the more Ming Zhu would not do so. 3,100. In the hall, someone continued to bid. 4,000 crystals. Lu Ming smiled faintly and increased the price to 4,000 spirit crystals. The hall fell silent. Lu Ming bid without hesitation and increased the bid by 900 crystals. Obviously, he was determined to win. Pearl, Xianxia, and Ming Peak were also surprised. Although this bottle of elixir was not bad, it was only effective for low-level martial masters. Given Lu Ming's cultivation, it was unlikely to be of much use. He did not know why Lu Ming was so interested in it. "Is there anyone else who wants to bid?" Du Ji asked. No one bid. Then Du Ji asked 3 times, but no one bid. This bottle of pills naturally belonged to Lu Ming. After a while, a beautiful girl brought the pills in. Lu Ming took out 4,000 crystals and gave it to the girl. "Pearl, this bottle of pills is for you." Lu Ming took the pills and handed them to Pearl. For me?" Pearl was stunned. Xianxia and Ming Peak were also stunned. The pills that Lu Ming bid just now were for Pearl? "I saw that you wanted it, so I bid for it and gave it to you." Lu Ming smiled faintly. "No, I can't accept such a precious pill." Although Pearl wanted it very much, he still hurriedly refused. "You're welcome. It's just a bottle of pills." Lu Ming smiled. "Sister, just accept it. Don't waste Brother Tianyun's good intentions." Ming Feng said with a grin. He blinked his eyes at Ming Zhu with all his might. His eyes were filled with an inexplicable smile. Yes, second sister, just accept it. Miangcheng smiled like a sly old fox. Pearl's face suddenly turned red. No one knew what she was thinking. Her big eyes were watery, and her voice was as soft as a mosquito. Thank you, young Master Tianyan. Then, she took the bottle in Lu Ming's hand, and her eyes were full of joy. On the side, Miangcheng and Ming Peek grinned. They looked at Lu Ming and Pearl and nodded from time to time. What are you laughing at? Lu Ming looked at the two of them, speechlessly. He didn't think too much about it. He just bought it because Pearl wanted it. He didn't ask for a lot of spirit crystals. He just wanted to thank Pearl for helping him when he entered the Star General Hall. The auction continued. One item after another was auctioned off. Some were extremely rare, and the price went up to tens of thousands of spirit crystals. Some were only a few hundred spirit crystals. However, Lu Ming was a little disappointed. These items were of no use to him, and he wasn't interested in them. Miangcheng and Ming Peek took a fancy to a few items and participated in the auction. Soon, more than 100 items fell into the hands of different people. The next item is the last item of this auction. Of course, it's also the most precious item. At this moment, Du Ji said in a clear voice, "The finale item is about to be auctioned." The atmosphere in the auction house suddenly surged. In every auction, there would be a finale item. It was definitely a rare and precious item. Lu Ming was also a little interested. Du Ji smiled in satisfaction when he saw the atmosphere in the auction house rising. He clapped his hands, and a young girl walked up with a jade plate. The jade plate was covered with golden silk gauze. It was impossible to see what was inside. If you want to know about this treasure today, you have to know its function. As everyone knows, although the physical body is not the foundation of martial arts practice, it is still an extremely important auxiliary path. Those with a strong physical body not only have strong vitality and amazing recovery ability, but also can greatly enhance the martial arts practitioner's combat strength. There are even many other wonderful uses. Du Ji explained the uses of the physical body. Could it be a treasure that can help in the cultivation of the physical body? Lu Ming's interest was immediately aroused. Many people in the auction house were also looking forward to it. Du Ji smiled and continued. However, the cultivation of the physical body is extremely difficult. It's very slow and exhausting to rely on cultivation techniques to cultivate slowly. However, there are also shortcuts. There are many treasures in the world that can quickly temper the physical body and increase the strength of the physical body in a short period of time. These treasures have different effects. Du Ji didn't seem to be in a hurry and explained slowly. However, the others were holding back and immediately shouted, "What kind of treasure is it? Tell us." "Yes, what is it? Let's open it and see." Du Ji smiled and continued. "If you want to know, it's very simple. I'll ask you a question and you'll know. Among the treasures in the world, what is the treasure that has the greatest effect on the physical body? What treasure has the greatest effect on the physical body? Of course, it's the Khanate original liquid. Why? You don't have the Khanate original liquid here, do you?" A voice rang out, sounding somewhat incredulous. The auction house suddenly fell silent. Some were shocked, but then they secretly shook their heads. Khanate original liquid? How is that possible? It was said that the Khanate original liquid was a treasure that gathered the essence of the world and was born after millions or even tens of millions of years. Many of the Khanate original liquid were even born at the beginning of the world. It was very helpful to the physical body and was known as the best in the world. Of course, the Khanate original liquid was also divided into different grades. According to the different effects, it was divided into 4 grades: low grade, medium grade, high grade, and supreme grade. However, even if it was a low-grade Xiantian origin liquid, it was still a rare and precious treasure. The fire spirit milk that Lu Ming obtained back then could also be used to refine the physical body, but it was trash compared to the Khanate original liquid. Ha ha ha, this friend is right. This treasure is the Khanate original liquid. Du Ji laughed out loud. What? This time, The auction house was in an uproar. It was actually the Khanate original liquid, which exceeded everyone's expectations. How was that possible? It's actually the Khanate original liquid. Get it, I must get it. Countless people shouted with blazing flames in their eyes. They looked at the tray in the hands of the girl on the high platform and wanted to take it for themselves. In the 7th VIP room, Lu Ming's eyes were also burning. Miangcheng and his siblings were so shocked that their mouths were wide open. Du Ji was very satisfied with the crowd's reaction. The more enthusiastic the crowd was, the higher the price would be later. Du Ji stretched out his hand and said, "Quiet down first." The auction house suddenly fell silent. Although this treasure is the Khanate original liquid, it's only the low grade and there's not a lot of it. Du Ji said. Everyone nodded. It was normal that it was the low grade. How could a medium-grade Khanate original liquid appear in the Burning Sun Empire? Even if it appeared, not many people could afford it. At this moment, Du Ji stretched out his hand and removed the gauze on the tray, revealing a red stone ball. This is the Khanate original liquid? Chapter 246. Du Ji smiled and explained, the Xianxia original liquid is sealed in this stone orb. There aren't many of them, only 9 drops. 9 drops? That's enough, someone whispered. On the other hand, there were people who looked excited. The Xianxia original liquid was too precious. If there were too many of them, not many people could afford it. But if there were only 9 drops, they could give it a try. Moreover, even if there were only 9 drops, the effect would be amazing. I'm going to get these 9 drops of Xianxia original liquid. Lu Ming looked at the stone orb with determination. His physical body had been stuck at the perfect grade 2 for a long time. As long as he could get these 9 drops of Xianxia original liquid, his physical body would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. It would be easy for him to break through to the 3rd grade. If that was the case, his battle prowess would have a huge increase. 9 drops of Xianxia original liquid. The elders of the Dtion fighting ground have studied it, and there's no mistake. All right, let's start the auction. The starting price for each drop of Xianxia original liquid is 10,000 spiritual crystals. The starting price for 9 drops is 90,000 spiritual crystals. Every bid must be at least 5,000 spiritual crystals. Du Ji announced. CSI, many people gasped and looked dejected. Although they had expected it, they were still shocked when they heard the starting price. 90,000 spiritual crystals was enough to extinguish the fire in their hearts. 100,000 spiritual crystals. Although the price was high, it wasn't something that everyone couldn't afford. Someone immediately made a bid, and it came from a VIP room. From the voice of the 3rd VIP room. He seemed to be very young. 110,000. Immediately after, a rather old voice came from VIP room number 9. 120,000. A voice suddenly sounded in the hall. Everyone looked over and saw a tall and muscular man. 150,000. In VIP room number 3, the young voice sounded, but it was a little cold. 160,000. Immediately after, the 9th VIP room made a bid. In the hall, the muscular man's eyes flickered as he stared at the stone orb on the stage. His eyes were filled with unwillingness. But in the end, he let out a long sigh and gave up. 160,000 spiritual crystals had already exceeded all of his assets. He could only give up. 170,000. The 3rd VIP room continued to raise the price. 180,000. VIP room 9 did not give it at all. At this moment, Lu Ming did not bid. There was no need to bid now. It would be the same if he bid later. VIP room 3 and VIP room 9 were competing with each other. Soon, the price of the Xianxia origin liquid had reached a high of 250,000. At that moment, the voice in VIP room number 3 was incomparably cold. At this moment, there were 5 young men sitting in VIP room 3. However, the expressions of the 5 young men did not look good. Where did this old man come from? He actually dares to compete with senior brother He Xiaoming for treasures. He's courting death. A young man with a slightly pale face said with a murderous look, "That's right. Looks like he doesn't know that we're disciples of the Ten Directions sword sect. Another person said coldly. Among the 5 people, the one sitting in the middle was a handsome young man in a blue robe. At this moment, his face was very cold. He frowned and looked at VIP Room 9. Senior, I'm Xiaoming, a disciple of the Ten Directions sword sect. These 9 drops of Xianxian origin liquid are very useful to me. I hope you can give them to me. His words were very polite, but his voice was cold and filled with murderous intent. An extremely powerful aura spread out from VIP Room 3. This was clearly a threat. A disciple of the Ten Directions sword sect. Everyone in the hall was shocked. Their eyes were filled with fear. You're from the Chiu family of the Ten Directions sword sect. The old voice came from VIP Room 9. There was an old man sitting inside. At this moment, he was filled with fear. That's right, Xiaoming replied coldly. Fine, I'll give these 9 drops of Xianxian origin liquid to you young people. The old man in VIP Room 9 pondered for a while and finally sighed. The Ten Directions sword sect was definitely a giant in the Blazing Sun Empire. Not many people dared to offend them. The old man's withdrawal made Xiaoming smile. 250,000, 250,000. Any higher bids? Duji asked as he looked around. This is Xianxian origin liquid. It's extremely rare in the world. In the Blazing Sun Empire, it's extremely useful to the physical body. If you miss this chance, you don't know when you'll get another chance. If you want it, hurry up and bid. 250,000. Are there any higher bids? Duji tried his best to tempt the crowd. He was very unhappy with Xiaoming's performance just now, so he naturally shouted to his heart's content. This old man. Xiaoming gritted his teeth and glared at Duji. If looks could kill, Duji would have been pierced through. 300,000. Right at this moment, a clear and bright voice suddenly rang out and spread throughout the entire place, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. Someone had bid. After knowing that it was a disciple of the Ten Directions sword sect, he still dared to bid. Who was this person? Everyone's gaze immediately turned towards VIP Room 7. That's right. The person who had bid was Lu Ming. Moreover, he increased the price by 50,000, pushing the price to 300,000. 300,000. All right, this friend bids 300,000. Is there anyone who wants to bid higher? Duji was overjoyed and announced. Bam! In VIP Room 3, Xiaoming slammed his palm on the table and broke it into pieces. His face was extremely gloomy. Where did this brat come from? How dare he bid when he knows that we're disciples of the Ten Directions sword sect? Is he courting death? The pale young man roared, and his voice echoed throughout the hall. I bid 300,000 spiritual crystals. Are you going to bid or not? Lu Ming curled his lips and said calmly, You're courting death. Xiaoming finally couldn't take it anymore and shouted coldly, Brat, I'll give you 5 breaths to withdraw your bid. Otherwise, I'll make sure you die a horrible death. If you have the money, pay up. If you don't, why are you still here? Scram. This was Lu Ming's reply. It was overbearing and domineering. The entire auction hall was shocked. This mysterious person was so overbearing that he even asked the Ten Directions sword sect to scram. You. Xiaoming's face turned pale. A powerful aura spread out and shrouded VIP Room 7. Brat, I'll kill you now. Xiaoming roared. You can try me. Lu Ming replied in a domineering manner. Although Duji's cultivation was at the 8th grade martial master realm, why would Lu Ming be afraid of him? Die! Xiaoming roared as he walked out of the VIP room and was about to head to VIP Room 3. How dare you? Suddenly, Duji furiously roared, and an extremely terrifying aura exploded out, crushing down on Xiaoming's body like a mountain. Xiaoming's body trembled, and he was unable to move. Martial Ancestor Realm. This is the aura of a martial ancestor realm. The entire hall was shocked. They didn't expect Duji, who looked so friendly, to be a martial ancestor realm expert. Old man, what are you doing? Are you courting death? I'm a disciple of the Ten Directions sword sect. Xiaoming roared. What bullshit Ten Directions sword sect? How dare you cause trouble at the D Tian auction hall? Die. Chapter 247. Xiaoming shuddered violently. He was used to acting like a tyrant, and he had just casually shouted. At this moment, he finally recalled that this was the Di Tian auction house, and Du Ji was a member of the Di Tian Divine Palace. Even if he killed Du Ji, the Decimo Sword Sect would definitely not dare to say a word. Thinking of this, Xiaoming's body stiffened as he broke out in cold sweat. Senior, I was wrong. I was too anxious just now. I hope Senior won't take offense. Xiaoming hurriedly shouted with a pleading face. Go back to your room. Du Ji yelled. Xiaoming was relieved as he hurried back to VIP room 3. Damn it. After Xiaoming returned to the VIP room, he let out a deep roar. His eyes were filled with cold, killing intent. He had embarrassed himself just now and would definitely become a laughingstock. It was all thanks to Lu Ming. Investigate. I must find out who that kid is. I will burn his bones and scatter his ashes. Xiaoming roared. Senior brother Xiaoming, I know who he is. Suddenly, a young man who had been silent spoke. You know, Xiaoming looked at the young man. He is Tianyun from the Star General Hall. I will never forget his voice. The young man gritted his teeth and said, This young man was one of the 6 geniuses from the Decimo Sword Sect who had comprehended force in the blood and secret realm. Tianyun, it's him? Good, very good. I am here to kill him. Now, he dares to snatch the Xiantian original liquid from me. He brought this upon himself. Xiaoming said in a cold voice. Senior brother Xiaoming, in 2 days, Tianyun will challenge someone 2 levels above him at the Di Tian fighting ground. When that time comes, we will kill him and challenge the record of the 6 heroes of the Scorching Sun Empire. Dream on. The pale young man sneered. All right, we will let him live for 2 more days. We will let him have the 9 drops of Xiantian original liquid. When we kill him, the Xiantian original liquid will be mine. Xiaoming said coldly. 300,000 spiritual crystals. Is there anything higher than 300,000 spiritual crystals? In the hall, Du Ji continued to host the auction. Everyone was silent. This time, the auction was not targeted at martial ancestor realm experts. Most of them were great martial masters. 300,000 spiritual crystals was not a small amount even for a martial ancestor, let alone a martial grandmaster. Therefore, no one continued to bid. Du Ji asked 3 times, but no one bid. The 9 drops of Xiantian origin liquid were successfully obtained by Lu Ming. Lu Ming paid the spirit crystal and directly kept the stone into the Supreme Divine Palace. The auction finally came to an end. Lu Ming, Miangqing, and the others returned to the Star General Hall. Then, Lu Ming entered the Temple of Paragon and took out the stone. The stone was about the size of a fist. As he held it in his hand, it emitted a shocking amount of essence energy. There were 9 drops of Xiantian original liquid sealed inside. Lu Ming did not hesitate. He held the stone in his hand and squeezed it with all his might. Kacha! The stone cracked open, and an even denser essence, qi, permeated the air. Next, a drop of Xiantian origin liquid seeped out from the crack. The Xiantian origin liquid was as black as ink. It emitted a little bit of light. It was very magical. Lu Ming opened his mouth and sucked the drop of Xiantian origin liquid into his mouth. He put the rest of the Xiantian origin liquid into a jade box and circulated the raging flame Vajra skill to refine it. The Xiantian origin liquid turned into an endless amount of essence qi and seeped into his muscles and bones. Under the raging flame Vajra skill, Lu Ming's body continuously strengthened. Lu Ming's body's strength increased crazily. His body, which was stuck at the complete 2nd rank, also started to break through. 2 hours later, Lu Ming's body trembled. His bones made crackling sounds like beans being fried. His muscles wriggled continuously. After a long while, it finally calmed down. 3rd rank physical body. I have finally reached the initial rank 3 physical body. Lu Ming muttered. His face was full of joy. The Xiantian origin liquid was indeed the best body refining treasure in the world. Just a drop of lower grade Xiantian origin liquid allowed Lu Ming's body to break through and reach the initial rank 3 physical body. Having reached the third-rank physical body, Lu Ming's explosive power had increased. His combat strength had also increased substantially. Continue, Lu Ming muttered. Then he swallowed the second drop of Xianxia origin liquid and began to refine it. It was more difficult to improve the third-rank physical body than the second-rank physical body. However, with the help of the Xianxia origin liquid, Lu Ming's body was still improving rapidly. More than a day later, Lu Ming had cultivated the Raging Flame Vajra skill to the complete realm. In other words, Lu Ming's body had reached the complete rank 3 physical body. The 8 drops of Xianxia origin liquid had also been completely refined. If I want to continue to improve the grade of my body, I have to find a more advanced body refining technique. Lu Ming pondered. The Raging Flame Vajra skill could only cultivate the body to the complete rank 3 physical body. This was already the limit. What a strong physical strength. My combat strength has increased by at least 30% compared to before. Lu Ming's eyes were extremely bright. At this moment, his expression changed as he heard a soft knock on the door. With a thought, he walked out of the Temple of Paragon and opened the door. It was Miangcheng and his siblings. Brother Tianyun, today is your challenge, Ming Peak said hurriedly. Lu Ming slapped his head. He had been so engrossed in refining the Xianxia origin liquid that he had almost forgotten about the time. Let's go. The 4 of them immediately rushed to the Tian fighting ground. At this moment, the Tian fighting ground was already filled with people. All the seats were occupied. It could be described as a sea of people. There were no less than 300,000 people. Every person had to pay 10 spiritual crystals as an entrance fee. The Tian fighting ground's income today was no less than 3 million spiritual crystals. It was terrifying. However, at this moment, the Tian fighting ground was in an uproar. Why isn't Tianyun here yet? What's going on? Could it be that he's not coming? No, I've come here for nothing. I'll refund the spiritual crystals. I'm not going to watch this. I gave up on a mission to come here. Is he going to scam me? In the crowd, Xiao Ming and the others stood there with ugly expressions on their faces. Could it be that Tianyun knows that he offended senior brother Xiao Ming in the previous auction and doesn't dare to come? I think that's the case. A few disciples from the 10 Direction Sword Sect discussed loudly. This time, the 10 Direction Sword Sect had sent over a dozen disciples. The higher-ups of the Tian fighting ground. A few elders from the Tian fighting ground frowned as they looked down. What's wrong with Tianyun? Why isn't he here yet? I've already sent someone to fetch him. A few elders discussed softly. Suddenly, an old man's expression changed. He smiled and said, Tianyun, you're here. At this moment, Tianyun walked through the entrance of the Tian fighting ground and walked towards the fighting stage. Tianyun is here. It was unknown who shouted, but the entire place quietened down. A few 100,000 pairs of eyes looked towards the entrance. Lu Ming walked in front with big steps. Miangcheng and his siblings followed behind him. Haha, Tianyun is here. It seems like he's delayed by something. With his talent, how can he not come? Who said that Tianyun is afraid and doesn't dare to come? You're really measuring the heart of a gentleman with your own mean measure. Everyone was excited, but a few disciples from the 10 Direction Sword Sect had ugly expressions. Chapter 248. It's good that you're here. You're still going to die, Xiao Ming said with a gloomy face. Miangcheng and his siblings went to the stands while Lu Ming went to the center of the fighting ring. All eyes were on Lu Ming, who was in the fighting ring. All right, now, Tianyun's 2-level challenge officially begins. Who wants to come up and fight? The judge announced loudly. I'll have a try, an old man said loudly as he went to the fighting ring. It's the first freak of Ming Mountain. He's an 8th-level martial master, and he's won 7 battles in a row against people of the same level. He's considered an expert among 8th-level martial masters. He's qualified to be Tianyun's first candidate. Someone recognized the old man as soon as he went to the fighting ring. You can fight him. The judge nodded, acknowledging weirdo of Ming Mountain strength. Child Tianyun, please. Weirdo of Ming Mountain stared at Lu Ming, emitting a powerful aura. Lu Ming smiled, and a long spear appeared in his hand. Bang! Strange Ming Shan took a step forward and dashed toward Lu Ming at a high speed. Wind Demon Staff Technique. Ming Shan yelled. The dragon head walking stick in his hand swung toward Lu Ming like a whirlwind. One stick after another, it was continuous. Weirdo of Ming Mountain showed his strength as soon as he made a move. He was one of the top fighters among the LV-8 martial masters. Lu Ming thrust out his long spear and fought with Weirdo of Ming Mountain. He didn't use force. Weirdo of Ming Mountain was strong, but he didn't need to use force. After a dozen moves, Weirdo of Ming Mountain was swept away by Lu Ming's spear. Weirdo of Ming Mountain was defeated, which was expected by everyone. However, the experts who came later would be stronger and stronger. The real challenge had just begun. Who wants to fight me? Lu Ming looked around. Tianyun, I'll kill you. With a loud shout, a disciple of the Shifeng Sword School jumped onto the fighting ring. Disciples of sects like the Decimo Sword faction who could reach such a cultivation base at such a young age were all geniuses. There was almost no need for them to test their strength. Tianyun, if you know what's good for you, hurry up and return the Xianxia origin liquid to senior brother Qiuming. Then kneel down and admit your mistake in front of everyone. If you do that, I can consider only crippling your cultivation and sparing your dog life. The disciple of the 10 Directions Sword sect shouted coldly. He was extremely arrogant and shameless. Idiot! Lu Ming responded indifferently. What did you say? You're courting death. Even if I kill you, your items will still be mine. The 10 Directions Sword faction disciple roared, his aura erupting as he charged towards Lu Ming. It had to be said that this disciple of the 10 Directions Sword sect was very strong. He was much stronger than the eccentric of Mount Ming. No wonder he was so arrogant. Unfortunately, his opponent was Lu Ming. Whoosh! The power of the wind was infused into the long spear, causing the long spear's speed to reach the extreme. Everyone only saw a spear shadow flash, and in an instant, it appeared in front of the 10 Directions Sword faction disciple. Pucci! The long spear pierced through the heart of the 10 Directions Sword faction disciple. The 10 Directions Sword faction disciple screamed and fell to the ground, no longer breathing. Insta-kill in one move. What a powerful strength! Everyone was shocked. The 10 Directions Sword faction disciple was extremely arrogant a moment ago, but he was instantly killed. Tianyun is too strong to be able to kill someone 2 levels higher than him in one move. This disciple of the 10 Directions Sword faction is not weak. He's a top expert even among the 8th level martial grandmasters. Tianyun's combat strength is definitely equivalent to a 9th level martial grandmaster. That's terrifying. Can he really break the record of the 6 Burning Sun heroes? Many people were discussing in shock. At that moment, Lu Ming had already won 2 matches in a row, while the other 5 of the 6 Burning Sun heroes had only won 4 matches in a row. Everyone was looking forward to it. You're courting death. A furious roar came from the 10 Directions Sword faction disciple. A figure jumped high and landed on the fighting ring, causing it to shake violently. It was Qiuming. Tianyun, your winning streak ends here. It's impossible for you to break the record of the 6 Burning Sun heroes. Qiuming looked at Lu Ming coldly. Do you think you can stop me? Don't be like the previous one. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Don't compare me to him. Tianyun, you've offended the 10 Directions Sword faction. Today, I'll make sure you die miserably, Qiuming said coldly. At the same time, his aura became stronger and stronger. There was also a force in his aura, the force of metal. I forgot to tell you one thing. I've already refined all 9 drops of Khanate original liquid. Lu Ming suddenly changed his tone and said with a smile, What? You? Qiuming's face turned pale and his force almost dissipated. The Khanate original liquid was very useful to him. He wanted to kill Lu Ming mostly because he wanted to take the Khanate original liquid. But now, Lu Ming said that the Khanate original liquid had already been refined. Qiuming's eyes turned red and he roared furiously. Tianyun, You deserve to die. You deserve to die. Kung. The sound of a sword rang out, and a brilliant sword chi slashed towards Lu Ming. The sword chi was infused with the force of metal. It was extremely sharp and indestructible. Shua. Lu Ming shook his long spear and unleashed the power of the wind, charging toward Xiaoming. Boom! Heaven and earth roared, and the fighting stage shook continuously. Terrifying shockwaves spread out in all directions. They were evenly matched in the first exchange. Kill. Xiaoming didn't manage to hit Su Mo with his first attack. Xiaoming's combat strength was absolutely terrifying. He wasn't as talented as Yang Zietian, but his cultivation was much higher than Yang Zietian's. Similarly, his combat strength was also much higher than Yang Zietian's. It wasn't difficult for Xiaoming to kill someone with a higher cultivation level. Boom, boom. The two of them exchanged more than 20 moves, and the space around them shook. Xiaoming's combat strength is too strong. He shouldn't have come out in the third round. He's trying to stop Tianyun's winning streak. That's right. From the looks of it, Tianyun has the strength to break the records of the other 5 heroes. Unfortunately, Xiaoming is stopping him. As long as Tianyun defeats Xiaoming, he will have no problem breaking the record of the 5 heroes. The crowd discussed fervently. Is this all you've got? You've disappointed me. At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly said calmly. What? Xiaoming was stunned. Boom! The aura on Lu Ming's body erupted like a volcano. An incomparably powerful aura burst out. It was the force of fire, wind, and fire combined to unleash a terrifying power. A long spear pierced through all obstructions and stabbed towards Xiaoming. This spear couldn't be dodged or blocked because it was too fast and too powerful. No, Xiaoming was scared out of his wits. He roared crazily and used all his strength to block the attack. However, it was unnecessary. The long spear pierced through his heart. The true energy on the long spear shredded his heart into pieces. Xiaoming was dead. The crowd was stunned for a few seconds before they burst into an uproar. Chapter 249. Who else from your Decimo sword sect wants to fight? Lu Ming looked at the omnidirectional sword sect's area. However, the disciples of the Shifeng sword sect were silent. What a joke. Even Xiaoming had been defeated. Among them, there were still a few experts of the 8th martial master realm, but none of them were as strong as Xiaoming. Damn it. Wait until the geniuses on the 10 Directions Sword Faction's silver ranking arrive. Let's see how you'll die. The disciples of the Decimo Sword Faction all had gloomy expressions as they roared in their hearts. Lu Ming sneered. His gaze swept across the crowd, but still, no one stepped forward to fight. Tianyun, since that's the case, Tian Martial Arena, will send someone to fight. The referee said. Lu Ming nodded. After a while, a young man with a murderous aura stepped onto the stage. However, this person was not as strong as Xiaoming and was defeated by Lu Ming in just a few moves. For consecutive victories. Following this, the Tian Martial Arena sent another person up, but he was still defeated by Lu Ming. 5 consecutive victories had broken the record of the 5 heroes of the Burning Sun tribe. However, Lu Ming's victory didn't stop there. After that, the D-Sky Martial Arena sent out more and more people to fight. These people were all experts among the Death Fighters, each stronger than the last. Sadly, all of them were defeated by Lu Ming. 6 consecutive victories. 7 consecutive victories. He tied with Qiu Changkong's record, but not long after, Lu Ming won again. 8 consecutive victories. The crowd was in an uproar. Qiu Changkong's record was finally broken. Heavens, Tianyun is going to defy the heavens. Could it be that his talent is stronger than Qiu Changkong's? That might not be the case. Although Qiu Changkong was strong when he was a martial grandmaster, he was not much stronger than the other 5 heroes. When Qiu Changkong broke through to the martial ancestor realm, he underwent extreme nirvana and awakened a terrifying second bloodline. That was how he managed to leave the other 5 heroes in the dust and firmly sit on the throne of the 6 heroes of the Blazing Sun Empire. That's right. Although Tianyun is strong now, it's hard to say when he reaches the martial ancestor realm. That's true, but it's still very scary. Moreover, what's Tianyun's limit? How many consecutive victories can he achieve in the end? Everyone guessed in shock that Tianyun wouldn't be able to skip 2 levels and obtain 10 consecutive victories, right? As it turned out, their speculations were coming true. For the 9th match, Tian Martial Arena sent out a powerful expert who was even stronger than Xiaoming. However, he was still not a match for Lu Ming. 9 consecutive victories. This caused the elders in the upper echelons of the Tian Martial Arena to be stunned. This little fellow's strength is not bad. In the future, he might even be able to join the Tian Divine Guards. We have to pay close attention to it. When the time comes, the credit for the recommendation won't be small. It is still too early for him to join the Tian Divine Guards. We will have to see how his second martial ancestor bloodline awakens. What we need to do now is to stop his winning streak. Otherwise, us old fellows will suffer a loss. A few old men were discussing among themselves, looking rather distressed. Let number 10 go up. He is the only person who obtained the top 10 numbers with the cultivation of an 8th level martial master. If even he is defeated, there is nothing we can do. Let's do it. Soon, the order was given, and a bare-chested young man in his 20s stepped onto the platform. There was a number 10 tattooed on his face. Number 10? Why is it number 10? Some of the people who knew the inside story of the Tian Martial Arena cried out in surprise. The death fighters of the Tian Martial Arena, number 1 to number 10, were usually top-notch experts among the 9th level martial masters. But now, number 10 was a young man in the 8th level martial master realm. Many people understood that this number 10 must be extraordinary. It's an expert. This is more interesting. Lu Ming's eyes revealed a trace of battle intent. This number 10 did not emit a strong aura, but Lu Ming could faintly sense danger. Kill. Number 10 suddenly let out a loud roar, and a long spear appeared in his hand. In an instant, dozens of spear lights pierced through the air towards Lu Ming. He also uses a spear. Great! Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Buzz. The long spear trembled, and it let out a buzzing sound. Similarly, spear lights shot out and engaged in a great battle with number 10. On the 200-meter-long platform, 2 figures of light crisscrossed, and spear lights shot out with a whistling sound. It was incomparably terrifying. At the same time, there were 3 forces on the platform that were constantly bombarding and resisting. This little guy called Tianyun is really shocking. At such a young age, he has already comprehended 2 forces, and both of them have already reached the small success stage. Especially the fire force, it's close to the large success stage. That's right. Number 10's mountain force is also close to the large success stage, similar to Tianyun's fire force. However, Tianyun's wind and fire combination is even stronger. If not for number 10's cultivation being so much stronger than Tianyun's, I'm afraid he would have already lost. In my opinion, it's only a matter of time before he loses. In the upper echelons of the martial arena, a few elders were watching and discussing. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming and number 10 had exchanged more than 100 moves. Awesome, awesome. Lu Ming's eyes were incomparably bright. The more he fought, the braver he became. On the demon-suppressing spear, the wind and fire force converged, forming a shocking destructive power. In this battle, Lu Ming used all his strength except for his earth rank martial skill and bloodline. How powerful was Lu Ming now? The battle dragon technique was at the 4th level, and his body was at the peak of the 3rd stage. With the wind and fire force converging, an ordinary martial artist at the peak of the 9th level of the martial master realm would not be able to take more than a few moves from Lu Ming. From this, one could see how powerful number 10 was. The audience of more than 300,000 held their breaths and stared at the platform, afraid that they would miss the most important scene. Boom, boom. In the blink of an eye, another 100 moves had passed. Lu Ming became braver and gradually gained the upper hand. A shocking killing intent erupted from number 10's body. Like a wild beast, he was not afraid of death, but he was still suppressed by Lu Ming. Bang! After another 100 moves, number 10 was sent flying by Lu Ming's spear. He slid a few 100 meters and fell off the platform. Roar! Number 10 growled and wanted to rush to the platform regardless of his injuries. Enough! The referee shouted. Number 10's body trembled, and he stopped, fear in his eyes. Tianyun wins this battle, the referee announced. Phew! The audience exhaled. They were too nervous just now, and many people held their breaths until their faces turned red. Only now did they let out a long sigh. Then, there was a shocking uproar. More than 300,000 people were talking excitedly. 10 consecutive victories, 2 levels higher. That's terrifying. It hasn't happened in the Burning Sun Empire for at least 500 years. A miracle, a miracle. After today, Tianyun's name will be known all over the world. If Tianyun grows up, he will be as strong as the 6 heroes, or even stronger. I'm witnessing the birth of a miracle. In the crowd, Ming Chung and his siblings were so agitated that they were trembling all over. On the other hand, the people from the 10 Direction Sword Sect were all pale and bloodless. Lu Ming, will you continue with the challenge? Then, this question came to everyone's mind. Fighting 3 levels higher. Moreover, it was not as simple as 3 levels higher. His opponent would not be an ordinary LV9 martial master. He would definitely be stronger than number 10. Would Tianyun continue? Countless people were looking forward to it. This little guy won't really continue, will he? Among the higher-ups, several elders said with a wry smile, if Lu Ming continued to fight, they would lose money. Tianyun, do you want to continue? The referee looked at Lu Ming with a trace of nervousness and speechlessness in his eyes. Chapter 250. Under everyone's gaze, Lu Ming shook his head. I'm not challenging anymore. Lu Ming said. Huh? Everyone was stunned. He's not challenging anymore? Why isn't Tianyun challenging anymore? He clearly won. If he were to challenge someone 3 levels above him, he would be able to get an additional 1 million spirit crystals. Yeah, why isn't he challenging anymore? I'm about to witness history. Countless people were disappointed. Only the judge and a few elders of the Dtion fighting arena were overjoyed. The judge suppressed his joy and said, Tianyun, since that's the case, I'll announce that you've won 10 consecutive victories. Your reward is 1 million spirit crystals. Lu Ming nodded. He didn't challenge anymore because he knew that if he were to show off too much and earn too many spirit crystals from the Dtion fighting arena, it would definitely make the Dtion fighting arena unhappy. Also, if he continued to challenge, he would have to face stronger opponents. In that case, all his trump cards would be exposed. It wasn't wise to expose all his trump cards in front of his enemies. Therefore, he chose to end the challenge. 1 million spirit crystals was enough for now. However, the audience couldn't help but wonder if Lu Ming would win if he continued to challenge, and how many consecutive victories he would get. Of course, there was no answer to this. Some people thought that Lu Ming had already used all his strength. If he continued to challenge, he would definitely lose. Therefore, he chose not to challenge anymore. Some people thought that Lu Ming still had some strength left. They didn't know why he chose not to challenge anymore. Everyone had different opinions. Lu Ming couldn't be bothered with them. He followed the judge and received his reward of 1 million spirit crystals. Lu Ming left in satisfaction. Of course, Xianxia and his siblings were also there. Big brother Tianyun, you're too powerful. If I were half, no, 1/10 as powerful as you, I would laugh my head off even in my dreams. Ming Peak looked at Lu Ming with admiration. Lu Ming smiled and said, let's go. What do you want to buy? It's my treat today. Really? Ming Peak was overjoyed. Without the slightest hesitation, he dragged Pearl and Xianxia towards the market square. When they arrived at the market, Ming Chung and his siblings chose from all over the place and spent 5,000 to 6,000 spirit crystals. To Lu Ming, this was nothing. Lu Ming was now a millionaire. Then, he returned to the Star General Hall. At the entrance of Lu Ming's dormitory, he saw Hua Qi waiting there. Hua Qi, were you waiting for me? Lu Ming smiled as he walked over. Lu Ming, you have exceeded my expectations time and time again. Today, you actually managed to achieve 10 consecutive victories, surpassing Qiu Changkong's record. Hua Qi smiled. Of course, Ming Peak ran to Miangcheng's place, so there was only Lu Ming here, so he didn't need to worry about what he said. You found out so quickly. Lu Ming was stunned. Almost all of the higher-ups in the imperial capital know about it now. Hua Qi smiled. Lu Ming was speechless. The speed of the news spreading was really terrifying. Lu Ming, my father wants to see you. Hua Qi suddenly said. Your father? Lu Ming frowned slightly. Hua Qi's father, the current emperor of the Blazing Sun Empire, wants to see him? Yes, Lu Ming. I didn't hide your information from my father. You won't mind, right? Hua Qi looked at Lu Ming and said, Why would I? Lu Ming smiled. In fact, Lu Ming had already expected this. Since he agreed to help Hua Qi, it was normal for him to tell his father. Seeing that Lu Ming didn't mind, Hua Qi smiled and said, Lu Ming, I have also told my father about your father. During this period of time, my father has sent a large number of people to investigate, and there seems to be some progress. What? There's news about my father? Lu Ming was stunned for a moment before he was overjoyed. Lu Ming, don't be happy too early. It seems to be just some progress. Hua Qi said, Let's go and see your father. Lu Ming couldn't wait. Having some information was better than having no information at all. It was better than finding a needle in a haystack. Then, Lu Ming left the Star General Hall and sat on a beast carriage with Hua Qi, heading towards the Imperial Palace. After arriving at the Imperial Palace, Lu Ming followed Hua Qi to the Imperial Garden. When Lu Ming arrived at the Imperial Garden, he saw a middle-aged man with a burly figure, wearing a golden dragon robe, sitting in a pavilion and drinking tea. He was just sitting there casually, but there was an intimidating aura around him. This was the aura of an emperor. Without a doubt, this was the current emperor of the Blazing Sun Empire, Hua Zhengxing. Son greets father. Arriving at the pavilion, Hua Qi bowed. This commoner, Lu Ming, greets your majesty. Lu Ming also cupped his fists in greeting. Haha, nephew Lu Ming, there's no need to be so courteous. Come, have a drink with this emperor. Hua Zhengxing was very forthright as he laughed heartily. Lu Ming and Hua Qi entered the pavilion and took a seat. Beside them, the emperor's trusted aide poured tea for Lu Ming and Hua Qi. I've long heard that nephew Lu Ming is a dragon among men, unparalleled in the world. Seeing you today, it's true. Hua Zhengxing smiled. Your majesty is too kind, Lu Ming said modestly. Hua Zhengxing took a sip of tea and said, Lu Ming, in this period of time, you've created many miracles, but at the same time, you've also offended the 10 Directions Sword sect. From now on, you must be careful. However, since you've already joined the Star General Hall and are old 8's close friend, this emperor can promise you one thing. As long as it's a competition between peers, no matter what happens, this emperor and the imperial family will definitely stand on your side. Lu Ming's heart moved. Hua Zhengxing's words implied that as long as it was a competition between peers, he could do whatever he wanted. The imperial family would definitely stand firmly behind him and protect him. Many thanks, your majesty. Lu Ming cupped his fists. Although the imperial family had declined, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. With the emperor's promise, Lu Ming did not need to be afraid when encountering disciples of the 10 Directions Sword sect in the future. He could directly kill them. If the older generation of the 10 Directions Sword sect made a move, the imperial family would definitely step in. This way, Lu Ming had fewer worries. There's more. Hua Zhengxing's hand moved, and a storage ring appeared in his hand. He said, Here are the blood refinement pills. There are a total of 4,000 pills. Lu Ming's heart moved. It seemed that the blood ant egg last time had been refined into blood refinement pills. Lu Ming did not stand on ceremony and accepted it. This was what he deserved. Your Majesty, I heard that you know the whereabouts of my father. At this time, Lu Ming asked. He wanted to ask as soon as he arrived, but he had been holding it in. Now, he finally could not hold it in anymore. Hua Zhengxing pondered for a moment and said, During this period, I've been sending people to investigate. The investigation started 8 or 9 years ago and finally found some clues. It's very likely that your father was imprisoned by the 10 Directions Sword sect for some reason. This is certain. Moreover, It's very likely that your father isn't dead. However, we haven't found out where exactly he is imprisoned yet. Father is really not dead. Lu Ming's heart trembled. Thereafter, he was filled with endless rage. His father was actually imprisoned by the Ten Directions Sword Sect. Damn it, the Ten Directions Sword Sect deserves to die. Chapter 251. Lu Ming, don't worry, I will do my best. It won't be long before I find your father's whereabouts. Hua Jingxing said with a serious face. Lu Ming thanks your majesty first. Lu Ming cupped his fists and bowed. This time he was sincere. Although he knew that the reason why Hua Jingxing was helping him was nothing more than because he had taken a fancy to his talent and wanted to rope him in, it didn't matter as long as it was beneficial to both sides. Hua Jingxing smiled, looking quite satisfied. He then took out a gilded invitation card and said, Lu Ming, 3 months later, it will be my 60th birthday. This is the invitation card. You must attend it 3 months later. Lu Ming's heart moved, and he didn't refuse. He took the invitation and said, Don't worry, your majesty. Lu Ming will definitely be there. Haha, Lu Ming, there aren't many people who can make my father personally send an invitation. Only the 5 major sects and the ministers in the imperial capital. Hua Qi smiled. Lu Ming, you should cultivate well during this period. When the 5 major sects gather in the imperial capital, the geniuses on the silver ranking and even the gold-ranked disciples will come. I'm afraid that the disciples on the silver ranking of the Shi Fang sword sect will find trouble with you. You must be careful. Hua Jingxing warned seriously. Lu Ming thanked him again. After chatting for a while, Lu Ming and Hua Qi got up and left. In the general hall, Lu Ming sat on the bed. Father, how have you been all these years? Why did the Shi Fang sword sect imprison you? Is it because of the bronze pendant? Father, I'm useless. I can't save you now. Lu Ming clasped his hands together tightly. Strength, he was still too weak. If he was strong enough, he could kill his way to the Shi Fang sword sect and force them to release him. But now he was still too far away. He urgently needed to improve his strength. Martial Ancestor Realm. I must reach the Martial Ancestor Realm as soon as possible. Only Martial Ancestor Realm experts in the Burning Sun Empire can be counted as real experts. Only Martial Ancestor Realm experts have the right to speak and can fly. It will be of great help to me. After the consecutive battles in the Dtion Martial Arena, I feel that my bottleneck has loosened. Tomorrow, I will go and buy a batch of demonic cores and focus on raising my cultivation. Then, Lu Ming appeared on the 3rd platform of the Temple of Paragon. He put in the spiritual crystals and started a fight with himself. The next day, Lu Ming went out early and walked towards the market square. It was still the treasure pavilion. Young master, you're here. Please come in. The eyes of the girl who received Lu Ming last time lit up when she saw Lu Ming. She brought Lu Ming to a VIP room. Ha ha, young master, long time no see. Soon, the shopkeeper walked in. Sir, what would you like to buy this time? Shopkeeper, give me 100 class 9 class 3 monster cores. Lu Ming said. 100? The shopkeeper was shocked. That's right. Is there a problem? Lu Ming frowned slightly. Did the treasure pavilion not have enough stock? No problem. The shopkeeper quickly shook his head. He was just shocked and did not understand why Lu Ming wanted to buy so many monster cores. Also, give me 20 portions of class 9 class 3 monster blood essence. Lu Ming continued. Okay. Please wait for a moment, young master. It will be here soon. The shopkeeper nodded his head repeatedly. His face was full of smiles as he walked out. Soon, the shopkeeper came back with 100 monster cores and 20 portions of monster blood essence. Young master, the original price of these monster cores and blood essence is 1 million spiritual crystals, but you have a VIP card, so you could get a 20% discount. So, it will be 800,000 spiritual crystals. The shopkeeper said with a smile. Lu Ming nodded. It was good to have a VIP card. This way, he could save 200,000 spiritual crystals. Lu Ming paid the spiritual crystals and kept the monster cores and blood essence. He left the treasure pavilion under the admiring gazes of the shopkeeper and the admiring gazes of the beautiful shop assistants. After returning to the Star General Hall, Lu Ming went straight to the Earth Essence Cave. It was best to cultivate in the Earth Essence Cave. Lu Ming went to the 6th level of the Earth Essence Cave and sat down cross-legged in a secret room. With a flash of blood, the spirit-devouring bloodline appeared. A giant python more than 10 meters long with distinct scales floated above Lu Ming's head. Lu Ming took out a monster core. The giant python opened its mouth and sucked the monster core into its mouth. At the same time, there was a huge amount of fire attribute spiritual chi. Now that the spirit-devouring bloodline had reached level 7, its speed of devouring spiritual chi was terrifying. It was even faster than a level 9 bloodline. The huge amount of fire attribute spiritual chi and the energy of the monster core could not be refined by the bloodline and poured into Lu Ming's body. The bottleneck of peak level 6 martial master finally began to loosen, and there were signs of a breakthrough. I'll add 2 more. With a move of his hand, he took out 2 more monster cores and let the giant python swallow them. Boom! Surging energy poured into Lu Ming's body and finally turned into a loud explosion. 7th level Martial Master Breakthrough. After breaking through to level 7 Martial Master, Lu Ming's bloodline became even more terrifying. It continued to absorb the spiritual chi of the outside world. The spiritual chi of the outside world formed a funnel and was constantly devoured by the spirit-devouring bloodline. At the same time, Lu Ming took out another monster core and continued to devour it. The true chi in Lu Ming's body surged crazily. A few hours later, the phenomenon disappeared. 7th level Martial Master. My true chi is twice as dense as a 6th level Martial Master. However, it's still not enough. I have to continue to break through. After that, Lu Ming continued to devour the monster cores and cultivate. Every day, he spent half of his time cultivating the true battle dragon art and devouring monster cores to increase his cultivation. The rest of the time was used to comprehend the power of fire and figure out martial skills. Time flew by, and a month passed in the blink of an eye. 100 monster cores had been completely devoured by Lu Ming. Lu Ming's cultivation had risen to the peak of level 7 Martial Master. Yes, 100 level 3 monster elixirs could only raise Lu Ming's cultivation to the peak of 7th level Martial Master. After reaching level 7 Martial Master, the effect of the Class 9 monster cores will be much weaker. He had also devoured all 20 Class 9 monster blood essences and used them to increase his bloodline rank. However, his bloodline was still at level 7 and did not break through. Lu Ming estimated that unless it was a martial ancestor realm blood essence, it would take a long time for his bloodline rank to increase. Martial ancestor blood essence. At the thought of this, Lu Ming could not help but smile bitterly. Martial ancestor blood essence was level 4 monster blood essence. Lu Ming had a headache just thinking about the price. The fire element spiritual chi in the 6th floor of the earth element cavern is still too weak. Let's go to the 7th floor. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. It was said that only martial ancestor realm experts could go to the 7th floor of the earth origin cave. Because the fire attribute spiritual chi was too dense and violent, it was very dangerous for martial grandmasters to go down. However, Lu Ming had the spirit-devouring bloodline and was not afraid. He planned to use the dense spiritual chi of heaven and earth to help him break through and comprehend the power of fire. He felt that the power of fire was very close to reaching the greater success stage. He walked out of the secret room and headed to the 7th floor. As soon as he reached the 7th floor, Lu Ming felt as if he had arrived at the mouth of a volcano. The terrifying and violent fire attribute spiritual chi constantly attacked Lu Ming. Good, this kind of environment is what I need. Chapter 252. A few hours later, Lu Ming stopped cultivating and began to comprehend the force of fire. Time flew by, and another month and a half passed. On this day, the stone door of the secret chamber opened, and Lu Ming walked out. Lu Ming had a smile on his face. It was obvious that he had gained a lot during this time. There was only half a month left until the emperor's birthday. Lu Ming planned to ask about his father's situation. He walked out of the hall of general and walked toward the palace. Suddenly, the people on the street looked up at the sky in disgust. Who is that? How dare you fly so brazenly in the sky above the imperial city? Someone shouted. Ordinary martial ancestor realm experts were forbidden from flying above the imperial city. Only the overlords were not restricted by this rule. But now someone dared to do so? Lu Ming also looked up. In the sky, there was a young figure in his 20s. He wore a red robe and had a tall stature. He was currently walking through the air towards the depths of the imperial capital. It's Ling Yanxi, one of the 6 heroes. Someone exclaimed. What? It's Ling Yanxi? Many people were shocked. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. It was Ling Yanxi, one of the 6 heroes of the Burning Sun Empire and the strongest of the younger generation in the Crimson Cloud Valley. This was the first time Lu Ming saw the 6 heroes of the Burning Sun Empire. Brother Ling, wait. Right at this moment, a soft shout came from behind. Then, a young man in a white robe with a handsome face stepped through the air and arrived. It's Feng Wuji, the Mystic Essence Sword Sex Feng Wuji. Another 6 heroes. Someone shouted, He's Feng Wuji. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. In the Mystic Essence Sword Sect, Lu Ming had heard Feng Wuji's name countless times. Feng Wuji was the pride of the Mystic Essence Sword Sect's younger generation. Without a doubt, he was the strongest in the sect. Although Duan Mulin was known as a peerless talent, he was still too young to compete with Feng Wuji. Lu Ming had been in the Mystic Essence Sword Sect for more than a year, but this was the first time he had seen him in person. Brother Feng, you came so quickly. Let's go together. Ling Yanxi smiled, and when Feng Wuji arrived, the two of them walked side by side and disappeared into the sky. Oh my God, 2 of the 6 heroes of the Burning Sun tribe are here today. This is so rare. That's right. Normally, it's already extremely difficult to meet one. Now, 2 of them have appeared all of a sudden. His Majesty's 60th birthday is coming soon. No matter what, the 5 great sects have to put on a show. They will definitely gather in the imperial capital. It's inevitable that the geniuses of the 5 great sects will gather here. When the time comes, will the 6 heroes gather and fight? I'm really looking forward to it. That's hard to say. Among the 6 heroes, Xiao Changkong is invincible, but the other 5 have never fought before. I don't know who is stronger and who is weaker. It would be great if we could have a peak duel this time. On the streets, countless people were discussing. As for the fact that they couldn't fly in the Imperial City, they simply ignored it. If the 6 heroes of the Burning Sun tribe couldn't fly in the Imperial capital, who else could? They were the future overlords of the Burning Sun Empire. In the future, the entire Burning Sun Empire would be their world. Lu Ming didn't say anything and continued to walk toward the Imperial Palace. However, a sharp light flashed across his eyes. The 6 heroes of the Burning Sun tribe. He would reach this height sooner or later, or even surpass it. He successfully entered the Imperial Palace and met with Hua Qi. Unfortunately, although the Imperial Palace had sent out a large number of people, there was still no news of his father. Lu Ming sighed and could only wait. After discussing the current situation with Hua Qi, Lu Ming left the Imperial Palace. When he arrived at the entrance of the Star General Hall, he saw that a large number of students had gathered and were dispersing. Tianyun, he's back. Damn it. Why did he only appear now? Why didn't he appear before? It's all his fault. Murmurs could be heard from the surrounding students. Of course, they were whispering, afraid that Lu Ming would hear them. Lu Ming frowned. He didn't understand what was going on. Big brother Tianyun. At this moment, with a soft cry, Ming Feng came over. Ming Peak, what's going on? Lu Ming asked. Big brother Tianyun. It's the Shi Feng sword faction. Just now, the disciples of the Shi Feng sword faction came and threatened to cripple you. However, you weren't here and everyone said that you were in seclusion. Those disciples of the Shi Feng sword faction injured more than a dozen students of the Star General Hall. They were extremely arrogant. Ming Peak whispered. Shi Feng sword faction again. Killing intent flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. Big brother Tianyan, I think you should avoid them for now. I heard that among the disciples of the Shifang sword faction, there's a genius on the silver list. He's an existence that stands at the peak of the martial grandmaster realm and is extremely powerful. Ming peaked, said worriedly. If they come again, let me know. Lu Ming said in a domineering tone before he returned to his dormitory. In the following days, Lu Ming stayed in his dormitory and practiced various martial techniques on the third platform of the Temple of Paragon. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. During this half a month, the geniuses of the 5 major sects gathered in the imperial capital. Not only were there geniuses of the martial grandmaster realm, but there were also geniuses of the martial grandmaster realm. Even the gold-class disciples of the various sects could be seen occasionally. However, during this half a month, although all the sects had gathered, it was very peaceful. Even the disciples of the Shifang sword faction didn't look for Lu Ming again. However, everyone felt that the atmosphere wasn't right, as if it was the eve of a storm. It was unusually depressing. Half a month later, the Emperor of the Blazing Sun Empire, Hua Jingxing's 60th birthday celebration began. Early in the morning, Hua Qi took a beast carriage to pick up Lu Ming. They arrived at the imperial palace together. The birthday celebration was held in the front yard of the imperial palace. The area was extremely spacious, but there were only a few dozen tables. Because those who could come here were all people of noble status, there weren't many people. Lu Ming followed Hua Qi and sat at a table on the right. As time passed, the number of people gradually increased. Some of Hua Qi's brothers and sisters, as well as the imperial concubines, princes, and ministers, all took their seats one by one. The Valley Master of the Crimson Cloud Valley and the elders have arrived. A loud shout spread throughout the entire venue. The faces of the princes, princesses, imperial concubines, and ministers all changed as they stood up together. Lu Ming didn't want to be too special, so he also stood up. At the gate, a group of 6 people walked in with majestic steps. The person in the lead looked middle-aged with a full beard. He wore a red robe and was extremely tall and sturdy. His gaze swept across, and everyone felt as if a vast sea was surging towards them. It was incomparably terrifying. Behind him, there were 4 old men who also wore red robes, but the red robes were trimmed with gold. They were the golden-robed elders of the Crimson Cloud Valley. The last one was a young man, but he was one of the 6 heroes, Ling Yanqi. Greetings to the Valley Master of the Crimson Cloud Valley. All the imperial concubines, princes, and ministers bowed to the Valley Master of the Crimson Cloud Valley. It could be seen how declining the imperial family was. They were respectful in front of the 5 major sections. No need to be so polite. Where's His Majesty? Hasn't he arrived yet? Chapter 253. Brother Ling, you came so quickly. Please forgive me for not going out to welcome you. Bold laughter rang out as Hua Jingxing strode over with a few guards in tow. The other concubines, ministers, princes, and princesses bowed to Hua Jingxing. The Crimson Cloud Valley Master stood up and cupped his fists. Greetings, Your Majesty. Congratulations on your 60th birthday. This is a small gift. Please accept it. The Crimson Cloud Valley Master took out a jade box and handed it to Hua Jingxing. Brother Ling, you're too polite. Hua Jingxing smiled and accepted the jade box, handing it to a guard. Mystic Essence, Sword Sect Master, and elders have arrived. At this moment, another shout was heard. Lu Ming looked towards the source of the voice. Mystic Essence Sword Sect Master Lin Shui walked in with a few golden-robed elders. Feng Wuji was also beside them. Lin Shui greets Your Majesty. I wish Your Majesty a long life. This is a small gift. Please accept it. Lin Shui walked over, took out a jade box, and handed it to Hua Jingxing. Brother Lin, it's my honor that you're here. There's no need to be so polite. Please take a seat. Hua Jingxing accepted the gift and said politely. At this moment, another shout was heard. It was the Ghost Moonsaber sect master and elders of one of the 5 major sections. Among them, one of the 6 heroes, the #1 genius of the Ghost Moonsaber sect, Shangwan Luo, had also arrived. 3 of the 5 major sects had arrived. Soon, one of the 5 major sects, the Heaven Fiend sect, had also arrived. Everyone took their seats, and Hua Zhengxing chatted with the 4 sect masters. 10 Directions Sword Sect Master and elders have arrived. Sky Suppressing King has arrived. Several shouts were heard. Everyone was shocked. Lu Ming looked towards the entrance. A group of people walked in. The person in the lead was dressed in luxurious clothes. His eyebrows were sharp like swords. Although he was middle-aged, he was extremely handsome. Just one look at him, and one could feel that he had the power to conquer mountains and rivers. Beside him was a burly man in his 50s. He had a stocky build and wore a dragon robe. As he looked around, a murderous aura could be vaguely seen. He was like a general who had dominated the battlefield. The person in the lead is 10 Directions Sword Sect Master, Qiu Wuyang. Beside him is Sky Suppressing King. Hua Qi whispered in Lu Ming's ear. Lu Ming nodded. He looked at the muscular man in the Jiao dragon robe and thought, so he is Heavenly King Suppression. Lu Ming still remembered how he had taught the suppressing Heavenly King's son, Hua Jia, a harsh lesson when he had just arrived at the imperial city. Thinking of Hua Jia, Lu Ming realized that there was a pair of eyes filled with killing intent behind Heavenly King Suppression. If it wasn't Hua Jia, who else could it be? Lu Ming smiled faintly at Hua Jia and pointed to his crotch. Hua Jia's face turned red, and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Obviously, Lu Ming was referring to him peeing his pants in fright. However, with so many important figures present, how could he dare to flare up? He could only grit his teeth and bear with it. Ha ha! Brother Qiu has graced us with your presence. This emperor is extremely honored. Hua Zhengxing quickly got up and cupped his fists at Qiu Wuyang with a smile on his face. The other concubines, princes, and princesses also stood up and bowed respectfully. Your Majesty is too polite. I came in a hurry today and forgot to bring a gift. Please forgive me. Qiu Wuyang nodded indifferently. There was no trace of respect in his tone. It could be said that he didn't care at all. To put it in a bad way, he didn't take the emperor seriously at all. The other sect masters would more or less greet him politely, but Qiu Wuyang's attitude was cold. Not to mention greeting him, he even said that he didn't have time to bring birthday gifts. How childish was this reason? The other sect masters' faces turned ugly. Hua Zhengxing was even more stunned. Then, he forced a smile and said, Brother Qiu, it's enough that you're here. There's no need for gifts. Please take a seat. Second brother, I came with Sect Master Qiu and forgot to bring gifts. Please don't take offense. Ha! Heavenly King Suppression laughed and sat down on the side. Damn it! Hua Qi was so angry that his whole body trembled and his teeth chattered. Qiu Wuyang and Heavenly King Suppression's attitude was blatant contempt. They even ignored the emperor's authority and didn't take the emperor of the Burning Sun Empire seriously at all. Anger flashed across Hua Zhengxing's eyes, but he hid it well. In the blink of an eye, a smile appeared on his face. He returned to his seat and raised his wine cup. It's my great honor to have all of you here today. Come, let me toast to all of you. Everyone raised their cups and drank it in one gulp. Haha, this is great. All of you are the pillars of the Burning Sun Empire. Hua Zhengxing said with a laugh, but he was interrupted at this moment. All right, Your Majesty. The wine has been drunk and the congratulations have been given. It's time to talk about business. Qiu Wuyang said flatly, stopping Hua Zhengxing in the middle of his sentence. Hua Zhengxing, as well as some other nobles and ministers, had ugly expressions on their faces. Interrupting others was an extremely rude thing to do, let alone the emperor of a country. Qiu Wuyang did not take the royal family seriously at all. Qiu Wuyang, we are here today to celebrate His Majesty's birthday. This is the proper business. Is there anything else? Lin Shui looked at Qiu Wuyang and said coldly. Qiu Wuyang's attitude was too much. Hua Zhengxing looked at Lin Shui gratefully. Of course there is something else. Although His Majesty's birthday celebration is important, It is much less important compared to this. Zhou Weiyang glanced at Lin Shui indifferently. A murderous aura flashed across the depths of his eyes. He then looked around and said, "Everyone, what do you think of the Burning Sun Empire?" Everyone's eyes flickered. They didn't understand why Zhou Weiyang asked this question. After a while, an elder cupped his fists and said, "With the support of His Majesty and the various sect leaders, the Burning Sun Empire's national strength is improving day by day. It is only a matter of time before we surpass other countries." This elder was the Prime Minister of the Burning Sun Empire and was loyal to the imperial family. "Bullshit!" Zhou Weiyang flung his sleeves and scolded. The Prime Minister's face flushed red. As the Prime Minister, how could he be scolded in public like this? Where was his dignity? But in front of Zhou Weiyang, he didn't dare to refute and could only hold it in. Hua Zhengxing's face was also ugly. Scolding the Prime Minister was indirectly scolding him. Currently, the 36 countries of Emperor Yun are working hard and improving their strength. The Burning Sun Empire is surrounded by strong enemies. The other countries are eyeing us covetously, and most of them are stronger than the Burning Sun Empire. Everyone knows this, right? Among the 36 countries of Emperor Yun, the Burning Sun Empire's strength is at the bottom. Zhou Weiyang looked around and said loudly. Everyone's face changed slightly. Zhou Weiyang was right. Among the 36 countries of Emperor Yun, the Burning Sun Empire's strength was indeed at the bottom. Moreover, the surrounding countries were eyeing them covetously. The Burning Sun Empire has many geniuses and experts. But why is it getting weaker and weaker? Do you know the reason? Zhou Weiyang asked. Everyone frowned. They didn't know what Zhou Weiyang was trying to say. Seeing that no one spoke, Zhou Weiyang smiled faintly and said, "That is, the strength of the Burning Sun Empire is too spread out, and everyone fights for themselves. It would be strange if they weren't weak." "Oh, Zhou Weiyang, what should we do according to what you said?" Chapter 254. Of course we have to combine our forces. I suggest that we establish a Burning Sun Alliance. All the sects and forces of the Burning Sun Empire must join this alliance and elect a leader. Then, they must swear that they will listen to the leader's orders. This way, the Burning Sun Empire will be strong and able to defend against external enemies and become stronger. Zhou Weiyang said loudly. "Ha ha, Zhou Weiyang, your goal has finally been revealed. You want to be the leader and command the world, right?" Lin Shui laughed. "Lin Shui, what are you laughing at? I think that sect leader Qiu's suggestion is great. Besides, who else in the Burning Sun Empire has the qualifications to be the leader?" Heavenly King Suppression stood up and said loudly. "Heavenly King Suppression, you are wrong. In the Burning Sun Empire, the royal family is the orthodox. Why do we have to go through so much trouble and establish a Burning Sun Alliance? We could just listen to His Majesty." Red Cloud Valley Master retorted. "In the world of martial arts, the strong are respected. Forgive me for being blunt, but His Majesty doesn't have the qualifications." Zhou Weiyang said coldly. "Kiki." Hua Zhengxing clenched his fists tightly. Insult. This was a blatant insult. This was equivalent to slapping the emperor's face in public. Damn it, damn it. Hua Qi let out a low roar as his body trembled due to the atmosphere. Bam! A white-haired elder slammed the table and stood up abruptly. He raised his trembling hand and pointed at Zhou Weiyang as he shouted angrily. "Zhou Weiyang, you have committed treason and insulted His Majesty. You deserve to die 1,000 times. Deserve to die 1,000 times? I think you are the one who deserves to die." Zhou Weiyang's eyes flashed as 2 rays of sword qi shot out from his eyes. They were extremely fast, and there was almost no warning. Puchi. The elder was pierced by the sword qi. 2 sword holes appeared on his aged body. No blood flowed out, but there was no sign of life. "Teacher." Hua Zhengxing roared angrily. This elder was Hua Zhengxing's teacher and the emperor's preceptor. However, he was killed by Zhou Weiyang's gaze. "Zhou Weiyang, you have gone too far." Hua Zhengxing was seething with anger as he glared at Qiu Wuyang. However, Qiu Wuyang only smiled faintly, as if he had just killed an ant. He said, "This old man has ulterior motives. He wants to destroy the great plan of governing the country. I suspect that he is a spy sent by other empires to destroy the Burning Sun Empire. Such a person naturally has to be killed as soon as possible." With just a few words, he managed to turn an imperial preceptor into a spy. Hua Zhengxing, Hua Qi, and the rest of the imperial family were enraged and humiliated, but there was nothing they could do. The Decimo Sword sect was too powerful. Hua Qi clenched his fists tightly. Because he used too much strength, his nails pierced into his flesh and blood flowed out, but he didn't feel anything. Lu Ming frowned and patted Hua Qi's back. A stream of true qi flowed into Hua Qi's body. Only then did Hua Qi slowly calm down. Otherwise, he would have suffered from internal injuries due to excessive agitation. "What do you think of my suggestion?" Qiu Wuyang looked around and asked. "I agree with Sect Master Qiu's proposal." At this moment, the Heaven Fiend Sect Master smiled faintly. The moment Heaven Fiend Sect Master said that, the faces of the other three sects' sect masters changed. Why would the Heaven Fiend sect agree? Could it be that they had already joined forces with the Decimo Sword sect? If that was the case, then the situation was serious. The Decimo Sword sect was already very powerful. If the Heaven Fiend sect joined forces with them, then the balance of the Blazing Sun Empire would be broken. "Haha, brother, you really understand me." Qiu Wuyang laughed and looked at the other sections. "Qiu Wuyang, stop dreaming. My Mystic Essence Sword sect will never agree." Lin Shui sneered. "My Crimson Cloud Valley will not accompany you. My Ghost Moon Saber sect is not interested either." The sect masters of the Crimson Cloud Valley and Ghost Moon Saber sect rejected as well. Qiu Wuyang's face darkened. He then looked to Hua Zhengxing and asked, "Your Majesty, what about you?" "Me? Ha! The Blazing Sun Empire has a history of more than 2,000 years. How can I destroy thousands of years of foundation in my hands? Please forgive me, but it is very difficult for me to agree." Hua Zhengxing said coldly. "Hua Zhengxing, you have to think carefully. For the sake of your Hua family and the lives of tens of thousands of people, think carefully." Murderous intent flashed across Qiu Wuyang's eyes as he said coldly, "Qiu Wuyang, what are you doing? Are you threatening His Majesty? Do you really think that the Decimo Sword sect is invincible?" Lin Shui was enraged and shouted loudly, "I don't know if my Decimo Sword sect is invincible, but I can still destroy your Mystic Essence Sword sect." "Why? Do you want to try?" Qiu Wuyang said coldly. "Let's try. Let's see how you can destroy my Mystic Essence Sword sect." Lin Shui did not back down. The aura on her body surged, and a terrifying sword qi soared into the sky. "There is a terrifying aura in this sword qi. Lin Shui, we have not fought for decades. Today, I would like to see how much you have improved." Boom! As Qiu Wuyang's voice fell, an extremely powerful aura erupted from his body. At the same time, a ray of sword qi soared into the sky. Boom! Lin Shui's and Qiu Wuyang's sword qi met in the air and collided violently. There was an earth-shattering boom, and the entire imperial capital shook. The place where the two sword qi collided formed a light pillar that shot into the sky and smashed the clouds in the sky. At this moment, everyone in the imperial capital was staring at this pillar of light in a daze. They were extremely shocked. The light pillar could be seen even further away from the imperial capital. Everyone was guessing what kind of existences were fighting. In the imperial palace, Lu Ming looked on in shock. Was this the strength of a sect leader and an overlord of the Blazing Sun Empire? It was indeed terrifying. It was as deep as the sea and unfathomable. An ordinary martial arts grandmaster could be killed with a flick of their fingers. In the previous move, the two of them did not really fight. It was just an exchange of aura. If they really fought, the imperial capital would be destroyed. Aura, what powerful aura! Their auras have definitely reached perfection. There is even a hint of will in it. Lu Ming's mind was racing. After one's aura reached perfection, one could use the aura as a foundation to comprehend will. For example, fire intent, wind intent, etc. What was the essence of heaven and earth, and was extremely powerful. Only by comprehending what could one step into the martial king realm. Lin Shui, today I will kill you first. Xiao Weiyang roared. His sword Qi soared into the sky and stirred up the clouds. I'm not afraid of you. Lin Shui's long hair fluttered in the wind. She was extremely powerful and did not back down in the face of Qiao Wuyang. Boom! Boom! At this moment, two auras exploded. They were extremely terrifying and were not inferior to Lin Shui's and Qiao Wuyang's. It was the Scarlet Cloud Valley Master and the Ghost Moonsaber sect leader. Their auras combined with Lin Shui's to suppress Qiao Wuyang. Qiao Wuyang, do you really think that the Blazing Sun Empire belongs to the Shifang Sword sect? Don't go overboard. The Scarlet Cloud Valley Master said. The Scarlet Cloud Valley and the Mystic Essence Sword sect had always been on good terms. Naturally, he was on Lin Shui's side. Chapter 255. Qiao Weiyang's expression changed instantly. The three Overlord-class characters had joined forces and made him feel extremely pressured. Lin Shui, what are you doing? You attacked Sect Master Qiao in the palace. Are you confident that the Imperial family will take you seriously? Heavenly King Suppression roared. Many people despised him. The one who did not take the Imperial family seriously was Qiao Weiyang. Heavenly King Suppression did not speak up when he humiliated the Imperial family just now. Now he jumped out to suppress Lin Shui and the others with the Imperial family's name. Despicable and shameless. Good, very good. Lin Shui, Ling Patian, let's wait and see. Qiao Weiyang repeated the word good several times. His gaze was unusually cold as it swept over Lin Shui, Valley Master Scarlet Cloud, and the rest of the group before finally landing on Hua Zhengxing. Hua Zhengxing, you take care of yourself. His voice was cold and the threat was obvious. Then, he waved his hand and stepped into the air to leave. The others from Decimo Sword sect followed closely behind. Brother, you are so ignorant. The Hua family will be destroyed in your hands sooner or later. Heavenly King Suppression stared at Hua Zhengxing angrily. Trend? The general trend is to have the entire Hua clan submit to the Ten Directions Sword sect and become their slaves? Hua Zhengxing spoke and looked at Heavenly King Suppression mockingly. Heavenly King Suppression's face turned ugly. He snorted and left with Hua Jia and the others. Before leaving, Heavenly King Suppression glanced at Lu Ming, which made Lu Ming's hair stand on end. That was a blatant killing intent. Your Majesty, I will take my leave first. The Heaven Fiend sect leader smiled and stood up to bid farewell, leaving with his men. Only 3 of the 5 major sects were left. The birthday banquet continued, but Hua Zhengxing, Lin Shui, and the other sect masters of the 3 major sects all had serious expressions. Today, Qiao Weiyang suddenly proposed to establish the Sun Alliance, and the Sky Fiend sect agreed. They guessed that the Sky Fiend sect had most likely joined forces with the Decimo Sword sect. This was a big deal. The balance of power in the Sun Empire was going to be broken. The Sun Empire was going to enter troubled times. The atmosphere of the birthday banquet was very tense. Soon, the 3 major sects also left. Not long after, Lu Ming also got up to leave. Lu Ming, I'm sure you've seen what happened today. The Decimo Sword sect is simply too ambitious and lawless. Hua Qi gnashed his teeth as he sent Lu Ming to the entrance of the palace. Lu Ming patted Hua Qi's shoulder. He didn't say anything and returned to the Star General Hall. Returning to the General Hall and sitting on his bed, Lu Ming's thoughts flew about, unable to calm down. The Emperor's birthday banquet today allowed him to truly see the undercurrent of the Burning Sun Empire. He had a feeling that the Burning Sun Empire was about to fall into chaos. A terrifying storm would probably sweep through the empire in the near future. As for him, because of his friends and family, he was already deeply involved in the whirlpool and could not stay out of it. The only thing he could do now was to increase his strength as much as possible. Without strength, he would only be crushed into powder in this storm. Taking a few deep breaths, Xianxia adjusted his mood and began cultivating. Somewhere in the imperial capital, there was an extremely luxurious palace that was even more luxurious than the palace. This was the residence of the Decimo Sword sect in the imperial capital. In the depths of the palace, in a large hall, Qiu Wuyang sat on the seat of honor. Below him sat the golden-robed elders of the Decimo Sword sect. Bam! Qiu Wuyang slammed the table with a gloomy face. Mystic Essence Sword sect, Crimson Cloud Valley, and Ghost Moonsaber sect. I already knew that these three sects would not agree. A bunch of damn things. Sect Master, especially that Lin Shui, has been targeting Sect Master. She actually dared to fight Sect Master. She really overestimated herself. A golden-robed elder said, "Oomph. Lin Shui, the Mystic Essence Sword sect won't be arrogant for long." Qiu Wuyang sneered. After pondering for a while, Qiu Wuyang said, "It's time to let them know the strength of our Decimo Sword sect. Pass down the order. Let the younger generation make the first move and break their morale. Let them understand how weak their so-called geniuses are." Yes, the golden-robed elders replied in unison. 3 days later, a piece of news swept through the imperial capital like a storm. One of the 6 heroes of the Decimo Sword sect, Guan Hong, challenged the Mystic Essence Sword sect's Feng Wuji in the Crimson Cloud Valley's Ling Yanxi. The location was at the highest peak of the imperial capital, the Sunset Peak. Once the news spread, everyone went crazy. Among the 6 heroes of the Blazing Sun sect, each of the other 4 sects had 1 person. Only the Decimo Sword sect had 2 people. One was Qiu Changkong, and the other was Guan Hong. Qiu Changkong was the leader of the 6 heroes. He was extremely powerful and could easily suppress the other 5. As for the other 5, they had never fought before. No one knew who was stronger. Now, were they finally going to fight? Countless people rushed to the Sunset Peak, wanting to see the battle between the 6 heroes. When Lu Ming finished his 3-day seclusion and walked out of his room, he saw Ming Peak rushing over. "Ming Peak, what's the hurry?" Lu Ming asked. "Big brother Tianyan, let's go to the Sunset Peak. The battle between the 6 heroes is about to start. Guan Hong is challenging Feng Wuji and Ling Yanxi. My big brother and the others have already rushed over and asked me to look for you. If we don't go now, it will be too late," Ming Peak said while panting. The battle between the 6 heroes? Lu Ming was stunned. Then his eyes lit up. He grabbed Ming Peak and took a step forward. They were already 50 meters away. Then he said, "Let's go." Lu Ming grabbed Ming Peak and executed the soaring steps. They were as fast as the wind and rushed to the Sunset Peak. The Sunset Peak was in the imperial capital. It was located in the west of the imperial capital. When Lu Ming approached the Sunset Peak, he saw a shocking scene. Countless figures from all directions converged into a long line and rushed towards Sunset Peak. There were so many people that it was impossible to distinguish them. There were even martial ancestor realm experts among them. Lu Ming followed the crowd and quickly approached the Sunset Peak. Boom! Boom! At this moment, there was a terrifying roar at the top of the Sunset Peak. The battle has begun. Guan Hong and Feng Wuji have started fighting. Someone shouted, "Let's go and see." Whoosh! Whoosh! One figure after another ascended Sunset Peak. Lu Ming grabbed Ming Peak as if he was weightless. He stepped on a blade of grass, and his figure shot forward 100 meters. He was approaching the top of the mountain. Boom! On the top of the mountain, there were continuous booming sounds. Lu Ming lifted his head and saw 2 figures charging continuously in the sky above the mountain peak. The sword aura was shocking, and terrifying shock waves were surging outwards. A suffocating pressure pervaded the area for several miles. What powerful combat strength! Lu Ming's eyes flashed. With his eyesight, he could naturally see that one of them was Feng Wuji of the Mystic Essence Sword sect. The other person was tall and had a wild aura. The battle sword in his hand was extremely wide. He must be Guanhong. Lu Ming was extremely fast. In just a few minutes, he reached the top of the mountain. At this time, Guanhong and Feng Wuji had already exchanged hundreds of blows. Feng Wuji lose. Chapter 256. The sword seemed to be able to cut through the sky. Its power was terrifying. Feng Wuji also roared and slashed out a shocking sword light. Boom! A terrifying fluctuation was heard, and the space trembled under the powerful sword chi. Then, Feng Wuji's figure was pushed back. His body trembled, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Feng Wuji is injured. Feng Wuji has lost. Suddenly, there was an earth-shattering shout around the sunset peak. Countless people were shouting excitedly. The other 5 of the 6 heroes of the Burning Sun had finally won. Guanhong defeated Feng Wuji. The Decimo Sword faction is too strong. Not only did Xiao Changkong defeat the other heroes, but even Guanhong is so strong. The number 1 sect of the Burning Sun Empire lives up to its name. In the future, the Decimo Sword faction will be even stronger. Many people sighed. Feng Wuji, you're just SOSO. Guanhong stood in the air and said proudly. Feng Wuji's face was dejected. He sighed and said, Guanhong, I didn't expect your force to be so strong. It's not surprising that I lost. Guanhong smiled proudly and said, Feng Wuji, in my opinion, you're not qualified to be called the 6 heroes of the Burning Sun Empire. Let's change it to the 5 heroes. As soon as he said that, many people's faces changed, and Feng Wuji's face turned ugly. Guanhong's words were to kick Feng Wuji out of the 6 heroes of the Burning Sun Empire. If that was really the case, it wouldn't just be Feng Wuji, but the entire Mystic Essence Sword sect. The Mystic Essence Sword sect's reputation would be greatly damaged, and some geniuses might not even choose to join the Mystic Essence Sword sect in the future. Guanhong, you're just lucky to win against Brother Feng. Why are you so arrogant? Someone shouted from the side. Lu Ming looked in the direction of the voice and discovered that there were a few people standing in the sky by the side. Lu Ming was distracted by the battle between Feng Wuji and Guanhong, so he didn't notice them until now. There were 4 people in total. Lu Ming had seen 3 of them at the Emperor's birthday banquet. They were the other 3 of the 6 heroes of the Burning Sun Empire. Ling Yanqi from the Crimson Cloud Valley. He was the one who shouted. There were also Shangwan Qi from the Ghost Moonsaber sect and Zhuo Lian from the Sky sect. There was another person who was extremely young, only about 23 or 24 years old. He carried a broadsword on his back and stood proudly. Guanhong looked at Ling Yanqi. Guanhong, this time you declared that you would challenge me and Brother Feng. Now that it's my turn, I won't take advantage of you. Now, circulate your qi and adjust your breathing. Once you've recovered, we'll fight. Ling Yanqi continued. Ling Yanqi, who said I want to fight with you? The one who dealt with you was someone else. Guanhong smiled coldly. Someone else? Ling Yanqi was stunned. He could not help but look at Shangwan Xiong and Zhuo Lian. Ling Yanqi, you're looking at the wrong place. The one fighting with you is me. The young man with a sword on his back stepped forward and said proudly. You? Ling Yanqi was stunned. Everyone else was stunned. This young man was obviously a disciple of the 10 Directions Sword Sect, but almost no one knew him. 10 Directions Sword Sect actually wanted to let a youth with no reputation fight Ling Yanqi? Was this arrogance or an insult? Ha, Guanhong, are you sure he's qualified to fight with me? Ling Yanqi's eyes were full of anger. Whether he's qualified or not, we'll know after the fight. Guanhong smiled coldly. From now on, the 6 heroes of the Burning Sun will be replaced. The young man said proudly. Ha, boy, you're very confident, aren't you? Ling Yanqi laughed out of anger. It's not confidence, it's strength. Remember, the one who defeated you is Qiu Changlai. The young man shouted and his aura burst out. The sword on his back unsheathed and flew up to the sky, slashing at Ling Yanqi. The sword shook the heavens and the earth. It was terrifying. In an instant, most of the people's faces changed. They were extremely shocked. because the sword was too powerful. In the sky, Ling Yinqi's face turned solemn. His body emitted scorching waves, and a spear appeared in his hand. He waved the spear, and a giant flaming eagle was formed, attacking Qiu Chonglai. Boom! With a loud boom, Ling Yinqi and Qiu Chonglai both retreated. Then, they roared and fought again. He's too powerful. Who is this Qiu Chonglai? He's not famous before, but his combat strength is so strong that he can fight with Ling Yinqi. I'm afraid he's a genius secretly cultivated by the Shifang Sword sect. On the Sunset Peak, countless people looked at the battle in the sky in disgust. In the sky, Feng Wuji, Shangguan Luo, and the others looked solemn. Guanhong, on the other hand, revealed a cold smile. Boom! Boom! In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged more than 100 blows. Bang! At this moment, an earth-shattering sound was heard. Then a figure flew back. It was Ling Yinqi. The crowd quieted down. Did Ling Yinqi lose? Swoosh! Ling Yinqi retreated for more than 1,000 meters before he stopped. He stood silently in the void, unmoving. Suddenly, Ling Yinqi's body trembled and a blood arrow shot out from his chest. At this moment, the crowd saw a long sword wound on Ling Yinqi's chest. Ling Yinqi was defeated. He was defeated by an unknown young man from the Shifang Sword sect. The Sunset Peak was in an uproar. This news was like a whirlwind, spreading from the Sunset Peak to the entire imperial capital. The Shifang Sword sect was too strong. First, Guanhong defeated Feng Wuji. Then, a young man appeared and defeated Ling Yinqi. It was too shocking. From now on, the situation of the younger generation in the Burning Sun sect would change substantially. Should he exclude Feng Wuji and Ling Yinqi from the list? Or should they add one more person? No matter what, the Shifang Sword sect's reputation would reach its peak. In the sky, Ling Yinqi's body trembled slightly. His eyes were filled with disbelief. I told you to remember that the one who defeated you is called Qiu Chonglai. Qiu Chonglai smiled arrogantly, a hint of disdain appearing on his face. Brother Ling, are you okay? Feng Wuji appeared beside Ling Yinqi and injected a stream of true qi into him. I'm fine. Ling Yinqi smiled bitterly. Feng Wuji sighed. Today, he and Ling Yinqi were completely defeated. From now on, the reputation of the Mystic Essence Sword sect and the Crimson Cloud Valley would plummet. On the other hand, the Shifang Sword sect would rise. Wonderful, wonderful. The heroes of the Shifang Sword sect are really admirable. Zuolian of the Sky Demon sect clapped his hands and walked out. He then looked at Shangguan Xiong and said, Brother Shangguan, since you're here today, why don't we fight? Let's fight. Shangguan Xiong was very direct. He stared at Zuolian. The crowd was excited. 2 more of the Burning Sun 6 heroes were going to fight. Boom! Without any warning, Shangguan Xiong and Zuolian started fighting. The 2 of them fought fiercely. Ming Peak, stay here and watch. I'll go first. At this moment, Lu Ming said to Ming Peak. Chapter 257. You can keep watching. Lu Ming smiled. He then moved and headed down the Sunset Peak. He didn't come here to see the outcome of the battle between the 6 heroes, but to see their strength. Now that he had a rough idea of the strength of the 6 Burning Sun heroes, there was no need for him to continue watching. He couldn't care less about the 6 heroes of the Burning Sun tribe. Lu Ming moved like a gust of wind and returned to the dormitory very quickly. He sat cross-legged on his bed and closed his eyes. The battle scene of the 6 Burning Sun heroes appeared in his mind. He had a rough idea of the strength of the 6 Burning Sun heroes. Feng Wuji, Ling Yinqi, Guanhong, Qiu Chonglai, and the others were all at the peak of LV3 Martial Grandmaster Realm, but their combat strength was terrifying. They were at least at LV5 Martial Grandmaster Realm. That was Martial Grandmaster Realm. The higher one's martial arts realm was, the harder it was to fight above one's level. In the Martial Grandmaster Realm, those who could fight above 1 level were already peerless geniuses, let alone 2 levels. As for Guanhong and Xiaochonglai, they could only win because their force or martial techniques were stronger. The 6 Burning Sun heroes are indeed worthy of their reputation. They're only in their 20s, but many of the older grandmasters are no match for them. Lu Ming thought to himself. However, Lu Ming was not discouraged. Instead, his eyes were burning with passion. Although the 6 Burning Sun heroes were strong, he was confident that he could catch up with or even surpass them soon. After thinking for a while, Lu Ming left the Star General Hall and went to the Treasure Pavilion again. He used the last 400,000 spiritual crystals. He had to buy 100 Class 9 LV3 monster cores. After buying the monster cores, Lu Ming went into the Divine Wind Valley. The arduous cultivation continued. Every day, Lu Ming would gain something. Be it his cultivation level, martial arts techniques, or force, all of them improved. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, another month had passed. Lu Ming had refined all 100 monster cores. He walked out of the Divine Wind Valley at this time. He returned to his dormitory, but did not go in. Instead, he went to Ming Peak's room. He wanted to find Ming Peak to ask about the situation in the Imperial City in the past month. He had a premonition that the Imperial capital wouldn't be peaceful during this month. Many things would definitely happen. When he arrived at Ming Peak's dormitory, he found that Ming Peak was not there. Could it be in Xianxia's place? With a thought, Lu Ming walked towards Xianxia's dormitory. Now, Xianxia had replaced Bai Qi's position as one of the top 10 experts of the Outer Hall. He lived in a courtyard. When he arrived at Xianxia's dormitory, he found that Ming Peak and Pearl were both here. They were sitting on a stone bench in the courtyard with Xianxia and were chatting. "Big brother Tianyan, you've come out of seclusion?" Ming Peak grinned when he saw Lu Ming. "Lu Ming, others call me a martial arts madman, but I think you're the real one. You can still go into seclusion peacefully at this time." Xianxia smiled. "Oh, why can I go into seclusion peacefully? Did something big happen in the Imperial City during this time?" Lu Ming asked with a smile. "Of course. During this period of time, the Imperial City has been in turmoil." Xianxia said, "A month ago, Feng Wuji and Ling Yanxi were defeated in the battle between the 6 heroes of the Burning Sun sect. Shangguan Xiao and Zuolian fought and exchanged thousands of blows. However, this matter didn't end there. A few days later, the gold-ranked disciples of the various sects fought fiercely. However, the 10 Direction Sword sect was extremely powerful. They had the upper hand in the battle between the gold-ranked disciples. About 10 days ago, the 10 Direction Sword sect sent out a 9th-level martial grandmaster to challenge the Mystic Essence Sword sect, Crimson Cloud Valley, and Star General Hall. The Star General Hall was the first to suffer a crushing defeat. The strongest group of people in the inner hall were swept away by a disciple of the 10 Direction Sword sect without any power to fight back. After that, the Crimson Cloud Valley and the Mystic Essence Sword sect also suffered a crushing defeat. The disciples sent out by the 10 Direction Sword sect were too strong. They were invincible in the martial grandmaster realm. The disciples of the Mystic Essence Sword sect on the silver ranking were all defeated. Mingqing gave a brief account of what had happened. Lu Ming was also secretly surprised. In this month, many things had happened in the imperial capital. In this month, the reputation of the 10 Direction Sword sect has been like the sun in the sky. On the other hand, the Mystic Essence Sword sect, Crimson Cloud Valley, and the others have suffered a great decline in reputation. Especially the royal family. They have been suppressed even more. It is said that the Mystic Essence Sword sect has already mobilized the Qilin Courtyard geniuses with special bloodlines to come here and compete with the geniuses of the 10 Direction Sword sect. Xianxia said, "Big brother, among the 9th layer martial grandmasters sent by the 10 Direction Sword sect, there is a special bloodline. If the Mystic Essence Sword sect or Crimson Cloud Valley's geniuses with special bloodlines come here, they might be able to fight." Pearl said with her bright eyes, "It's hard to say. I heard that the strongest martial grandmasters of the 10 Direction Sword sect have not made their move yet." Xianxia said, "It can't be?" Xianxia and Ming Peak were speechless. "Xianxia, brother Xianxia, something big has happened." Suddenly, a young man rushed in hurriedly. Che Yuan, what's wrong? Miangqing looked at the young man and asked. I heard that the Mystic Essence Sword Sect's geniuses with special bloodlines have arrived, and the 10 Direction Sword Sect disciples have already come to challenge them. The young man said, What? So soon? Let's go and have a look. Miangqing shouted, then looked at Lu Ming and said, Brother Tianyan, do you want to come with us? Lu Ming's eyes moved, and he nodded. Together with Miangqing and the others, they rushed to the Mystic Essence Sword Sect's residence in Imperial City. When they arrived, they found that the entrance of the Mystic Essence Sword Sect's residence was already surrounded by people. At the front, there were more than 10 Direction Sword Sect's disciples. A 10 Direction Sword Sect's disciple stood at the entrance of the Mystic Essence Sword Sect's residence and shouted arrogantly, Mystic Essence Sword Sect's trash, hurry up and come out. What special bloodline geniuses? I think they're just a bunch of trash. Ha ha ha. The other 10 Direction Sword Sect's disciples burst into laughter, full of contempt. A few of the Mystic Essence Sword Sect's guards turned pale. Mystic Essence Sword Sect's trash, hurry up and come out. Are you trying to be a coward? The young man at the front continued to shout. Tianyun, this young man is called Wu Kuei. He's extremely powerful. During this period of time, he defeated almost all of the Mystic Essence Sword Sect's martial grandmasters by himself. Miangqing whispered to Lu Ming. Creak. At that moment, the door of the Mystic Essence Sword Sect's residence opened, and a few young men and women walked out. There were a total of 4 of them, 3 men and 1 woman. All of them had an imposing aura, and it was obvious that they were giants among men. Wu Kuei, don't think that you're invincible just because you defeated those trash from the Ford-Rate halls. Comparing us to those trash is your biggest mistake. A young man carrying a battle axe walked out and said arrogantly. Lu Ming could not help but curl his lips. The people from the Qilin courtyard were really the same. Regardless of their cultivation level, they were all high and mighty. Of course, except for the mid-autumn moon, Lu Ming added in his heart. Special bloodlines are also divided into high and low ranks. Some special bloodlines are trash. In my opinion, you guys are similar to those trash. Wu Kuei sneered. You're courting death. Chapter 258. Slash. The young man from the Mystic Essence Sword Sect shouted and slashed down with his battle axe. The battle axe carried a terrifying force. Obviously, these geniuses who were at the peak of the martial grandmaster realm had comprehended the force and were not weak at all. Child's play. Wu Kuei sneered and punched out. A terrifying fist force landed on the battle axe. Dong! With a loud explosion, the young man with the battle axe retreated slightly. Damn it! Explode! The young man with the battle axe roared, and an ancient battle axe floated above his head. There were 6 blood-red chakras on the battle axe. This was his special bloodline. The battle axe vibrated and merged with the young man, causing his aura to surge. Sky-splitting slash. The young man roared and slashed out with his battle axe. This axe strike was capable of splitting mountains and splitting the heavens. Its might was 2 times stronger than the previous axe strike. Buzz. At that moment, a blood-red light flashed on Wu Kuei's body and a boundless mountain appeared above his head. The mountain was ancient, like a demonic mountain in the primordial times. Wu Kuei's bloodline was a mountain. Without a doubt, this was also a special bloodline. How mysterious. Wu Kuei's bloodline is a mountain. I've never seen him use it before. Someone shouted, Demonic mountain of hell. Wu Kuei roared and punched out. The terrifying fist force turned into a boundless demonic mountain and pressed down on the young man with the battle axe. Slash it open. The young man with the battle axe roared and slashed the mountain with his battle axe. Boom! With a violent tremor, the mountain was not slashed open. Instead, the young man with the battle axe trembled and his body was pressed down by the mountain and smashed to the ground. With a blood-curdling scream, blood and flesh splattered everywhere. The young man with the battle axe was crushed into a pulp by the mountain. A genius with a special bloodline was killed just like that. Special bloodlines contain ancient and mysterious secrets. Only by comprehending a mysterious secret skill can one unleash the power of the special bloodline to the extreme. What's the point of leaving a piece of trash who can only use special bloodlines to comprehend the force and cultivate martial skills alive? Wu Kuei sneered. The remaining young men from the Mystic Essence Sword sect looked terrible. Now who wants a fight? Wu Kuei looked at the remaining people. In the martial Grandmaster realm, the duration of his bloodline eruption had increased to a shocking 10 minutes. He could already fight for a long period of time. The remaining members of the Mystic Essence Sword sect looked at each other with grave expressions. For a moment, no one stepped out. What? What a bunch of trash. Is this the strength of your Mystic Essence Sword sect? How disappointing. Let me tell you, there are still 5 people stronger than me in the Decimo Sword sect. Wu Kuei sneered. What? 5 more people? Impossible. Someone shouted. Everyone was shocked by Wu Kuei's words. Originally, everyone thought that with Wu Kuei's strength, he would definitely be one of the top few in the Shifeng Sword sect. He might even be the strongest martial grandmaster in the Shifeng Sword sect. But now, Wu Kuei actually said that there were 5 people stronger than him in the Ten Direction Sword sect. How is this possible? If it was true, wouldn't it be too terrifying? Hee, your Mystic Essence Sword sect can't even beat me, who is ranked 6th. In my opinion, you should just withdraw from the 5 great sections. Wu Kuei continued to taunt. Damn it, I'll fight you. Among the remaining 3 people from the Mystic Essence Sword sect, a young man with a battle sword on his back walked out. There was nothing to say. The battle immediately broke out. Unfortunately, Wu Kuei was too strong. The young man with the battle sword on his back had an ancient battle sword in his bloodline. He was stronger than the young man with the battle axe, but he was still no match for Wu Kuei. After more than 30 moves, the young man with the battle sword was hit by Wu Kuei's mountain and coughed up blood. If not for his strength, he would have been crushed into a pulp. Another person from a Mystic Essence Sword sect had lost. Who else? Come up and fight me. Wu Kuei laughed arrogantly. The remaining 2 people from a Mystic Essence Sword sect had ugly expressions. Their strength was not comparable to the young man with the battle sword on his back. If they went up, they would only be humiliating themselves. They might even lose their lives. However, they were already the strongest martial grandmasters in the Mystic Essence Sword sect. Who else wants to come up? Don't you even dare to fight? What a bunch of trash. Wu Kuei laughed. In the crowd, Lu Ming looked on coldly. He had no intention of fighting. What did the Mystic Essence Sword sect's defeat have to do with him? He was not interested in fighting. In the clouds above the sky, Lin Shui, the Mystic Essence Sword sect leader, and a few golden-robed elders stood among the clouds. They looked down with gloomy faces. I didn't expect the Decimo Sword sect to have secretly cultivated so many peerless geniuses over the years. Wu Kuei has already comprehended some secret techniques from his bloodline. Ordinary special bloodlines are no match for him. One of the golden-robed elders sighed. It's a pity that Duanmu Lin has broken through to the martial ancestor realm. If he was still a martial grandmaster, he would have defeated him. Another golden-robed elder said. Then they all fell silent. Now that they had lost, they had to think about how to reduce their influence as much as possible. Junior brother Wu Kuei, looks like they don't dare to come up. Sigh, how disappointing. I thought I would have a decent opponent today. Another disciple from the Decimo Sword sect side. Your Mystic Essence Sword sect should withdraw from the 5 major sects as soon as possible. Don't embarrass yourself, haha. Wu Kuei laughed. In the crowd, Lu Ming smiled and shook his head. He was about to walk out. Tianyin, it's you? Stop right there. Suddenly, a loud roar was heard. Lu Ming was stunned. He stopped in his tracks and turned around. A disciple from the Decimo Sword sect stared at Lu Ming with a gloomy face. He gritted his teeth. Obviously, this disciple had seen him before and recognized him at this time. The others beside Lu Ming were shocked and could not help but step back. Suddenly, Only Myeongcheng and his siblings were left around Lu Ming. He's Tianyan? Wu Kuei looked at Lu Ming. Yes, he's Tianyan. He has repeatedly gone against the Decimo Sword sect. He deserves to die. The young man who recognized Lu Ming said with murderous intent. During this period, other senior brothers have been looking for him, but he has been hiding like a turtle. Today, I finally saw him. The young man added. Hiding? Lu Ming was a little speechless. He was just cultivating in seclusion. Since when did he hide? Well, then I'll get rid of him. Wu Kuei smiled coldly and walked towards Lu Ming. He looked at Lu Ming coldly and said, Tianyan, right? You should know that the crimes you've committed are unforgivable. How about this? I'll give you a chance to commit suicide. That way, I can make the decision to leave your corpse intact. Wu Kuei put his hands behind his back and looked arrogant. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. This guy thinks too highly of himself. He wants me to commit suicide? Is there something wrong with your head? Or did your mother accidentally squash your head when she gave birth to you? Lu Ming stared at Wu Kuei and said word by word. Chapter 259. They actually didn't want to laugh, but Lu Ming's words made them unable to hold back. Especially Ming Peak. He laughed until tears flowed out. Even the other disciples of the Ten Directions sword sect couldn't hold back their laughter. Wu Kuei's face turned red as his eyes turned red. He was so angry that his body trembled as he roared, Die, bastard! Boom! Wu Kuei threw a punch at Lu Ming. The fist force condensed into a huge mountain with shocking power. Lu Ming sneered and didn't back down at all. He also threw a punch. Bang! Lu Ming's fist smashed into the mountain that Wu Kuei threw out. A scene that made people's eyes pop out appeared. The mountain rumbled and exploded from Lu Ming's punch. Bang! 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 Wu Kuei took 7 to 8 steps back as his fist trembled nonstop. The surrounding onlookers sucked in a cold breath. Lu Ming actually forced Wu Kuei back with a punch. How was that possible? The strength that Wu Kuei displayed just now was extremely shocking. He suppressed many experts of the Mystic Essence Sword sect and was simply an invincible existence in the martial Grandmaster realm. Now, he was actually forced back by Lu Ming with a punch. A few months ago, Lu Ming had displayed extremely powerful combat strength in the Ditian battle arena. He was able to obtain 10 consecutive victories across 2 levels. It was extremely terrifying. However, his cultivation was only in the 6th level of the martial Grandmaster realm. As for Wu Kuei, he was at the peak of the 9th level of the martial Grandmaster realm and a peerless genius. Before this punch, no one thought that Lu Ming could fight with Wu Kuei. However, the reality exceeded everyone's expectations. Damn it! Wu Kuei roared as his aura became even more terrifying. He was like an enraged lion. What are you shouting for? You're too weak. Aren't there a few people in the Ten Directions sword sect who are stronger than you? Come me together. I don't have that much time to play with you. If you want to fight, hurry up and come to me together. Lu Ming glanced at the other disciples of the Ten Directions sword sect and said indifferently, What? The disciples of the Ten Directions sword sect were stunned. The surrounding spectators were also stunned. Lu Ming actually wanted to challenge all the experts of the Ten Directions sword sect. Was he crazy? In the sky, Lin Shui's eyes flashed as she stared at Lu Ming. This young man is quite strong, but he's underestimating the geniuses of the Decimo sword sect. A golden-robed elder shook his head. It's not that I'm looking down on the geniuses of the Shifang sword sect. It's just that this young man is confident in himself. Lin Shui said, You have the confidence? According to the sect leader's words, could it be that this little fellow had challenged the experts of the Ten Directions sword sect and won? How is this possible? Even when Xiao Changkong was a martial grandmaster, he wasn't this strong, right? The golden-robed elder said. We haven't fought yet. Who knows? Lin Shui smiled faintly. The other golden-robed elders were somewhat bewildered. Arrogant, too arrogant. He is courting death. Kill him. Many disciples of Decimo sword faction roared furiously. Tianyun, Since you're so confident, don't blame us for winning by outnumbering you. Let's attack together. A handsome young man said coldly. He took a step forward and appeared beside Lu Ming, forming a triangle with Wu Kuei. Boom! Then, an extremely shocking aura erupted from the young man's body. Then, a bloodline in the shape of a saber appeared. There was no doubt that it was also a special bloodline. As soon as the bloodline appeared, a shocking saber light shot into the sky. Its aura was even stronger than Wu Kuei's. Whoosh! Whoosh! Then, 4 figures flashed and appeared around Lu Ming, surrounding Lu Ming. A bloodline floated above each of the 4 of them. 2 of them had special bloodlines, and the other 2 didn't have special bloodlines. However, they were extremely powerful mutants. Each of their aura was terrifyingly powerful. Each of their aura was stronger than Wu Kuei's. The geniuses of the Mystic Essence Sword sect with special bloodlines turned pale. Their eyes were full of disappointment. The onlookers also widened their eyes in shock. Previously, when Wu Kuei said that there were 5 geniuses stronger than him in the Decimo Sword sect, many people didn't believe him. They thought that Wu Kuei was trying to elevate the Decimo Sword sect. But now, they knew that Wu Kuei was telling the truth. There were really 5 geniuses in the Decimo Sword sect who were stronger than Wu Kuei. This was too shocking. Countless people were shocked by the strength of the Decimo Sword sect. One of these geniuses is enough to defeat all geniuses of the same level, let alone 6 of them. Tianyun is doomed. He will die here today. It's a pity that such a genius will die here. In the future, he will not be weaker than the 6 heroes. The crowd sighed. Attack! At this moment, the 6 exceptional geniuses attacked at the same time. Boom! Boom! 6 different attacks flew towards Lu Ming from different directions. Each of the attacks was extremely terrifying. Each of them had the power of a Martial Ancestor Realm LV1. The Martial Grandmaster Realm and Martial Ancestor Realm were 2 completely different realms. The gap between them was like heaven and earth. It was rare for a Martial Grandmaster Realm cultivator to have the combat strength of a Martial Ancestor Realm LV1. Now, the 6 geniuses from the Decimo Sword sect had the strength of a Martial Ancestor Realm LV1. One could imagine how terrifying they were. Wind, fire, Lu Ming said softly. He grasped the air with his right hand, and a long spear appeared. The long spear was infused with the power of wind and fire. Boom! Then, Lu Ming bent his legs slightly and exerted force. The ground under his feet exploded, creating a large hole. The floor cracked like a spiderweb. Lu Ming's body shot up into the sky like a cannonball. The long spear pierced upwards, creating a terrifying whistling sound. Boom! Lu Ming's spear pierced a large hole in the joint attack of the 6 geniuses. Lu Ming shot up into the sky. Go up and surround him. One of the geniuses from the Decimo Sword sect shouted. Then, the sound of the air being pierced could be heard. 6 figures shot up into the sky. Human Dao Palm. Lu Ming said softly and threw a palm down. Whoosh! Spiritual chi surged wildly between heaven and earth and gathered toward Lu Ming. A large palm print appeared in the sky. The lines on the palm were clear as if they were real. The large palm print slammed down. Wherever the palm print passed, the air would explode. It was extremely terrifying. Not good. Let's fight together. The faces of the 6 geniuses from the Decimo Sword sect changed drastically. They screamed in horror. The 6 of them used all their strength. Suddenly, 6 terrifying attacks gathered together and blasted towards the large palm print. Suppress. There was a glint in Lu Ming's eyes, and he shouted softly. Boom! The palm print collided with the attacks of the 6 geniuses. The force swept out and formed a terrifying shockwave that rushed in all directions. Not good. Below, the crowd's faces changed drastically, and they fled in all directions. Bam! Bam! The force swept across the ground, creating a large crater. Bam! Then there was a loud explosion. The joint attack of the 6 geniuses from the Decimo Sword sect was shattered by the palm print. The palm print did not stop and continued to press down. How could this be? Wu Kuei shouted. Chapter 260. Boom. With a deafening boom, the 6 geniuses of the Decimo sword sect were directly smashed to the ground by the huge palm print. They crashed heavily into the ground, creating 6 large pits and filling the air with smoke and dust. In the distance, countless people stared blankly at this scene. Time seemed to have frozen at this moment. They even forgot to breathe. They could only stare blankly with their eyes wide open. It was as if they wanted to engrave this scene in their hearts forever. This was because it was too shocking. Any one of the 6 geniuses of the Decimo sword sect could defeat almost all the martial grandmasters in the Blazing Sun Empire. But now, the 6 of them were defeated by Lu Ming in a single palm strike. Even a fool would be able to see the difference between them. The remaining 3 geniuses of the Mystic Essence sword sect looked at Lu Ming in disbelief. It was as if they could not believe that there was such a genius in the world. Then, the disappointment in their eyes became stronger. Before coming to the imperial capital, they were arrogant and thought that they were the favored children of heaven and earth. They looked down on martial artists with ordinary bloodlines. They thought that no one in the world was stronger than them in a battle of the same level. But not long after coming to the imperial capital, they suffered a fatal blow. They were defeated by Wu Kuei alone. In front of Wu Kuei, they were no match at all. But such an opponent that they looked up to, together with 5 other geniuses who were stronger than Wu Kuei, was defeated by Lu Ming in a single move. This simply overturned their understanding of the world. The blow to them was too big. Sigh. In the past, we dominated the Mystic Essence sword sect and thought that we were invincible. It turns out that we have been ignorant all this time. The only woman among the 3 sighed softly. The other 2's eyes flickered and then turned into sighs. No matter how strong you are, there will always be someone stronger. Only today did they truly understand this principle. In the sky, Lin Shui and the other golden-robed elders were also stunned. Amazing, really amazing. There is such a genius in the Star General Hall. Looking at his age, he is only in his 20s? A golden-robed elder sighed, full of envy. In fact, Lu Ming's actual age was not even 18 years old. It was just that he was wearing a disguise, so he looked like he was in his 20s. The second level of the Earth Realm Palm Art. Great success in the force of fire and minor success in the force of wind. His Xianxia is incomparably dense. Genius, a true genius. Lin Shui's eyes sparkled. Even though he thought highly of Lu Ming before, he still couldn't help but sigh. Big Brother Tianyun is mighty. Big Brother Tianyun is invincible. Ming Peak came to his senses and shouted excitedly. When the dust settled, everyone saw 6 large pits on the ground. The 6 geniuses of the Decimo sword faction were lying motionless in the pits, their bodies covered in blood. Even though he was still breathing and wasn't dead yet, there were many broken bones in his body. Without a month or 2 of recuperation, it would be impossible for him to make a full recovery. What genius! That's all you've got, Lu Ming said as he glanced at Wu Kuei and the rest. Wu Kuei and the others almost spat out another mouthful of blood. If it weren't for their severe injuries, they would have roared out loud. He was angry and regretful. During this period of time, they had defeated many geniuses of the Mystic Essence sword sect, Astral Hall, and Crimson Cloud Valley, pushing the reputation of the Decimo sword faction to the peak. But now, the 6 of them were defeated by Lu Ming with a single palm strike. If this news spread, it would be a joke. It was definitely a huge blow to the reputation of the Decimo sword faction. Their efforts during this period of time were equivalent to nothing under Lu Ming's palm strike. Haha, great. In the sky, a golden-robed elder laughed. Lu Ming glanced at Wu Kuei and the others indifferently and didn't make any more moves. He turned around and strode away. Miangcheng and the others quickly followed. Countless pairs of eyes followed Lu Ming and watched Lu Ming's back as he left. This was an arrogant, determined, and unyielding back view. In the sky, Lin Shui looked at Lu Ming's back and was shocked. In his eyes, Tianyun's back overlapped with the back of another young man. They were so similar. Lu Ming, Lin Shui whispered, his eyes shining. After a long time, It turned into a long sigh. This long sigh contained a trace of regret. Maybe my choice was wrong. Lin Shui sighed in his heart. In Lu Ming's room in the astral hall, Lu Ming sat cross-legged on the bed. Now, my cultivation is very close to the 9th level of the martial master realm. I have to break through as soon as possible. Then I can refine the blood refining pill and improve the foundation of the second bloodline to prepare for the awakening of the second bloodline. Lu Ming thought to himself. Before the emperor's birthday, Lu Ming had been in seclusion in the Earth Essence Cave for 3 months. In the first month, he had refined 100 monster cores, and his cultivation had reached the peak of the 7th level of the martial master realm. In the next 2 months, his cultivation had successfully broken through to the 8th level of the martial master realm. In the last month, he had refined another 100 monster cores of the 9th level of the 3rd level of the martial master realm and reached the peak of the 8th level of the martial master realm. With his current cultivation, the 2nd level of the 3 Dao palms, and the fire force that had broken through to the greater success, it was normal for him to defeat Wu Kuei and the others with 1 palm. He did not place the matter of defeating Wu Kuei and the others in his heart. In his opinion, it was an insignificant matter. His current goal was to break through to the 9th layer martial grandmaster as soon as possible, and then break through to the martial ancestor realm. Immediately, Lu Ming began to cultivate. In the blink of an eye, 3 hours had passed. At this time, Lu Ming suddenly opened his eyes. This was because he felt a terrifying, murderous intent shrouding him. At the same time, an extremely dangerous feeling arose, causing his heart to tremble slightly and his hair to stand on end. Oh no, there was no time to think. Without any hesitation, Lu Ming soared to the sky and dashed toward the ceiling. Chi! At this time, a terrifying sound broke through the air. 100-meter long, extremely bright sword light slashed toward Lu Ming's dorm room. Boom! Lu Ming's dorm room, including the other rooms, suddenly exploded. Gravel and wood chips flew in all directions. The whole floor was split in half. Whoosh! Lu Ming rushed to the sky from the broken wood. Tianyun Dai. With a cold bellow, Lu Ming saw 2 young men walking in the air toward him. Chi! One of the young men in a yellow robe slashed with his sword. Another terrifying sword light slashed toward Lu Ming. The speed of the sword light was unbelievably fast. In an instant, it had arrived in front of Lu Ming. Ancient shield. Lu Ming let out a low roar. 4 ancient shields condensed in front of him in succession. 4 shields were stacked in front of Lu Ming, blocking him. Boom! The sword light slashed on the shields, causing them to shake violently. Then the first shield exploded, followed by the second, the third. In just a breath's time, all 4 shields had exploded. However, in just a breath's time, Lu Ming's bloodline erupted. A powerful devouring force covered his body. At the same time, he frantically retreated and took out the demon-suppressing spear to block in front of him. Clang! Chapter 261. Lu Ming's figure descended rapidly. When he was about to hit the ground, his body burst out with a burst of chi as he stomped heavily on the ground, causing his body to continue to drift backward. Trying to escape? Do you think you can escape today? The yellow-robed young man in the sky yelled coldly. He was extremely furious. Despite his cultivation of the peak 2nd layer martial ancestor realm, coupled with the fact that he had failed to kill Lu Ming with 2 consecutive attacks, he felt extremely humiliated. Die! The yellow-robed young man held his sword with both hands and lashed out. A terrifying sword ray that was a few hundred meters long tore through the air and instantly approached Lu Ming. Senior Brother Huang, let me help you. Beside the yellow-robed young man was a white-robed young man. At that moment, he drew his sword out of its sheath and stabbed forward. A peerlessly sharp sword chi penetrated Lu Ming's body. At that instant, Lu Ming's eyelids twitched as if he was facing the Grim Reaper. Block, block! Lu Ming's eyes turned red as he circulated his chi to the maximum. 4 ancient shields appeared in front of him to block the attack. Human Dao Palm. Lu Ming lashed out with his palm and executed the human Dao Palm. A giant palm print appeared in front of him and blasted forward with the force of wind and fire. Boom! A deafening explosion occurred, causing the entire Star General Hall to tremble violently. Figures screamed as they rushed out of the dormitories and fled in all directions. The human Dao Palm and the ancient shields that Lu Ming had executed were shattered into pieces as the terrifying force landed on Lu Ming's body. Bang! Lu Ming was sent flying backward like a cannonball, crashing through 2 dormitory buildings and flying a few hundred meters away. Lu Ming supported himself with his spear, leaving a deep mark on the ground before he came to a stop. His body shuddered as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Still not dead. In the sky, the 2 young men were astounded. With their cultivation and combat strength, even a first-layer martial ancestor realm expert would be killed with a single slash. However, Lu Ming had managed to block the attack and was only injured, not dead. This was too shocking. Kill! The 2 young men's killing intent burst forth. Their eyes flashed with cold lightning as they charged towards Lu Ming. Stop! With a few loud roars, a few streams of light broke through the air and arrived at the top of the dormitory in an instant. They were the elders of the General Hall. Scram! The yellow-robed young man and the white-robed young man were incomparably domineering. They slashed out with their battle swords, and Sword Chi soared into the sky. Bang! Bang! The 3 elders of the Star General Hall were no match for him, and were sent flying several hundred meters away. Stop! Your Decimo Sword faction has gone too far. You've openly killed a student of my Astral General Hall. Let's see how your Decimo Sword faction will explain this to the royal family. An elder roared as he looked anxiously at Lu Ming. Lu Ming was a peerless genius of the Star General Hall. He was the hope of the future. Nothing could happen to him. However, the 2 young men of the Decimo Sword faction were gold-level disciples of the Decimo Sword faction. Their cultivation had reached the peak of the 2nd-layer martial ancestor realm, and they were also peerless geniuses. Their combat strength was comparable to a 3rd-layer martial ancestor realm. Among the 3 of them, the most powerful one was in the 2nd-layer martial ancestor realm, while the other 2 were only in the 1st-layer martial ancestor realm. They were no match for Lu Ming. Explain? Why should the Decimo Sword faction deal with the royal family? What a joke. Tianyin has been going against the Decimo Sword faction and has killed many geniuses of the Decimo Sword faction. He deserves to die. Scram now, or all of you will die. The yellow-robed young man roared in an overbearing manner. The 3 elders of the General Hall had ugly looks on their faces, but they stood firmly in front of Lu Ming. Puffed. Lu Ming spat out another mouthful of blood. He supported himself with his spear and stood straight as he looked at the sky. They were indeed disciples of the Decimo Sword faction. It seemed that the Decimo Sword faction had been forced into a corner and had sent their gold-level disciples to attack the General Hall. Then, he looked in the direction of a dormitory. It was in ruins, and screams of agony could be heard continuously. Lu Ming had managed to dodge the first attack, but the others did not have the strength to do so. At least 10 people had died under that attack, and many more were injured. Fortunately, Ming Peak had been staying at Myongcheng's place during this period of time. Otherwise, he would have been in danger. Damn it! Lu Ming gripped the spear shaft tightly, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. Senior Brother Huang, why are you talking so much nonsense? Just kill them. The white-robed young man was even colder, and his gaze was as sharp as a sword. He took a step forward and charged forward. Hold on, the elites will be here soon. One of the elders roared angrily and charged forward with all his might. The other 2 elders did the same, but they were no match for the white-robed young man. After more than 10 moves, they were injured, and one of the elders in the 1st-layer martial ancestor realm even lost an arm. You overestimate yourselves. The yellow-robed young man sneered with disdain. How dare you? Suddenly, there was a loud roar, and a snow-white saber light slashed from afar. It tore through the void and arrived in an instant. Oh no, fourth layer martial ancestor realm. The two young men's expressions changed, and they each slashed out with their swords. However, they were swept by the saber light and were sent flying over 1,000 meters away. Whoosh! In the sky, several streams of light arrived in an instant. There were a total of 3 people, 2 elders, and 1 young man. Huaqi, the young man, was Huaqi. He was enveloped by the genuine qi of the elder, which was why he could walk in the air. I'm here. Let's see who can kill Tianyan. Huaqi's gaze was like lightning as he stared at the 2 young men from the Decimo Sword Sect. 8th Prince, Tianyan, has been going against the Decimo Sword Sect, and he's trying to destroy the relationship between the Decimo Sword Sect and the Imperial family. He has ulterior motives, and the Imperial family might be harmed by him. The yellow-robed young man said coldly, "You don't have to worry about that. I'll investigate it. Now, get out of the Star General Hall." Huaqi shouted in a domineering manner. Huaqi, I'm giving face to the Imperial family by calling you the 8th Prince. Don't be so shameless. The yellow-robed young man said angrily. How dare Huaqi tell him to get out? He was a gold-ranked disciple of the Decimo Sword Sect. There were very few gold-ranked disciples in the 5 major sects, and each of them was a famous figure in the Blazing Sun Empire. Their status was not much lower than those gold-robed elders. Because they had unlimited potential, they would have no problem becoming gold-robed elders in the future. Now, Huaqi dared to scold them. So what if he was the 8th Prince? Their gazes were cold. If you don't get out, I'll make you get out. Let me tell you, the Imperial capital is the Imperial capital of the Imperial family after all. Huaqi shouted coldly. Beside him, the 2 elders burst out with powerful auras. One of them was at the 3rd layer martial ancestor realm, while the other was at the 4th layer martial ancestor realm. The yellow-robed young man and the white-robed young man looked fearful. If they were at the 3rd layer martial ancestor realm, they could still fight. However, they were no match for the 4th layer martial ancestor realm, even if they worked together. Good. 8th Prince, let's wait and see. The yellow-robed young man said the word good 3 times in a row, but his voice was extremely gloomy. He then looked at Lu Ming and said, Tianyun, if you're capable, don't leave the Star General Hall for the rest of your life. We'll wait for you outside the Star General Hall and see how long the Imperial family can protect you. Chapter 262. Looking at the sky, Lu Ming looked calm on the surface, but his heart was in turmoil. Martial Ancestor Realm, I have to break through to Martial Ancestor Realm as soon as possible. I might seem invincible among Martial Grandmasters, but I'm still not strong enough to face Martial Ancestor Realm experts. The day I break through to Martial Ancestor Realm will be the day you die. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with killing intent. Quickly save the injured and clean up the dormitory. The Star General Hall elder ordered his men. On the side, Huaqi's eyes were also filled with killing intent and unwillingness. Someone had openly killed their way into the Star General Hall, destroyed several buildings, killed more than a dozen students, and injured many more. The men he brought with him had the strength to stop the culprit, but they could only watch helplessly as the culprit left. Such humiliation made Huaqi's body tremble. After a while, Huaqi took a deep breath and walked to Lu Ming's side. Tianyun, how are your injuries? I'm fine. Lu Ming smiled. Although his injuries were not light, they were not fatal. He would recover soon. I never thought that the 10 Directions Sword faction would dare to openly kill people in the Star General Hall. They're getting more and more lawless. In the past, I would have some scruples. Huaqi said. This time, I have to thank you. Lu Ming said. Why are you thanking me? Lu Ming, I was looking for you for something today, but I didn't expect to run into the incident just now. Oh, why are you looking for me? Lu Ming asked. It's about your father. Huaqi said softly. My father. Lu Ming was shocked. His eyes were filled with hope as he said with a trembling voice. Could it be? Huaqi nodded and said, let's talk on the side. The 2 of them walked to a secluded area. Lu Ming, I found your father. Huaqi said. My father, where is he? Is he in the imperial capital? Lu Ming asked in a trembling voice. Hua Qi shook his head and said, he was originally in the imperial capital. He was imprisoned in an extremely secret place in the north of the imperial capital by the 10 Direction Sword sect. But 7 days ago, a group of unknown people suddenly attacked that secret place. Your father has already been taken away by that group of people. What? Kidnapped by a group of unknown people? Lu Ming was greatly shaken. Do you know why those people kidnapped my father? He asked. Hua Qi shook his head and said, I don't know about that. However, we've already found out that group of people are currently rushing towards the desolate wasteland, and the members of the Decimo Sword sect are pursuing them with all their might. Desolate wasteland? I'm going to save my father immediately. Lu Ming revealed an anxious expression. Lu Ming, wait a moment. Don't be hasty. Don't forget that the disciples of the Decimo Sword faction are still waiting for you outside. Hua Qi shouted. Lu Ming took a deep breath and calmed himself down. Yes, to go to the desolate wasteland, he first had to deal with those 2 disciples of the Decimo Sword faction. Lu Ming, I'll think of a way to lure those 2 disciples away. Also, my father has already sent 4 great experts to the desolate wasteland in secret. Speaking until here, a sword-shaped jade tablet appeared in Hua Qi's hand. He handed it to Lu Ming and said, this is a 10,000-mile sound transmission talisman. The 4 great experts sent by my father also have a 10,000-mile sound transmission talisman. When you arrive at the desolate wasteland, you can use this to send a message to them. Within 10,000 miles, you'll be able to receive the other party's message. Hua Qi, thank you. Lu Ming received it and thanked him sincerely. Hua Qi had really helped him a lot. I've said that you don't need to thank me. You must be careful when you go. Hua Qi said. Lu Ming nodded and said with a smile, wait for me to come back and drink. All right, I'll go lure away those 2 from the 10 Direction Sword sect. Hua Qi nodded and led the 2 old men out of the Star General Hall in a flash. About half an hour later, Hua Qi's figure appeared and said, Lu Ming, you can go now. Lu Ming nodded and took out a black robe and a bamboo hat. His figure flashed and disappeared without a trace. Lu Ming left the Star General Hall and walked along some small streets towards the north. After passing through 7 or 8 streets, he didn't see any disciples of the 10,000-mile sword sect chasing after him. Stop! Just when Lu Ming let down his guard, a delicate shout sounded. Swoosh! There was a sound of something breaking through the air, and a pretty figure appeared in front of Lu Ming. Xianxia. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat as he looked at the person in front of him with a dumbfounded expression. The girl in front of him was incomparably beautiful. She was wearing a short skirt, revealing a pair of slender and fair thighs. Her big eyes blinked as she stared at Lu Ming. If it wasn't Xianxia, who else could it be? He had never imagined that he would run into Xianxia here. Why did Xianxia stop him? He had changed his appearance and was wearing a black robe and a bamboo hat. Xianxia couldn't recognize him. Ahem, miss, may I know why you're blocking my way? Lu Ming coughed a few times and lowered his voice. He sounded like a burly man in his 30s. Lu Ming, what are you pretending for? I finally found you. Come, let's have a fight. The corner of Xianxing's mouth rose slightly as he said disdainfully. Lu Ming was stunned. Xianxing really recognized him. How is that possible? Did he reveal any flaws? But when he looked around, he didn't reveal any flaws. But why did Xianxing insist that he was Lu Ming? Lu Ming took off his bamboo hat, revealing his disguised face, and said, Look, young lady, you really recognize the wrong person. Humph! Xianxing's small lips curled up slightly, her disdain growing. Lu Ming, you're still pretending. No matter how you disguise yourself, I will be able to recognize you. No matter how you disguise yourself, you won't be able to change your scent. It just so happens that my nose is more special. As long as I smell someone, even if he turns into ashes, I will be able to recognize him. That works. Lu Ming was speechless. He had thought of everything, but he didn't expect this. Ha ha! Miss Xia, what a coincidence. I haven't seen you for a long time, and I miss you. Unfortunately, I have an urgent matter to attend to now. Please make way. Let's have a chat another day." Lu Ming laughed, revealing his original voice. "Humph, Lu Ming, it's not easy to meet you. Don't even think about leaving. I said last time that if I see you again, I will ruthlessly trample you under my feet. Come, let's fight." Xianxia looked at Lu Ming unkindly. "I said I don't have time now. If you want to fight, I will accompany you later." Lu Ming's voice sank. He had to rush to the desolate wilderness. How could he have time to fight with Xianxia? "I don't care. Don't even think about leaving today." Xianxia was very rude and unreasonable. He blocked in front of Lu Ming. "Get out of my way," Lu Ming coldly shouted. He pushed out a palm, and a powerful, true qi gushed out, wanting to push Xianxia away. But unexpectedly, Xianxia's body moved slightly, and a powerful, true qi gushed out, counteracting Lu Ming's true qi. So strong. Chapter 263. Xianxia was also a little surprised. Apparently, Lu Ming's strength was also beyond her expectations. "All right, you're quite strong. You're just in time to fight with me." Xianxia's eyes lit up. "You're crazy. I don't have time for you." Lu Ming snorted coldly. Then, he soared into the sky and ran away at top speed. "Don't even think about leaving," Xianxia shouted. She kicked her legs and chased after Lu Ming at top speed as if her body was weightless. Her speed was unbelievably fast. She was not slower than Lu Ming at all. Lu Ming was shocked. He used the high air steps to the extreme and walked hundreds of meters in the blink of an eye. Soon, he was out of the imperial city and heading northwest. Xianxia followed closely behind him. She could also walk in the air for a short time. "This bitch is really crazy. Forget it. Follow me if you want." Lu Ming was speechless. He let her follow him. He used his body movement technique and moved forward at top speed. The desolate wilderness was at the northwest border of the Burning Sun Empire. It was a desolate wilderness that spanned across 3 empires. It was the border of the 3 empires. To the north was the Yin Moon Empire. To the northwest was the Blood Zhao Empire, a middle-level empire. Empires were divided into low-level, middle-level, high-level, and super-level empires according to their strength. The Burning Sun Empire and the Yin Moon Empire were all low-level empires. Emperor Yin had 36 empires. 8 of them were middle-level empires. The rest were all low-level empires. The middle-level empires were at least 10 times stronger than the low-level empires. They cannot be compared. With Lu Ming's current cultivation, it would take him 4 or 5 days to reach the desolate wilderness. After 1 day and 1 night, Lu Ming's genuine qi was exhausted. He stopped to meditate and recover. Not far behind him, Xianxia was also panting and sweating. She stopped and sat cross-legged on the ground. "She's really persistent." Lu Ming was speechless. 3 hours later, Lu Ming's true qi had completely recovered, and he saw Xianxia also stand up. "How about this? I really have something urgent to do. Once I'm done here, I'll fight you." Lu Ming said. "Humph, who knows where you'll run off to? You treated me like that back then. I said that I'll definitely trample you under my feet. I'll definitely do what I said. Don't even think about running away. I'll follow you. When you're done with your business, I'll teach you a lesson." Xianxia gritted his teeth. Lu Ming was speechless. Wasn't this girl's temper a little too strange? Forget it. Follow me if you want." Lu Ming was speechless. Then, Lu Ming continued on his way, with Xianxia following beside him. In the blink of an eye, 4 days had passed. The desolate wasteland was already in sight. He stood on top of a mountain and gazed into the distance. The desolate wasteland was incomparably vast. It was like a gigantic beast lying down in front of them. The two of them took a step forward and headed towards the desolate wasteland. When they entered the desolate wasteland, they realized that the desolate wasteland was not completely desolate. They could see patches of trees and weeds. However, these trees and weeds did not have any leaves. They looked lifeless. The surroundings were completely silent. Not even the chirping of insects or birds could be heard. However, Lu Ming and Xianxia did not dare to be careless. The desolate wasteland was known for its danger. Roar! At this moment, the two of them saw a giant black tiger running through the desolate forest. This giant tiger had a powerful aura. It was actually a Class 2 LV3 demonic beast. Whoosh whoosh! At this moment, in front of the giant tiger, a black fog suddenly flew down from a leafless tree. The black fog coiled around the giant tiger and then flew away, disappearing from the tree. Below, a tiger-shaped skeleton was left. Lu Ming and Xianxia felt their scalps go numb. They could clearly see that the black mist that flew out of the tree was actually a type of tiny ant. However, there were too many of them, and their power was terrifying. The Class 2 LV3 giant tiger did not even have the chance to scream before it turned into a pile of white bones. The desolate wasteland was indeed strange. They had to be extra careful. The two of them continued to move forward. Along the way, they were more than 300 miles into the desolate wasteland. Whoosh! Whoosh! Suddenly, the sound of something breaking through the air was heard. 8 figures flashed and appeared in front of Lu Ming and Xianxia. The two of them paused and stopped. The Decimo Sword Sect is handling some matters here. We have temporarily requisitioned this area. Please go back. The leader of the group, a middle-aged man, said. His tone was unusually domineering. When did the desolate wasteland become the Decimo Sword Sect's territory? This is the first time I've heard of it. Lu Ming sneered. If I say it's ours, then it's ours. Kid, you'd better behave yourself. Otherwise, this place will be your burial ground. The middle-aged man's eyes turned cold, and his body emitted a faint murderous intent. At this moment, Lu Ming did not wear his bamboo hat. These people from the Decimo Sword Sect had obviously never seen Lu Ming before and did not recognize him. Lu Ming glanced at the people from the Decimo Sword Sect. The leader of the group had an extremely strong aura and was in the martial ancestor realm. The other 7 people were all martial grandmaster realm LV9 experts. Obviously, the Decimo Sword Sect had mobilized a large force to capture Lu Yintian. Okay, let's go. Suddenly, Lu Ming said and turned to leave. Xianxin's eyes flashed. He did not say anything and followed Lu Ming. Behind them, the middle-aged man from the Decimo Sword Sect had a strong, murderous intent in his eyes. These 2 people are suspicious. I'd rather kill them than let them go. Kill them. The middle-aged man waved his hand. Kill. Immediately, 2 martial grandmaster realm LV9 experts unsheathed their swords and charged at Lu Ming and Xianxia respectively. They were extremely fast and arrived behind the two in an instant. Their wide swords slashed down at their heads. However, at this moment, Lu Ming and Xianxia suddenly turned around. Lu Ming waved his hand and a long spear appeared. It directly pierced through the martial grandmaster realm LV9 expert who was charging at him. Xianxia flicked his finger. With a whistling sound, the opponent's head suddenly flew high into the air and blood splattered everywhere. Lu Ming was slightly surprised. He could see that Xianxia's cultivation had already reached the martial grandmaster realm LV9. It seemed that Xianxia had some fortuitous encounter during this period of time. Otherwise, his cultivation could not have improved so quickly. It was because he had the spirit-devouring bloodline that his cultivation soared so quickly. However, Xianxia did not have the spirit-devouring bloodline. It was really shocking that his cultivation breakthrough was not slower than his. I knew that you would do this. Lu Ming looked coldly at the remaining people of the Decimo Sword Sect. In an instant, the 2 experts were killed, causing the middle-aged man and the others to be stunned. Then, they roared furiously. You dare to kill the disciples of my Decimo Sword Sect? You're courting death. Kill them. The middle-aged man emitted a terrifying aura and charged at Lu Ming. The remaining 5 martial grandmaster realm LV9 experts charged at Xianxia. Martial grandmaster realm LV1. Just nice to test my strength. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. He shook his long spear and charged at the other party. During this period of seclusion, he had gained a lot. His combat strength had increased rapidly, and he did not know what level he had reached. Previously, he had fought twice. The first time was with a martial artist at the peak of the Martial Grandmaster Realm LV9. The other time, it was two geniuses at the peak of the Martial Grandmaster Realm LV2. The first time was too weak, and the second time was too strong. It was not a good test for Lu Ming's combat strength. Chapter 264. A mere martial grandmaster dares to fight with me? Die. The middle-aged martial ancestor sneered. In his opinion, Lu Ming was overestimating himself and courting death. Swish! The middle-aged martial ancestor's sword slashed towards Lu Ming's head. He wanted to cut off Lu Ming's head with one slash. Wong! Swish! Lu Ming's long spear trembled and pierced forward. A bright spear radiance pierced forward. The spear radiance clashed with the middle-aged martial ancestor's sword. The middle-aged martial ancestor's face instantly changed. Boom! An incomparably sharp and powerful force blasted towards the middle-aged martial ancestor realm master. The middle-aged martial ancestor realm master's body trembled violently as he frantically retreated. He slid back tens of meters in the forest and left a deep ravine in the ground. How can a martial grandmaster be so powerful? The middle-aged martial ancestor roared in his heart. So this is your strength? It's nothing much. Kill. Lu Ming raised his spear and charged towards the middle-aged martial ancestor. The long spear pierced out and a bright spear radiance burst out. The middle-aged martial ancestor tried his best, but he was still no match for Lin Fan. After 6 moves, he was swept by Lu Ming's spear and flew out screaming. Swish! Lu Ming chased after him and smashed down with his long spear. Bang! The middle-aged martial ancestor screamed again as his body was smashed into the ground, creating a large pit. He lay in the pit and spat out blood continuously. He could not move at all. A figure flashed, and Xianxia appeared beside him. Obviously, the 5 martial grandmasters had been dealt with by her. The middle-aged martial ancestor lay in the pit and looked at the 2 youths with horror in his eyes. Where did this young man come from? He was too terrifying. His battle prowess was so strong that it was simply shocking. Could they be geniuses from the Blood Zhao Empire? The middle-aged martial ancestor thought. In the Burning Sun Empire, he had never heard of such a powerful martial grandmaster. It would be normal for such a genius to appear in a medium-sized empire like the Blood Zhao Empire. Tell me, what's the situation of the person you're chasing? Where is he? Lu Ming stared coldly at the middle-aged Wu Zong and asked coldly, could it be that you're also after the martial emperor's treasures key? Don't even think about it. Let me tell you, my 10 Directions sword faction's Qiu Changkong is right in front. You, a mere martial grandmaster, want to interfere? You're really courting death. The middle-aged Wu Zong shouted angrily. The secret key to the martial emperor's treasure? And Qiu Changkong is also in front? Lu Ming's expression changed. He looked a little serious and doubtful. The leader of the 6 heroes, Qiu Changkong, was actually chasing after his father. And the secret key to the martial emperor's treasure? Could it be related to the martial emperor? Thinking of this, Lu Ming's heart trembled. Above martial great masters were martial kings. They were known as kings and were extremely powerful. Whether or not there was a martial king in the vast Burning Sun Empire was still a question. Even an overlord like Lin Shui had not reached the martial king realm. However, when a martial king was compared to a martial emperor, the difference was like heaven and earth. No, it was even greater. There was simply no comparison. Above the martial king realm, there was still the spirit god realm, the 3 realms. Above the 3 realms was the martial emperor realm. A martial emperor could shatter the heavens and the earth with a flick of his finger. He was the strongest person in the divine wilderness continent and was invincible. As for whether there were any higher realms above the martial emperor realm, there were legends, but they had always been legends. Could the secret key to the martial emperor's treasure be related to the martial emperor? Lu Ming could not help but be shocked. Lu Ming did not notice that when Xianxia heard about the secret key to the martial emperor's treasure, his eyes were filled with astonishment. So, I advise you let me go quickly. I can hide what happened today. Otherwise, you will end up in a miserable state. The middle-aged martial great master threatened. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he immediately let out a miserable shriek as Lu Ming's spear pierced through his thigh. So much nonsense. Speak, where are you now? Did you catch the person you were chasing? Lu Ming asked coldly. The middle-aged martial great master broke out in cold sweat as he shrieked, I'll speak. I'll speak. Please don't kill me. He knew that he had met a tough opponent today and could only beg for mercy. Speak, Lu Ming shouted coldly. From here, the experts from the Inmoon Empire kidnapped the person we were chasing. Our men are about to catch up with them. The middle-aged martial great master shouted. Inmoon Empire? Lu Ming frowned as he felt that the situation was getting more and more complicated. He continued to ask, How many experts did you bring this time? Apart from Xianxia, there are 7 martial great masters. Apart from me, there are 6 others and over 100 martial grandmasters. The middle-aged martial great master answered honestly. I've already said what I should say. Please let me go. I will not tell anyone about what happened today. The middle-aged martial great master begged. However, there was a murderous look in his eyes as he thought to himself. As long as Lu Ming let him go, he would inform Xianxia and kill Lu Ming and Xianxia. Let you go? The corners of Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. There was a flash of murderous intent as the long spear pierced out. Don't, the middle-aged martial great master shouted, but in the next moment his voice stopped abruptly as his heart was crushed by Lu Ming's spear. I won't leave any hidden dangers behind. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Lu Ming, your combat strength is not bad. I'm looking forward to trampling you under my feet. Xianxia sized up Lu Ming carefully as his eyes burned with passion. Lu Ming shuddered and quickly changed the topic. You don't want the spoils of war. I want them. After speaking, Lu Ming searched the bodies of the Shifeng sword sect members. At the same time, he controlled the soul-devouring bloodline and secretly devoured their blood essence. There was a martial great master realm, first stage martial great master's blood essence. Lu Ming did not want to miss it. After the previous battle, Lu Ming had a better understanding of his combat strength. He was roughly at the peak of the martial great master realm. That middle-aged man was only at the early stage of the martial great master realm. Therefore, he was defeated by Lu Ming in a few moves due to his carelessness. However, such combat strength was far from enough. Xianxia was the leader of the 6 heroes, and his combat strength was absolutely terrifying. Moreover, there were other martial great masters. It would be difficult to save his father. He had to continuously improve his strength. Soon, the blood essence of the 8 Shifeng sword sect disciples were all devoured by Lu Ming. 8 storage rings appeared in his hand. Hey, you can't take the storage rings for yourself. I want that martial great master's storage ring. Xianxia shouted. Why should I? Lu Ming did not give it to him. No, I'm taking it. Xianxia gritted his teeth. All right, but I want to cultivate for a while. Guard me, Lu Ming said. You. All right. Xianxia gritted his teeth and finally agreed. The two of them left and stopped in a valley more than 50 miles away. Lu Ming wanted to refine the blood essence and break through to the martial great master realm. Xianxia snorted and unwillingly stood guard for Lu Ming at the entrance of the valley. Lu Ming sat cross-legged and circulated the true dragon fighting art. Rumble. The blood essence of a martial great master realm, first stage martial great master, was too rich. It was constantly converted into vigorous energy and was refined by Lu Ming into genuine qi. Chapter 265. About 2 hours later, There was a booming sound coming from Lu Ming's body. A powerful aura burst out, but it was soon restrained. Ninth level martial master, breakthrough. Not far away. Xianxia widened her eyes in shock. He broke through just like that? To be honest, when she first saw Lu Ming, she was shocked because Lu Ming's cultivation speed was too fast. Back in the Dongyi tribe's ancestral secret realm, Lu Ming's cultivation was one level lower than hers. He was only a second-level martial master. It had only been half a year, but Lu Ming's cultivation had risen to a terrifying level. If she had not had a fortuitous encounter in the past 6 months, she would have been surpassed by Lu Ming. Just now, Lu Ming had broken through again. She did not know about the magic of Lu Ming's spirit-devouring bloodline, so she was naturally shocked. All right, let's go. Lu Ming smiled and got up to walk forward. Xianxia's beautiful eyes stared at Lu Ming as if she wanted to see through him. The two of them walked toward the depths of the desolate wilderness. During this time, Lu Ming used the 1,000-mile sound transmission talisman to send a message to the experts of the imperial family, and soon received a response. However, Lu Ming did not meet up with the experts of the imperial family. Instead, he walked separately. If they gathered together, they would be too big of a target. At this time, in a desolate forest in the depths of the desolate wilderness, with a flash of light, more than a dozen figures in black robes appeared. Among these people, there were some old men and some middle-aged men. Among them, there was only a young man in his 20s. However, everyone seemed to follow the young man's lead. Damn it, the 10 Direction Sword Sect is really like a haunting ghost, biting and not letting go like a dog. A middle-aged man said unhappily, if it weren't for this cripple, how could the Shifang Sword Sect catch up with us? Another man with a scar on his face said coldly as he looked at another person. This person had messy hair that reached his waist. His face was full of beard that hung down to his chest. His hair and beard were like a bird's nest. No one knew how long it had been since he washed them. He was wearing a tattered shirt that was stained with blood. His eyes were empty and lifeless as he stared blankly at the sky, completely ignoring the scarred man. Killing intent flashed in the eyes of the scarred man when he saw this. He shouted in a low voice, "Lu Yuntian, don't play dumb in front of us. Quickly hand over the Martial Monarch's key and tell us the whereabouts of the Martial Monarch's treasure. Otherwise, I'll kill you." This dirty and disheveled man was Lu Ming's father, Lu Yuntian, who had disappeared for more than 8 years. At this time, Lu Yuntian's eyes flickered as if he had come back to his senses. He looked at the scar-faced man with disdain and said, "Fine, then hurry up and kill me. You think I don't dare? Damn it. When we return to the Dark Moon Empire, I will torture you. Let's see if you still want to talk or not." The scarred man roared, "I've been in the 10 Direction Sword Sect for more than 8 years. What methods have I not experienced? I didn't even say anything. Do you think you can do it?" Lu Yuntian's disdain deepened. Damn it. The scar-faced man was so angry that the muscles on his face trembled, causing the scar on his face to tremble continuously. He couldn't wait to kill Lu Yuntian, but Lu Yuntian had too many secrets that they had to know. They took the risk to kidnap Lu Yuntian for those secrets. All right, let's bring him back and slowly investigate. The most important thing now is to get rid of the 10 Directions Sword Sect and Xiao Changkong's pursuit. A white-haired old man waved his hand and said. The scar-faced man smiled viciously at Lu Yuntian and didn't say anything else. So what if they catch up? I want to fight with Xiao Changkong. I want to see how Xiao Changkong is ranked on the Emperor leaderboard. The only young man sneered coldly. Third Prince, don't be careless. The Emperor leaderboard is a list of the strongest young people in the 36 countries. There are only 36 people on it. Xiao Changkong is ranked 36th. His strength is absolutely terrifying. Don't underestimate him. The white-haired old man exhorted. However, the young man just smiled and didn't seem to care too much. Let's leave here quickly. The white-haired old man said. Leave? Do you think we can leave now? Suddenly, a cold voice rang out from the sky. A ray of light took the lead and charged towards them. Behind him, there were 6 other rays of light. The white-haired old man's expression changed, and he shouted in horror, "Qiu Changkong, this is bad. Run. No one can leave." A cold voice came from the ray of light in front. Whoosh! A dazzling sword light flew out and slashed towards the people from the Yin Moon Empire. "Qiu Changkong, I'll fight with you." The third prince of the Yin Moon Empire shouted and waved his hand. A circular weapon that looked like a bright moon appeared. The circular wheel spun and slashed out a terrifying blade light towards the sword Qi. Boom! A shocking explosion sounded out as the ground was swept by the sharp light of the two people. 100-meter-long ravine appeared. Whoosh! The space moved and a slender figure appeared in the sky. He was 25 or 26 years old. His face was cold and handsome, like a peerless sword. His swordsman robe fluttered in the wind. This was Qiu Changkong, the leader of the 6 heroes of the Burning Sun Empire. He was a famous genius even in the Cloud Emperor mountain range, and was listed on the Cloud Emperor board. "In Jiuyo, it's you." Qiu Changkong looked around and said. "Haha, Qiu Changkong, you want to keep the great opportunity for yourself? In Jiuyo, will not allow it." The third prince of the Yin Moon Empire, In Jiuyo, laughed. "How dare you touch my things? Die." As soon as Qiu Changkong said the word die, he attacked. A dazzling sword Qi shot up to the sky. He merged with the sword Qi and charged towards In Jiuyo. "Qiu Changkong, I'd like to see how you can be listed on the Cloud Emperor board." In Jiuyo roared and fought with Qiu Changkong. Their combat strength was terrifying, and they were much stronger than Feng Wuji and the others. Their battle was earth-shattering, and the clouds changed color. Boom! Boom! The two of them fought in the sky like two streams of light. In the blink of an eye, the battle had reached the depths of the desolate wilderness and disappeared. Kill! At that moment, the martial grandmasters of the Sure Fong Sword sect arrived and charged towards the people of the Yin Moon Empire. The scene fell into a chaotic battle. Soon, the martial grandmasters of the Sure Fong Sword sect arrived, and the scene became even more chaotic. "Be careful, don't kill Lu Yuntian," an elder of the Sure Fong Sword sect shouted. The purpose of the battle was to fight for Lu Yuntian. Therefore, they avoided Lu Yuntian during the battle as they were afraid that they would kill him by accident and everything would be in vain. The battle between the two parties was extremely intense, but they ignored Lu Yuntian. A few kilometers away, Lu Ming and Xianxia were rushing with all their might. Suddenly, the two of them heard a loud explosion in front of them. Someone is fighting. Has the Sure Fong Sword sect caught up with my father? Let's go. Chapter 266. Xianxia followed closely behind. The two of them covered a distance of a few miles in the blink of an eye. 1,000 meters away from the battlefield, the two of them hid in a pile of rocks and watched from afar. Lu Ming saw the figure with messy hair at first glance. "Father!" Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Although they had not seen each other for more than 8 years, and Lu Yuntian's hair and beard were messy and his clothes were tattered, Lu Ming recognized him at first glance. This man was his father, Lu Yuntian. Damn Sure Fong Sword sect. How dare they torture my father like this? Lu Ming's eyes were filled with killing intent. How can I save my father? Lu Ming began to think. Sure Fong Sword sect and Yin Moon Empire had more than a dozen martial ancestor realm experts in total. There were even 2 4th-level martial ancestor realm experts who were fighting fiercely. It was impossible to save Lu Yuntian with so many experts. It was impossible to get close. Once they got close, they would be discovered. Even if they could get close, they would not be able to take Lu Yuntian away quietly. Once they were discovered, they would be hunted down by both parties. Facing such a powerful force, they would only die. What should I do? Lu Ming thought anxiously. After more than 8 years, he finally found his father. He was not far away, but he could not save him. At this moment, Lu Ming hated himself. He hated himself for being too weak. "I can save your father." Suddenly, Xianxia whispered beside him. "What? You can save my father?" Really? Lu Ming was shocked and asked. Of course. It's up to you to believe it or not. Forget it. Xianxia rolled his eyes at him. No, I believe you. I believe you. If you can really save my father, I'll do whatever you want. Lu Ming said sincerely. Don't think too much. I'm saving your father to prevent you from rushing out on impulse and dying here. How can I fulfill my promise and trample you under my feet? Xianxia snorted coldly. Lu Ming smiled bitterly as he rubbed his nose. How do you want to save my father? As you can see, once they find out that my father has been rescued, they will definitely stop fighting and pursue us with all their might. I know a secret technique called the Heavenly Demon Illusory Technique. It can condense an illusory figure that is exactly the same as your father. If I leave it there, I can secretly replace it and save your father. Xianxia explained. There's actually such a mysterious secret technique. Lu Ming exclaimed. It's just a small trick. You're the one who's ignorant. Xianxia looked at Lu Ming with disdain. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a trace of complacency. Wait for me here. Before Lu Ming could react, Xianxia's figure floated forward like a ghost. A layer of black mist spread out from her body. In the darkness of the night, it was impossible to distinguish her. Soon, Xianxia was near Lu Yuntian. At this moment, Lu Ming's heartbeat quickened, almost jumping to his throat. In the end, Xianxia silently appeared behind Lu Yuntian. A layer of black mist spread out towards Lu Yuntian. The black mist moved, and Lu Yuntian's figure disappeared without a trace. But in the next moment, Lu Yuntian reappeared in the same position. However, no one noticed that Lu Yuntian, who appeared later, had a dazed look in his eyes. Xianxia floated towards Lu Ming at extreme speed. In 7 to 8 breaths, he reached Lu Ming's side. Leave quickly. My Heavenly Demon Illusory Technique can only last for 15 minutes. After 15 minutes, it will disappear and the other party will find out. Xianxia's voice sounded. The black mist dissipated, revealing Xianxia and another figure. If it wasn't Lu Yuntian, who else could it be? Let's go. Lu Ming suppressed the excitement in his heart. He pulled Lu Yuntian and executed the high air steps. Together with Xianxia, they rushed out of the desolate forest at extreme speed. Now is not the time to catch up. They had to leave this place first. At the same time, Lu Ming used the 10,000-mile sound transmission talisman to send a message to the experts of the imperial family. The two of them moved extremely quickly. In the darkness of the night, their figures were almost invisible to the naked eye. Half an hour later, the two of them were 200 miles away. They stopped at a hidden mountain stream. Lu Ming had accidentally discovered this mountain stream when he came here. It was extremely hidden. The message he sent to the experts of the imperial family was to meet here. After all, Lu Ming and Xianxia were not martial ancestors. They could not fly. If they carried Lu Yuntian, it would not be long before the martial ancestors of the Ten Direction Sword faction caught up with them. They could only rescue Lu Yuntian with the help of the imperial family. The two of you are so young. Could it be that you are also here for the martial royal key? I advise the two of you to give up. Xiao Changkong did everything he could and did not succeed. The same goes for the two of you. At this moment, Lu Yuntian glanced at Lu Ming and Xianxia and said indifferently. However, Xianxia did not say anything. Lu Ming did not say anything either. They only stared blankly at Lu Yuntian. Slowly, tears welled up in the corners of Lu Ming's eyes. He called out softly, "Father!" Lu Yuntian's body suddenly trembled. His originally lifeless eyes suddenly lit up. He stared at Lu Ming and said, "What did you call me?" "Father." "Ming-er?" "Father." Lu Ming reached out and wiped his face, revealing his delicate and handsome face. He had returned to his original appearance. Looking at Lu Ming's face, Lu Yuntian's body trembled violently. More than 8 years ago, Lu Ming was less than 10 years old. In addition, he was frail and sickly. His appearance and demeanor were very different from now. However, that kind of outline would not change. Also, that kind of feeling between father and son would not disappear. Lu Yuntian immediately recognized Lu Ming. Ming, it's really you. It's really you. I'm not dreaming, right? Lu Yuntian stared at Lu Ming. His voice trembled as he kept muttering. His eyes were filled with joy and disbelief. Even in his dreams, he would never have thought that he would meet Lu Ming here. Father, it's me. Ming is here to save you. Lu Ming felt the tip of his nose tingle as tears welled up in his eyes. Haha, Ming, the heavens have eyes. I never thought that I would be able to meet Ming in my lifetime. I can die without regrets. Lu Yuntian sighed as tears flowed down his face. A man did not cry easily. That was only when he was sad. Ming, you've grown so big in the blink of an eye. Let me take a good look at you. Lu Yuntian placed his hands on Lu Ming's shoulders and looked at him carefully. Ming, you're finally able to cultivate, and you've even become an incredible expert. Lu Yuntian's face was full of smiles. Father, your cultivation? At this moment, Lu Ming realized that there was not a single trace of true qi in Lu Yuntian's body. His body was weak, and his vitality was lacking. He was even weaker than an ordinary person. My cultivation has long been crippled. Lu Yuntian smiled. Crippled? Who did it? Father, was it done by the Shifang sword sect? Damn it. Lu Ming's eyes were red as he exuded a murderous aura. Ming, don't be rash. It's already a blessing that we can meet. The Shifang sword sect is too strong. Let's just forget about this matter. Lu Yuntian said. However, Lu Ming's heart was twitching. He knew that Lu Yuntian was worried about his safety. He was afraid that he would act rashly and go against the Shifang sword sect. Father, who is it? Is it the entire Shifang sword sect or someone else? Who is the mastermind? You're tuning in to the Eternal Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.